Will members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee report to Committee Room 1 for quorum, please? Thank you. Members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum. Thank you.
Come here. We're just going to get started in 30 seconds. Okay, so welcome everyone to our first Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting in 2017. I'd like to now officially call the meeting to order. We do have quorum, and I'd like to firstly acknowledge that we are meeting today on the traditional territory of the Mississauga of New Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and home to many diverse Indigenous peoples. We have actually only 3 items on our agenda today, which is shocking because that's very atypical for this committee. But we do have important items to deal with. We also have a walk-on item from Councillor Carmichael Greb, and we require a motion to add this to new business. It's on the pink sheets. Councillor Mammoliti. So that's all in favor. That carries. So that's now formally on the agenda. I also want to let people know that if you're watching online, you can follow the agenda and our debate today on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. And anybody in the room, of course, the screens are at the back of the room, provide real-time updates about where we are in the agenda and what's coming up next. So before we, I guess we'll head to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act related to the items today before us? Seeing none, we'll move on to confirmation of minutes from last meeting. Can I have a motion to confirm the minutes from the last meeting? Councillor Holyday, thank you. All in favor? That carries. And before I run through the agenda, I just want to officially thank Councillor Ron Moser, who served on the committee last term, as well as Councillor Mary Margaret McMahon, who was our Vice Chair of Public Works and Infrastructure Committee last term. Thank them for their service over the past 2 years. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome Councillor Giorgio Mammoliti to our committee. Welcome. Very happy to have you here, as well as Councillor Kristen Carmichael Greb. Welcome to you both. And we're pleased that you're going to be part of our team for the next 2 years. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome, and we've welcomed her a couple times, but I think it's important to, since this is our first Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting, to welcome officially to our committee our new General Manager of Transportation, Barbara Gray. There's Barbara in the corner over there, so welcome on behalf of the committee, welcome Barbara to the City of Toronto. We're thrilled you're here. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the staff that filled in after Steve Buckley left. So both Michael DeAndrea, Ashley Curtis played significant leadership roles through the months where we were without a general manager, and there was many other staff that too many to mention, that stepped up and took on acting roles during that period. So I just wanted to thank Michael and Ashley very much for your efforts and your time and all your hard work over that period. So now we'll get down to business. So Councillor Carmichael Greb, we've already added your item to the agenda. And what I'd recommend is that we just refer this to staff as part of the bigger report that's coming forward. I have had someone whisper in my ear that timeline might be a bit ambitious, that you've put February next committee to get a report back on that, but they're going to work to blend it with the other more comprehensive master report and get it back to us as soon as possible. So if you've read Councillor Carmichael Greb's pink sheet, I would ask for a vote now on that item. So if someone would like to move it. Okay, Councillor Carmichael Greb's moving it. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Excellent. Okay, now we're going to go through the agenda because we've added that. So the agenda, if I could just have the yellow sheet there. Oh, here it is. It's right in front of me here. Okay, so let's start with PW 18.1, election of vice chair. And I believe Councillor Lee has a motion on that.
Yes, I nominate Councillor Stephen Holyday to be the vice chair. VC, not VP, okay, VC.
We're not going to make you vice president. Okay, so is there any other nomination, any other further nominations for the position of vice chair for Public Works and Infrastructure? Any other nominations? I have to say it 3 times. Are there no further nominations? Seeing that, the nominations are now closed. Councillor Holliday, I guess I saw you nod, but we formally have to ask you if you accept the nomination.
I do. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee.
Okay, perfect. So I think then we can vote on that. So all those in favor of nominating Councillor Holliday for Vice Chair of Public Works and Infrastructure? That is unanimous. Congratulations, Councillor Holliday. Okay, so now we can get on to the next item, which is PW 18.2, Frank F.G. Gardner, Expressway and Don Valley Parkway closure, Heart and Stroke Foundation of Ontario, 2017 and 2018 Ride for Heart event. And I think there's some speakers on that. So let's start with Hamish, and if there's anybody else that's added to the list, I see none, but welcome, Hamish. You've got 5 minutes.
Yes, good morning. This Ride for Heart is usually a lot of fun, a good, safe family ride, and a good charity. So why am I here? I lessened my participation over time because I got to be thinking, well, why should cyclists have to pay to use these quite smooth roads that the cars get to use and dominate for free on a daily basis? It really is symbolic, pardon me, of the carism that we face in Toronto, which is basically a systemic discrimination and enhancement of all the facilities for the mobile furnaces, aka cars. This carism, I think, is now more entrenched with the recent bike strategy that in an online background document mapping where cyclists get harmed, it divides the city into 2 zones, an inner zone and an outer zone, and shades the harms. However, the scale to match the harms, the color schemes, they're different for the 2 areas. So it takes 2 cyclists to make the same color in the center of the city as it takes, for the outer zones. I think that's discrimination by place, which is against the Ontario Human Rights Code. But you can get away with it, it seems. And I honestly think, with respect to all the new committee members, we now are dominated again by the more suburban regions, because nobody here is really south of Eglinton from the core.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Mammoliti.
Are we here to talk about the political appointments and to committees, or are we
No,
here to talk
no,
about
the item before us, as you see, is-
I'm not finished, Madam Chair.
Okay, sorry.
Are we here to talk about this stuff? Are we here to talk about cars, or are we here to talk about the ride itself?
Yeah, the item before us is the Ride for Heart and the reports within the
Right,
context.
but
of the
I hear the deputy, I don't think the deputy's made any comments whatsoever with respect to the ride yet. It's all
Okay,
been,
so if you could gear your comments towards the item on the agenda, that would be helpful.
My next sentence, and the riding on these car-only roads is really nice. Glass fault. And it's real safe, too. People are so hungry for the long-haul family and safe training rides. The clear thing to do, I think, is to make open streets happen on the Gardner one Sunday morning a summer month till maybe 1:30 p.m., and not do Bloor Street or Yonge Street so much. The Gardner is, I think, more suited to an open streets. Like the Ride for Heart is great, absolutely, let's do this, but let's enhance the public use of the Gardner by making it much more of an open streets facility, because I think it's ripe for that opportunity. There are lots of options for the car drivers and for the transit users. When the Don Valley Expressway is open in this event, the Ride for Heart, because I'm sure you will approve it, make sure that you get out and accurately measure all of the lane widths, please, and other road parts such as the shoulders. I see an option for some surface transit relief from, say, Thorncliffe Park South, and having a reversible center lane busway with a new access point, yes. And I think the room is there, and we own it, and it's surface, and some of you will be thinking to be needing to be pointing at something to enhance it, to get the voters to actually vote for you again, because we need transit improvements. So this is the basic rough thought. Pardon me, take the center space. You'd have to take out the divider. I think there's the room there, but we need to measure it. And I don't think I can get on the Don Valley Parkway to actually get the measurements happening. But we need to do transit. Having a center lane busway, reversible busway, like Jarvis Street, for instance, that's one way of getting a bit of young relief for a pretty cheap figure, doing it faster. And of course, it'd be complicated, and it's a new idea. But that's a sort of opportunity. It's safe for people to go out and actually measure the road. And I think we really need to have transit. Now, of course, this is roadical. Maybe it's better to do it on Jarvis Street or Yonge Street or the Danforth. So that is about it. The Heart and Stroke Foundation should also make sure that it gets behind many, not all, of the biking initiatives to incorporate cycling as a daily thing. Currently, we see a real pattern of crash and harm on our streets that hasn't really been addressed, and it's wonderful to have this ride. I like it, but you know, we need to do more because it's 2017 now.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for this speaker? Thank you very much, Hamish. That's it. And I don't have any other speakers on this item. So we're going to proceed to any councillors that would like to speak to it who don't sit on PWEC. Is there any councillors? Seeing none. Is there any, I guess I should ask if there's any questions for staff. Yeah, let's ask, okay, so Councillor Holiday. Yeah, okay, so Councillor Holiday has a question and then Councillor Mamalady.
Thank you, Chair. To staff,
Oh, you did? Oh, I saw no hand.
I'll defer.
I'm sorry. Do you want to go ahead then? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question through you to staff is, what is the cost of this to stage the ride? And how long before do you need in order to start closing down the Gardiner and the Don Valley? And how long after do you need to start opening it up? What's the time limit? If the ride is 3 hours, how long does it, after that, does it take you to open it up? And what's the cost of the city?
Through you, Madam Chair, the Gardiner will close for this event at 2 a.m. and will reopen at 2 p.m. for the Ride for Heart.
Would you be able to tell us the cost, please, to deploy staff and everything else? Through the chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, what we have indicated is the total permit fees. So at this point, I don't have a further breakdown on the cost per hour, but the total permit fees of $49,091 for both years. So it's about $24,000 per event. So I don't have a further breakdown of those costs at this time.
Through the chair to staff, will the fee that the participants are paying, will it cover the whole cost to the city for deploy staff, to deploy material, cars and everything else?
Through you, Madam Chair, our understanding is yes, it is total cost, but we can come back and verify that.
Through the chair to staff, historically, has the cost been covered in past years?
Through the chair, our understanding is yes, but if you'd like a more specific response, we can come back to you with that.
Have we, now, does that also, through the chair, does that also cover the other, like the police, first responders that might be also utilized, or is that an extra cost that we bear?
Through you, Madam Chair, our understanding is that the organizers negotiate those costs with other entities such as the police for the support service that they require for this event. So this is just the permit fee that includes the expressway closure costs for each event.
Through the chair, EMS is part of us. Are they deployed at all, or do they need to be deployed? Is their cost being covered?
Through you, Madam Chair, our understanding is that if they require like a special station for emergency, attention to folks, that they would negotiate that through EMS directly. The organization would negotiate that directly through EMS.
Through the chair to staff, what disruption, if any, does the ride itself bring to the neighbors? People that want to come downtown that day. Do they disrupt the traffic? Do they go on side streets? Have we done the study on that?
Through the chair, our understanding is very little because we've organized and allowed this event to happen at a time when the general traffic volumes are low. And so the disruption, as we understand it, is in previous years has not been particularly notable or has not been noted to us.
Through the chair to staff, do we know how many people usually participate in this thing?
Okay. Last question.
Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, 14,000 cyclists and 7,000 runners, so that is 21,000 participants, expected to raise about $6 million for the Heart and Stroke Foundation this year, this coming year.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you were next, or are you okay, Councillor, thank you. Councillor Mamalidi then.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. My question is, do we have any other major events going on the same day in the city at the same time?
Through you, Madam Chair, the Jays are at home with a 1 o'clock start at the Rogers Center. Nothing at the ACC, and no TTC subway closures.
So does that make sense if the Jays are playing, that those that would typically take the Gardner to come down for a 1 o'clock game would be having to take another route?
Through the chair, there will be an hour overlap, so, but
It's not an hour overlap. It's, people start coming into the city a couple hours before the game for lunch, and they use the Gardner, so it's not an hour overlap. It's more than that. I don't know where that hour overlap comes from. So
that was my interpretation of the hour timing overlap, but I understand your point that people will be coming into town. So there will be some overlap, is more appropriately said. But we haven't found it to be a challenge in the past.
But this is the first time on the Gardner, is it not? Or no, am I wrong?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, this event has occurred on the Gardner in previous years.
And things have gone smoothly even though there's a Jays game? Has there been a Jays game before, the same day?
Through the chair, our understanding is there have been other events. The event has been going on for about 30 years, and so that was
Has
part of the
there been a
reason.
Jay game on the same day?
Over the past 30 years, I don't have that information in front of me, but we can look at last year. We're happy to look at last year's and see if there were any competing events at the time.
Well, I'd like to know that before I vote. Because I don't see the logic in holding up a major arterial highway while there's a Jays game, and what are we going to do to those communities around the highway? Because that's where everybody's going to cut through. The other question I want you to consider is for the future. We are looking to toll this particular highway, and are we expected to pay for the cyclists, and the people that own the cars now are going to start paying for the road to be closed down? How are they going to feel knowing that the highway they're paying is going to be closed down for these events?
So the council has not reached a determinative decision on the mechanisms.
I know, but I'm
tolling,
just
and
trying to
the timing of that tolling is yet to be determined, and obviously, as we come forward with any event like this, we would take into consideration any implications that might have.
Yeah, I know, but I'd be an idiot not to bring this out, given the fact that I'm fighting the tolls in the city. And if we're going to be shutting down highways after cars are paying for these highways, or at least the owners of those cars, shouldn't we be giving notice to these the event coordinators to tell them that
Okay, it's last question.
we need to look at this for the future, and it doesn't make sense to close down a highway if somebody else is paying for it?
Madam Speaker, I don't think that's relevant to our considerations today.
Okay, Councillor Holliday has now decided he would like to ask some questions after all, so back to Councillor Holliday.
Can someone describe the purpose of closure point number 3, the westbound north curb lane of Lakeshore Boulevard, west from Ontario Drive to Jameson Avenue? If we want to park that for a second, another question would be, can we determine whether or not the closure from Humber River to the Don Valley Parkway of the FG Gardner Expressway will allow motorists to exit the Gardner at the ramp for Lakeshore near the Humber River? And we checked that. The third one, can someone talk to me about the signage plan and how we will be warning motorists approaching the city from the west, including those going to the Jays games, that they need to divert and anticipate a delay. And I guess the diversion would be off to the Lakeshore Boulevard at some point along the route.
Through the chair, on the, our map that we have in front of us, I don't see a numbered closure point. Could you repeat the closure point 3 you described?
Sorry, it's contained in the report. Under the comments section, the proposed route and time
I
for the
see, yeah.
2017-2018 Ride for Heart will remain the same as 2016. There's 3 points: the Gardner, the DVP, and the third point is the westbound north curb lane of Lakeshore Boulevard West from Ontario Drive to Jameson Avenue.
So that's the. Through the chair, our understanding is that is one of the gathering places for the participants.
Okay, I'll just add on, is there any flexibility in the future with continued discussions with them to look at that lane? I mean, we've got before us a report that we're going to have to decide what to do with, but in light of the questions by Councillor Mamalidi about perhaps an acute press on the entry point from the west end and the importance of Lakeshore Boulevard and people trying to get into the city and for something like a Jays game, can we continue discussions with them about that curb lane and any impacts that that may have on Lakeshore Boulevard?
Through the chair, this motion is for this event through the next 2 years. And so the proposal is that it would be as indicated for the next 2 years. Following that, we would be then on a 3-year cycle if we chose to move forward in the same fashion where we could have that conversation. Also, your other question about signage and warning of motorists, we can get more information on that, but my understanding is variable message signing would be deployed to warn motorists well in advance of their ability to change their travel point if they so desired.
Okay, last question then, in light of that answer. Notwithstanding our approval today, is there still a continuous improvement cycle that should an idea or a modification come up between now and the event or now and the next 2 years, there's always flexibility to change what is closed, in particular on the side of less, if somebody comes up with an idea?
Through the chair, absolutely. We can look into that. Also, we have a little bit more information on the signage plan for the Gardner closure for Ride for the Heart.
All right. Any other questions for staff? If not, we'll move to speakers. Any speakers from outside of committee?
We have.
Seeing none, we're going to move inside of committee. Councillor Mamalady.
If somebody else wants to speak first, I do have a motion I'd like to pass, and it's for further discussions for the future.
Councillor Carmichael Grubb has also a motion.
So is your motion ready, Councillor? Is your motion ready? Why doesn't the
Okay, do
councillor
you want to go
first,
ahead?
and then I'll go after.
Councillor Carmichael Grubb.
I have a motion just to, that City Council requests the TTC not to schedule any closures during the period the Ride for Heart event is held. I know that they have several closures coming up for entire weekends, and a closure of the TTC along with this will put more traffic on local streets. So if we can request the TTC to keep the trains going during this time, then that should alleviate a little bit of traffic on our local streets.
Okay, that is, any questions for the mover? Seeing none, we'll move to the next speaker, which is, I think, Councillor Mamalidi. You're the only other person who wants to speak.
I do, and I think it needs to be said. So the motion that I've got states that I'd like the General Manager Transportation Services be requested to speak to the coordinators of this event and report back to Public Works and Infrastructure Committee if tolls are implemented and on whether or not the highway should stay open after car owners are required to pay for the tolls.
Okay.
So the reason that I'm moving this is because it's clear to me that we, as a council, have made a direction to move towards a toll on this highway, but yet we have these kinds of requests coming in regularly to close down the road that's being paid for by the car user. So it doesn't make sense to me, and I need to advocate, I think, for the person who's paying the tolls and paying, if these tolls are in fact going to exist, if they're paying for the highway, what sense does it make to close down the highway for people that aren't paying for the highway? So in other words, the cyclists that are being brought on and the runners that day, I don't see the logic. They're not paying for the highway. The people that are in the cars are, so it should stay open for them. Or at least some dialogue in the future on how we deal with this, because it's going to come up. So it doesn't affect the next 2 years clearly, and I know that, okay? But I think you should start talking about the coordinators to speak to that issue and how we deal with it as a city, because those car owners become a viable voice on how those highways should be run, given the fact that they're going to be paying for them, right? So I see that. I also haven't got my question answered with respect to how we've dealt with Blue Jay games. And Madam Chair, I for one know in speaking to some of the constituents about this issue, about closing down highways, when there are other events going on, that is just the most frustrating thing in the world. And so if there's a Blue Jay game, how have we dealt with it before? Because it's like having 3 or 4 of these events if you've got, and the problems that come out of it if you've got a Jay game.
Okay, that's it?
Well, it's not, because I still don't got my question answered with respect to.
Okay, the staff have indicated they now have an answer, so they'll respond at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the last 2 years that there was a Jays game consistent with the time frame of this closure was in 2012 and 2014, and it was managed as part of that total package in those years. Last year, it was an
Okay,
away
so-
game.
All right, so I do have something to say about it, and that is, I'm not going to support this today, because it's just what I thought. In 2014, it became an election issue. It was a frustration that was brought to the table, and in fact, I believe that our mayor made comments about trying to look at our policies around using these kinds of highways and closing them down, because it became a real headache for the communities underneath the highway, having to see all of the roads jammed up with cars. So while I guess some of you might be supporting this, I don't think we should be lending our support to these if we're going to make the lives of all the residents in those areas miserable for those, for even, yes, a Sunday. And unless we can come up with a real plan that talks about where you're going to divert the vehicles through and what communities they're going to be, all this is going to be is chaos, Madam Chair. And it's just exactly what I thought, 2014. That became a real big issue, and it played out in the election. People wanted something done. And I'm telling you, this is going to be a problem if there's a Jays game, and people are going to say something about it. So I don't see the plan here that's going to alleviate those voices' concerns. So I'm not going to be supporting it.
Okay, thank you very much. Other speakers or any questions of the mover on his motion? Okay, so seeing none, I'm going to move to the motions, which the first was placed was Carmichael Greb's motion. So if the clerk could put it up on the screen, that City Council requests the TTC to not schedule any closures during the period of the Ride for Heart event is held. So that's on the screen. All those in favor? That is unanimous. That carries. And then Councillor, I don't have a copy of Councillor Mammalades, but it's up on the screen. I'm assuming if this was If this was, I'll ask the deputy city manager, if this was passed, would this come back as part of an overall toll, toll report, or, I mean, the tolls there's a long process in play over the next little while.
Madam Chair, there's a lot of considerations, as you know, with respect to how it is that we would go about implementing a toll scheme. This would be an issue that we would address when and if that circumstances arise, and we'll come back if directed to explain any implications it might have for traffic management and the hosting of such an event.
Okay. All right, so that's helpful to understand that. Oh, if tolls are implemented, yes, because I just have a rough draft up here, so I don't have the final. Okay, all those in favor of Councillor Mamaledy's motion? And against, and that carries. Okay, so that item is now complete. We're going to move on to, oh, I'm sorry, yes, we have to adopt as amended. So if someone wants to move to adopt as amended, Councillor Carmichael Greb had her hand up first. Councillor Mamaledy's asked for a recorded vote. So if the committee chair,
All in favor of the motion to adopt the staff recommendations as amended? Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee. All those opposed? Councillor Mamaliti. That is carried 4-1.
Okay, now that item is wrapped up. So we're going to move on to our next item, and it's actually also our last item today, PW 18.3, Future Curbside Waste Collection Service Delivery east of Yonge Street. We have a number of deputations, I think around 8 or 9.
We have the presentation.
Oh, so do you want to start with that?
We could, and then.
Okay, I think that's good advice.
Yeah.
That is good advice. So the deputies, we are actually doing a presentation. I was thinking we do it after the deputants, but I think it's advisable we do it now. So there's a presentation. We have copies of it in front of us, as well as staff are coming forward to prepare the presentation. And so Jim McKay. And then from the presentation, we'll move to speakers, deputations. I think we have about 8, and then we'll move into committee. You can take as long as you need.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee, visiting councillors. First of all, I'd like to just say a quick thank you to staff, my staff, as well as the many other staff from other divisions who have contributed to putting this report together. I am going to walk you through today the report, the overview of what is contained in the report, as well as the recommendations. There we go. Let me start with the original report that was prepared to be presented back in September 2015. This report was actually prepared much earlier than that in 2015. So we are roughly 2 years from when that report was initially, or a lot of the analysis in that report was initially prepared. What the report said, in fact, the recommendations in the report itself, was to receive for information. As you read through the report, I pulled out a couple of key phrases that I think are important here, and I will, if you bear with me, I will actually read them because they are important. There have been productivity improvements for in-house collection following the decision to contract out District 2. Provided that these gains are sustained and improved, the best value and the lowest risk to the City of Toronto at this time is to continue with the current model. A blend of in-house and private sector service provision also manages operational and financial risk and provides flexibility for the curbside waste collection system to adapt to changes. Further on in the report, you'll find statements to the effect that remaining with the current collection cost model for an additional 2 years represents the best course of action at this time based on the analysis that was undertaken. So a couple of key points in here, in particular, 2 years. So this was essentially, at least my interpretation of this report, is to work with in-house staff to find additional efficiencies, keep the model as it is, and come back in 2 years' time with a series of recommendations. And we're a little ahead of the schedule on 2 years' time, but that's exactly what we are proposing in this report. So why are we coming forward a little bit ahead of schedule? Well, since this report was initially released publicly, there have been a number of changes which require an update to the original report. So let me go through each of these for you. Through the 2017 budgeting cycle that Solid Waste just recently completed, there were a number of activities that we undertook in terms of detailed analysis. So we have some updated information in terms of the financial performance of the division, including the collections and litter operations unit. Additional fleet analysis, we spent considerable time through 2016 working on the fleet, working in developing an asset management model and a tool that we can use to better forecast what our fleet needs and what our fleet costs are going to be over the long term. Part of the reason, or one of the primary reasons for the deferral back in 2015 was because of negotiations ongoing with the union, Local 416. That agreement has now been ratified, so there are some changes there. We have updated data, so the report was based on 2013 and 14 data. We have 2015 data that is presented in the report now. At Etobicoke, so District 1, we had a new contract that started just prior to this report being released in July 1st of 2015. So we have new information coming out of that district now with a new contractor, and also some staffing and financial related challenges as a result of the lack of clarity on future waste collection service provision. So what do I mean by that? And I want to be clear on this. So we are getting feedback right now that some of our staffing challenges in terms of ability to fill vacancies is a direct result of this issue and not having long-term clarity on this issue, where employees are hesitant to apply to a position in solid waste because of the long-term uncertainty about that position, given the uncertainty around contracting out potential in the future. We also have financial related challenges related to the fleet. That is in part has been exacerbated by direction that came through Executive Committee to put a hold on purchasing any new vehicles until this is resolved. Those are both key pieces of information that result in a need for specific recommendations, which you have in front of you today, that weren't available when that 2015 report was penned. To give you a little bit of background, to familiarize yourselves, if you're not already familiar, I'm sure many of you are, on the current arrangement. So Yonge Street is basically the dividing line when it comes to curbside waste collection. On the west side is privately collected, District 1 and District 2. District 1 has been privately collected since about 1995. District 2, as I'm sure many of you are aware, was contracted out in 2012. District 3 and District 4 remain as public collection service providers. The table to the right of the map gives you some highlight information. They are of different sizes, different demographics, different urban landforms, which can contribute to different efficiencies in terms of collection, types of trucks that may be used, efficiency of those trucks and the collectors in there. On-street parking, for example, can cause reduced efficiencies in terms of collecting material. So although in the report we show that District 1 and District 4 are somewhat comparable, as are District 2 and 3, there are some significant differences between those districts as well. A highlight of the current situation analysis, and this is outlined in the report in more detail. So waste diversion rates by district, again, as an update to this was in the original report. We brought back again in the new report, looking at differences between the service providers in terms of waste diversion rates. If you're in your report right now, it's Figure 2. There are minimal differences between them. There are some differences there, but those differences cannot be directly attributable to a service provider because there are a number of other mitigating factors or extenuating circumstances that can lead to differences in diversion rates. For example, if we get a major storm or a major flood, that actually impacts the diversion rate overall, and that necessarily isn't directly attributable to the type of service or whether it's a private or a public service being provided. We also updated the customer service performance, which again is Figure 3 in your report. Looking at the differences between public and private sector, again, minimal differences. In some areas, the private sector has a better customer service performance record. In other areas, the public sector has. So the point I'm trying to make with both of these graphs is that, one, these types of metrics aren't necessarily directly attributable to the service provider. There are other circumstances that can lead to changes here, and they shouldn't be used as single metrics to determine an approach. The fleet overview, so the document outlines the current state of the fleet, and what it talks about really is that over the last number of years, the Solid Waste Division has done a great job working with the union, and the union has been cooperative in working together to try and find in-house efficiencies. Those efficiencies, as much as we can identify to some extent what they are, have been more than offset by the issues with fleet. So we are not seeing necessarily the financial savings because of the fleet issues that we are dealing with currently. Staffing and labor relations overview, that is contained in confidential attachment number 2 due to human resources and labor relations implications. As you can imagine, that's why that information is contained in confidential attachment number 2. And financial performance, the 2015 report contained information from 2013 and 2014 on the financial performance of the division overall. This report also contains that information updated with 2015 information, but the 2015 information is contained in confidential attachment number 3. We have put it in a confidential attachment intentionally because there is a pending procurement, which is recommended here, and we don't want to impact or bias the procurement by publicly disclosing this financial information.
There's been a number of phones going off. If everybody could at this time turn your phone off or leave the room, please, because it's distracting for the committee members. Thank you.
Just making sure it wasn't mine, Madam Chair. To give you an idea of where this is coming from in part is the one way I look at it is what are our objectives? What are we trying to achieve in delivering the services that we do? Because at the end of the day, we are providing a customer service to the residents of the City of Toronto. And in that service provision, some of the key objectives are it needs to be safe, cost-effective, efficient, socially acceptable, and environmentally responsible. And I believe that we are providing those services today. The differentiator is on the cost-effective and efficient. So when we talk about safety, whether it's an in-house fleet or an external fleet or service provider, there are ways of managing that both to make sure that there is compliance and that they are safe operations moving forward, as well as socially acceptable, which I define more from a customer service interaction with the resident perspective, and again, can either be managed through a contract management process with the contractor or managing our own internal resources, as well as environmentally responsible. The differentiators here is, or the unknowns in this case, is whether they are cost-effective and efficient. I believe that our in-house fleet and operations and staff are cost-effective and they are efficient. But what I can't tell you is how much when compared to a private sector right now. The 2015 report did that using a modeling and a series of assumptions and scenarios, which is a good first step to take. But in terms of hard, definitive numbers, I cannot tell you today what District 4 would cost if a private sector service provider was to be in District 4. And that's where these types of differences come up, and that's why we're recommending a slightly different approach here, which I'll talk about over the next few minutes. There's really three options, different options to address the objectives when we look at curbside collection east of Yonge. Keep the collections in-house, which is essentially the option what we're doing today. Looking at continue it as is, but obviously as we continue to do is look for opportunities to improve the system and the efficiency and the cost effectiveness of what we're doing. But there is limited opportunity with this recommendation to actually ensure that what we are doing in the public areas is competitive with a private sector option. A straight recommendation to contract out collections, which we would, under that type of a scenario, we would move directly to procurement and of the collection services, and we would immediately develop staff and fleet transition plans. What this assumes is that contracting out would be more effective and efficient. And again, with the reverse of the argument, I can't prove that right now without going through the process that we've laid out in this report. So what am I recommending? That's the third option that's outlined at the bottom of this table, is a managed competition approach with an internal bid submission. And I'll walk you through what that looks like. So first of all, managed competition. There is precedent in the industry, both from a broader municipal perspective as well as specific to waste collection service provision in undertaking managed competition processes, in particular where there's a mixed service delivery model, where you've got a public sector service delivery and a private sector service delivery. The examples locally that you can see are Ottawa and Hamilton. In terms of what I am recommending in this report, Ottawa is probably the closest example of what we're looking to provide here. What this does is it really provides an opportunity for an apples-to-apples comparison in a competitive environment. We solicit firm pricing from the vendors. We also solicit that information from our own internal team, the in-house team, what it's going to cost them to provide the exact same level of service within the confines of a procurement process, bidding to specifications, so that we get that apples-to-apples comparison. And the evidence suggests, and there's a table to this effect in the report, that going through this type of process, regardless of the outcome, whether it stays internal or whether it goes external, this is a process that will help to drive additional cost savings. So an overview of the managed competition approach, and I apologize for the readability of this slide, but I wanted to make sure it was all in here. So let me just walk you through sort of the 6 steps of how this process would work. We essentially pull together the key divisions who would be a part of this. So obviously solid waste will be part of this. We will need PMMD, legal, human resources, a number of other divisions who would be a part of this. We prepare the purchasing documents, which get posted. We also assemble an internal bid team, which I will speak to in a minute as to what that looks like. We receive the bids, and ultimately a recommendation regarding the successful proponent is made, and then we continue to monitor that. Once the award is made, once the implementation has happened, we are constantly monitoring and managing the contracts, whether they be an internal service provision or an external service provision. As part of this managed competition process, because we are establishing an internal bid team, we also have to establish an ethical wall, because we want to make sure there is no conflict of interest or cross-sharing of information that could impact the procurement process. And given that the internal bid team will also be working with the union, should they decide to proceed and participate in this process, there are considerations around the collective agreement and how that would work within this process. We will also retain a fairness monitor. As you can see, attachment number 5 that was provided yesterday, we retained a fairness monitor to review the staff report. I wanted to make sure that the process that I was describing, or that we were describing in this report that we're putting forward, at least at initial conceptual level, which is what we have here today, that if you follow this type of process, it would be fair to all the potential participants who would be involved. And that fairness monitor would be involved throughout the procurement, right from, as I said, reviewing this report right through to the final award recommendation. Let me talk a little bit about the internal bid team. So what happens is, to go through this procurement, we form an internal bid team. This internal bid team would be led by city senior management within solid waste, and as I said, any of the other supporting divisions. They would basically form the bid team just like a private sector company would have a bid team in preparing the bid package. They would work with the union, as I mentioned, subject to the union's willingness to participate in this process in collaboration with the union. So it would be a joint partnership to work together to submit this bid. The union cannot technically bid because they are not standalone corporation. They would work in collaboration with the city, and it would be an internal bid, so the city would have an internal team separated by an ethical wall to prevent any conflict of interest that would bid on the procurement. And certainly going through this process, the union would have full access to any financial information related to this process that they need, so that they can also be not only a participant, but also an informed participant, so that they can also help identify any efficiencies that they might want to put forward in terms of making their submission the most competitive that they can. The city will also fund, as required, any external consulting expertise to support in the preparation of the proposal. recognizing that city team members are more used to reviewing proposals than actually preparing proposals or submissions, we added this clause in here, and it's part of the recommendations, is that should they need external consulting experience, someone who has experience in helping to prepare bid packages, they would have the ability to go out and retain that support to make sure that they are not disadvantaged in any way compared to a private sector company that is used to preparing these types of submissions. So what does the recommended procurement approach look like? So as I mentioned, a fairness monitor right from day one. This is essentially a three-part procurement process. And the part 1 and 2 are the sort of primary pieces. What the report is recommending is a request for pre-qualification. This would essentially help to limit the risk of the city and ensure that any of the bidders who are submitting on part 2, the financials and the pricing information, are qualified to do this work. And there would be a series of qualifications that these companies would have to meet, and we've outlined a number of them already in the report, to make sure that they have sufficient experience in delivering a service like this at the scale of what the City of Toronto would be asking for, so that at the end of the day we have a level of comfort that when they put their pricing in, they do know what they are talking about and that they will be able to deliver on the service that they are proposing on. The second part is a request for quotation, which is primarily a financial evaluation where we would look at the bids that come in. It's called a request for quotation here. It's also sometimes referred to as a request for tender, but that's where we would look more from a financial perspective. Aspects such as environmental performance, customer service, health and safety records, the majority of those types of things would be dealt with in the pre-qualification. And then ultimately, in the third part, is the award recommendation, and because of the size, this would go to both committee and council for consideration. This would be an award recommendation coming from staff or from the procurement team to committee and council with an award to a recommendation award, whether that be to an internal bid team or to a private sector proponent. So when you put all this together, let me just walk you quickly through this flow diagram. So we start with District 4, and we basically move through a procurement, and then this outlines basically two types of almost what-if scenarios. So we go through the procurement, we complete the evaluation, and we come up with a contract award. There's an internal submission as well as private sector submissions to the bid. If the contract is awarded to the internal bid team, we basically continue with the operation and this is specific to District 4, we would continue with the operation in District 4. That would be continuing under the terms of the contract. So they would need to perform under the terms of the contract. Basically, what they say that they would do in their bid submission, they need to follow through on over the term of the contract. Obviously, they would continue to find efficiencies as well. One of the things in here that's important to understand is they finalized the plans for Ellesmere Yard. Ellesmere Yard, as you're aware, had a fire back in March. Ellesmere Yard was the location where we were servicing the majority of the collection vehicles for District 4. So the decision on exactly what to do with Ellesmere Yard has been to some extent put on hold pending the outcome of this process. Ellesmere Yard could also be offered up as a potential site for a private sector proponent should they wish to use that yard through the procurement process. And replace the fleet would be part of the process if it was an internal award. If it's a private sector award, we would have to move into a transition plan development where we would look at redeploying staff and transitioning staff, transitioning vehicles. So there is an opportunity, and this is described in the report, to transition some of the better vehicles in District 4 into District 3 to overall improve the state of the fleet without necessarily having to buy all new vehicles. We can look at those that couldn't be redeployed would be surplused. And then we'd have to go through a divisional restructuring within the Solid Waste Management Division as well, because we would be moving from operations managers into contract managers. So let me just quickly, Madam Chair, as sort of the last item that I want to speak to this committee about today is to walk you through what is being recommended in the staff recommendations. I won't go through these in detail, but I will sort of hit the highlights so you understand where we're coming from here. So first of all, to authorize moving forward with a procurement process for District 4 only, and including the authority to prepare and submit an internal bid, working in collaboration with the union. And attachment 1 contains a more detailed outline of exactly what that process would look like. The process itself would be, or the contract itself would be for a term of 6 years with the options to extend an additional 2 separate 1-year extensions. This is pretty standard. This is how the majority of our curbside contracts look today. Council authorized external consulting support. So 2 different types of external consulting support here. Consulting support, as I mentioned, to support the internal bid team, should they desire that support, and also proceeding with retaining the Fairness Monitor to oversee this to ensure the fairness to all parties involved. Recommendation number 4 is to reach out to the union, Local 416 CUPE, and invite them to participate in this process, and work with them through this process. Should they identify any potential concerns that would prevent their participation, work with them to see if there are ways to resolve those issues to allow them to participate in this process. Recommendation number 5 is if the union does not agree to participate in this process, to continue moving forward with the procurement process and issue notification under the terms of the collective agreement to CUPE Local 416 of the intent to contract out. Staff report recommendation 6A is to delay, in consultation with PMMD, any procurement activities with respect to residential waste collection in District 3 until the results of District 4 are known. So essentially what we're saying is do not do anything in District 3, leave it in-house, keep it moving the way it's moving today. Certainly they will continue to find efficiencies as the team does, but do not touch District 3 until we know what is going to happen with District 4, whether it remains internal or external. If District 4 was to remain internal through this bid submission, what the report suggests is that District 3 should then remain internal as well. Essentially the competitiveness of the in-house team has been proven in District 4, so not to move forward, there's no reason to believe that it wouldn't be the same result in District 3. Leave District 3 as is. If District 4 were to go out to a private sector service provider and ultimately be contracted out, then at an appropriate time, District 3 would be looked at, subject to the direction of council, at the appropriate time. And by the appropriate time, I mean it doesn't necessarily, just because District 4 goes out on a certain timeline, there is an appropriate time from a fleet and from a staffing perspective when District 3 may be at a point where it makes sense, both from a staff and financially, to move forward with District 3. So not necessarily immediately move forward with District 3. Sorry, I'm not flipping for you. The second part of 6 is to immediately move forward with the fleet replacement plan for District 3. So as District 3 remains in-house for the foreseeable future, we need to move forward with replacing the fleet and bringing the fleet back up to a state of good repair in District 3. So to move forward with that procurement. And then finally, recommendation number 7 is that the information contained in confidential attachments 2 and 3 remain confidential. So in terms of next steps, subject to the approval of this report through committee and council, to reach out to CUPE Local 416 and discuss with them this process and understand whether they will agree or disagree to participate in this process. And I discussed what could happen in either scenario. And operations in District 3 will continue as per the current operation and immediately move to replace the fleet, or at least a portion of the fleet in District 3. And with that, Madam Chair, that's the end of the presentation.
All right, excellent. Thank you for that thorough and comprehensive presentation. Questions for you, Jim, later. But for now, you're out of the hot seat, and we're going to ask some of our speakers to come forward. We have a number of people here. I understand Bob Ray's first on the list, but I understand he's running late. Is that accurate? So we'll move on. I guess he's not here, but he did advise us that he's running late. Next speaker is Emily Alfred from T. Welcome, Emily. So as you know the drill, you've got 5 minutes to speak, and there may be some questions for you.
Is this microphone on? Okay, there we go.
It is, yes.
So good morning, I'm Emily. I'm the waste campaigner from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. I'm here because Toronto has a good waste system to be proud of. This city has been a leader in waste diversion. With curbside blue bin, green bin, yard waste, electronic waste, and bulky furniture collection, Toronto has one of the most comprehensive curbside waste programs in North America. This system makes it as easy as possible for Toronto residents to reduce, reuse, recycle, and makes diversion accessible everywhere. Since the issue of contracting out waste collection was discussed in 2011, T has urged Council to ensure that this important environmental service is protected. T urged Council to put in place mechanisms to ensure that waste services would not be compromised, that diversion rates and services would be the same across the city, that diversion rates could be tracked and acted on. Council agreed, and that's why the diversion rates by district was reported in the staff report before you today. What I'd like to highlight is the very real and sad fact that diversion rates are very different between the districts. So I'll show you this graph. This is from page 9 of the staff report. It was very small in the report, so I wanted to make sure you all looked closely at it. What you can see in this report is that over the 3 years of data, District 1 and District 2, which are the blue and orange bars on the left, consistently have lower waste diversion rates. To make this difference clearer to see, I've actually blown up the chart a little bit, and I've separated it by district. So again, blue and orange is District 1 and District 2, Etobicoke and West of Yonge, and District 3 and District 4 have higher diversion rates. In central Toronto and east and west of Yonge, the difference is 7% between District 2 and District 3. And looking at Etobicoke and Scarborough, Scarborough has the highest diversion rate in the city. The staff report says that this difference is minimal, but we disagree. As Toronto's landfill is reaching capacity quickly, increasing our diversion rate is a top priority for waste services. To put that 4% difference in context, in the last 5 years, since 2011, Toronto's overall diversion rate has only increased by 3%. This is after staff added new materials to the blue bin and aggressively targeted multi-res buildings to use green bins. Another way to look at it, the new long-term waste strategy that was passed by the city outlines a plan to divert more of Toronto's waste. Staff have called the long-term waste strategy an aggressive plan, but the first 5 years will increase diversion by about 40,000 tons, which is equal to about 4% diversion. So in short, in waste diversion, a 4% difference is significant. It's the kind of change in diversion rates that happens over 5 years as part of an aggressive diversion plan. Unfortunately, we don't know what is causing this consistent difference. I don't believe that people who live in Etobicoke care less about the environment than those in Scarborough. So what is causing this difference? We know that collection workers play a role in our diversion rates. Collection workers are responsible for collecting the right materials and ensuring they don't get contaminated. They don't contaminate recyclables and organics with the wrong materials. Collection workers also reject heavily contaminated bins at the curb. Collection workers are given stickers or notices that they can leave out on bins for residents who consistently put out the wrong material. Collection workers also are responsible for not picking up untagged bags of garbage and not picking up unauthorized waste, like renovation waste that homeowners often put out in front of their house. We don't know what collection workers are doing and if this is the cause for the difference, but this absolutely warrants extreme caution before the Scarborough diversion rate is put at risk. The little evidence we have in front of us today is that diversion rates are consistently higher east of Yonge, and that west of Yonge, where collection has been contracted out, diversion rates have suffered. Diverting as much waste as possible and preserving the life of Toronto's landfill is a major priority for solid waste, so it doesn't make sense to make such a major decision on such an important environmental service without understanding the consequences. I urge you to receive this report for information and wait until Council and the public have the information and the data in front of us to explain why there is such a difference and what we can do to get all of Toronto performing as well as or better than Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just so I understand, this diversion rate, we have seen these changes since 2000 and what year? 2005?
2013 is, so the bar on the far left of each of these is 2013, and the middle bar is 2014, and the far right bar is 2015.
So west of Young, okay. So it's clearly not diverting the same. What I wondered, you talked about tags and refusing to pick up. Are you aware of whether or not that information is tracked?
I have not seen that information. It's not been in this report or previous reports from staff. So this is the only information that we have. And it's only from 2013 because that's all the information that was presented. And some of the earlier reports actually use different numbers. So it's been hard to compare, but this is what we've got.
One of the other concerns of solid waste is contamination or people putting wrong things into the wrong bins. And do we have information on that compares districts?
We don't. I think that would be excellent information to see, the contamination rate by district. We do know that contamination has been going up in Toronto, and that, our head of solid waste has been in the news a few times. We had a big education campaign last
Yes.
year all about contamination rates, and it's causing significant problems. And if they get higher, it will cause loads of recyclables to be rejected from our material recovery facility. So I think contamination rates are a growing problem. I don't know about the information by district, unfortunately.
Okay, and the only way to really see that is bin by bin on the street in terms of collection, probably.
I'm not sure. Staff might be able
Okay.
to get that information. I think that would be really valuable information for council to see.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we've got Councillor Fletcher.
Well, thank you. I'm wondering if you're going to table those graphs with the committee, so they'll be part of the discussion here today.
I'll submit this deputation electronically as well, so you can.
And that, okay, thank you very much. I just wondered, that's quite a discrepancy, as I read it, in diversion now over the two districts, one and 2, compared to 3 and 4. Do you have any idea what the tonnage is for that? What that represents in tonnage?
I don't know what that represents in tonnage, probably tens of thousands. I could look at the staff numbers from earlier years. No, I don't. I'm sorry, it's not available, but
Okay, so
As I
I'll
said,
ask
4% to
the
me is
staff what that actually is. The 4% represents actually in tonnage. So we understand the value of that and what that would be for recycling. Now, the other thing is, you mentioned what happens when there's things put out that don't have a tag. So current system that we have in Toronto is a very strict recycling system. Would you agree with me?
I believe that Toronto has the tools to ensure that people don't put out the wrong materials. I don't know how well collection workers are using those to let people know when they put out an untagged bag or tell people when they have a contaminated
I'll
bag.
ask this of the staff as well, but I believe that our city staff are pretty strongly trained in what they should or shouldn't pick up. So
I
if
hope
you
so.
get construction waste in your recycling, that's a no-go. Not going to be picking that up. They're going to be leaving it behind, and then perhaps that might be a complaint that it got left behind. Would
Yeah,
that be possible?
that's very possible.
And given this, were you kind of shocked when you looked at these numbers and saw that that diversion rate was so much lower in the contracted outside of the of solid waste pickup in the city?
I was very surprised, and I have to say, looking at the original graph, I was like, oh, the difference isn't that much. But I looked at the numbers more closely, and then I was very disappointed. And as I said, looking at the context, a 4% difference is what the long-term waste strategy that council has passed. Staff are expecting that it will take 5 years to increase the diversion rate by about the same amount. So that's with an aggressive plan and a lot of new programs and new efforts to get people to increase diversion. So 4%, I think, is a significant number.
Oh,
And
so
we
I
need-
just need to understand that. Our aggressive plan is to increase diversion rates by 4% across the whole city. And you're telling us that the diversion rates in District 1 and 2 have dropped by 4%,
Yes.
rather than increased by 4%.
Yes, so the
there's
new
an
long-term waste strategy going forward has projections about how much we'll be able to increase diversion across the city. And I did the calculations, and it's about 4%. So it was just to give some context that 4% is a significant number. It is the result of 5 years of aggressive work. So I don't think 4% should be dismissed as not significant when
So we
looking at the
can't
two
just say that's slippage.
Yep.
It's a significant number in your mind.
I think so,
And
yes.
just to review, I mean, T has, and city staff were part of the development of this, our successful recycling and green bin strategy, our solid waste strategy, premier strategy in North America.
I think, yeah, as I said, I think Toronto has one of the great, has a fantastic solid waste program. It covers most of our waste materials, a great curbside program that makes it as easy as possible for everyone to divert waste, and I think we should protect that environmental service because it's very important for climate change, for resource protection, and supporting our green economy.
Would you might, if I was to suggest that really, one of the things we could do would be to ask District 1 and 2 to actually compete with the public pickup for waste diversion in District 3 and 4 as it stands today, if we're serious about recycling. That might be one of the 50-50 goals, would be to have them raise their diversion rate on the west side of Yonge.
I hope diversion rates go up across the city, but I definitely think that we should not risk Scarborough and east of Yonge's diversion rates going any lower than they are. I think we need to get everyone up higher.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Councillor Layton. No, you can't. You can't because there's two people ahead of you, so you'll be next, though. Councillor Layton's next.
Thank you very much, and I think this will be very brief. You spoke about what happens when people don't sort their bins and staff leave them there. Do you know if the city tracks that data?
I don't know. I've never seen it reported. I was really hoping that that information would be available because I think that's one of the best ways to provide feedback to residents to improve diversion. A lot of research shows that when people get feedback about little mistakes they've made, they've improved diversion rates. So I think it would be fantastic to know how many notices are given out by collection workers across the city and what sort of impact.
It would be fantastic, but would it surprise you to know that we actually do not keep that data?
That's disappointing. I think that would be really important information to have as the city is looking at increasing
And
diversion.
do you know if the city tracks data on additional waste that's in addition to the bin that's being collected, if that data is kept?
You mean like extra bags put out
Extra
at the
bags
curb
that
and-
aren't tagged, or even tagged bags?
I don't think that, I have never seen information like that. I think that would be really helpful to see, to understand differences
So
between districts.
would it surprise you to hear that it actually doesn't exist? Would it disappoint you to hear that it doesn't exist?
It would definitely disappoint me. It does, yes.
Have you ever tried to manage data from 311?
I've looked at it once or twice, thinking it was cool that it was.
Would you like to? Because I think they just data dumped on me all the complaints for the last 4 years by district and have done it in such a way that I'm not entirely sure I can manipulate it in any reasonable amount of time to tally it so that we can know some of the totals. So I'd appreciate any advice.
Thanks.
Okay, next is Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have the totals for the complaints in District 1, District 4, but I'm not going to go here. Would you be able to tell us or estimate what the cost is in the diversion rate that's going up in District 1 and 2? I mean, they're sending out less. I mean, the diversion rate is less. Would there be a figure that you have worked out, or is there such a mechanism to work out a figure?
Unfortunately, I don't have any numbers specifically on the impact of what a diversion rate does for funding. I know staff maybe have numbers like that about what impact a lower diversion rate has for the cost of landfilling and the cost of collection.
Through the chair to the deputy, I understand that in District 1 and District 2, I've been told that the folks that do the collection, they just collect everything there is out there. While in District 3 and District 4, there's more carefulness. I mean, they're more careful in what they collect. Do you have any such knowledge? Have you seen, I mean, have people told you what is happening out there?
I live in District 2. I don't know, I can't say with certainty what sort of scene. I've heard anecdotes, but again, I think this is the kind of detailed information that it would be great for council and the public to see before decisions are made, because, as you said, collecting the wrong materials or allowing contamination to happen, I think that's the kind of thing that collection workers can really, how they could affect diversion rates, and we need to know if that's what's causing the very real difference in diversion rates. So I think that information would be great to see. I don't have it, unfortunately.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And now, Councillor Holliday, we're moving into committee.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and forgive me for jumping the gun before I heard speaker. So, just a question for the deputy, and thank you for coming today and talking about one of the components of the report. One of the things I'm struggling to do is figure out the difference between diversion rate and contamination, and you talked about both of those in your deputation, and in a couple of points, including in the questions, you sort of tie the diversion rates to the collection methodology or the collection operator by expressing concern. Do you see a difference between contamination and diversion rate? Are they different concepts or are they the same?
They're different concepts. So
Okay.
diversion rate is about the total refuse from a house and how much of it is reduced, reused, recycled, or composted. So
Okay.
in the city context, it's about what's put out in the recycling bin, the green bin, bulky waste that gets recycled like large appliances and yard waste. Contamination is when the wrong thing is put in the recycling bin.
Okay.
So the city has a contamination rate of about 15 or 20% of what goes out in the recycling bin is actually garbage. And when that gets above 25%, I believe is the number, it actually causes problems with sorting that material at the recycling facility.
Understood.
So when contamination rates get high, it affects diversion because those loads now can't be diverted and they have to be sent to landfill.
So, what would it be fair to say that diversion, though, largely has to do with the habits of the homeowner and how they set things out?
Diversion it's a complicated thing. I think it's actually something that everybody needs to be involved in. So
Understood.
it's about the habits of the homeowner. It's about whether they have clear information on how to do things properly, how easy it is for them to do it. But everybody makes mistakes, so I think that one of the areas that Toronto really needs to improve in is providing feedback to residents and making sure that when they put out the wrong thing, it's communicated clearly to them.
All right, so contamination is about the wrong thing in the wrong bin.
Yes.
You talked about the collector and their role. How do you see the collector being involved in dealing with contamination? And very specifically, I'm talking about the cart-based system. And you've highlighted some differences between collections in the west and collections in other parts of the city. Do you believe that the collector somehow has a different way of telling what's inside the bin? Do they get out of the truck and go through it? I mean, I don't know.
Well, the city has, as part of the contracts, I know it's something that I don't believe is done as frequently as it should, but all collection workers, whether in District 3 or District 2, are provided with notices. So if they, take a glance in the bin and there's a whole bunch of construction material in a recycling bin, the collectors are given notices they can stick on the bin to say, here's what you did wrong today. I actually received one at my house. I'm embarrassed to say it publicly, but I have tenants and they put the wrong thing in the bin once, and I was very happy to see that feedback given, but that's only once in many, many years. And that's a role that collectors play. They also ensure that if people have overflow bags beside the bin, that those are containing the right material. But it is tough with bins, I agree.
So if it's garbage day, do they go out? I guess they wouldn't go out in the bin, but if it's recycling day, do you think they would get out of the truck and go through the bin and check it? I mean, that's what I'm trying to figure out, what this contamination issue is and why it's different.
Well, so there's two parts to the contamination. One is what's in the bin. So just maybe a quick glance. If there's food all over the top of the bin, you would know that that recycling bin is very contaminated. The other issue is if the wrong thing gets thrown in the back of the truck. So there can be things that people put out on recycling day beside it that shouldn't be recycled. Maybe they get thrown in. I don't know. It's the contamination rates are, I think, very important to this, and it's the information that we don't have. And I think having that information would be very essential to making a good decision.
So you're really about the information rather than, I mean, that's what your suggestion is, just to look at information.
Yeah, I believe that, I think this is, waste collection and recycling collection and diversion is a really important environmental service. And right now, the evidence that we have suggests that diversion rates are lower where waste collection has been contracted out. I don't understand what's causing that. I hope it's not I hope it's something that we can fix easily, and I think that information is important to see because the numbers are showing that it's lower west of Yonge.
Last question. I think I appreciate you've talked to us about communication and advocating with residents about sorting things. Would you propose that there be more work done, people get out of trucks and go through bins and sort through them and penalize people, or sort of carry on and go with the information route? Which one is more optimal?
I think it's all types of enforcement are required. I know a lot of multi-res buildings are getting very stricter enforcement from city waste workers. So I think that's the kind of thing that other cities have done for curbside collection as well. And I think more enforcement, especially not picking up construction waste or extra bags that aren't tagged, I think that can also affect diversion rates too. So
How does the extra bags that aren't tagged
Last
affect
question.
diversion rates?
if you collected a lot of construction waste, for example, that wasn't supposed to be collected, that would increase the solid waste tonnages. So it would make the waste to recycling ratio higher. So that's another way that collecting the wrong material could affect it.
Okay, any other questions? I've got a question if there isn't. Councillor Chin-Lee, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To you, just numbers, do you have any numbers prior to outsourcing District 2?
No.
Diversion rate?
No, I haven't seen information for that. That wasn't provided. This is based on what staff have provided to council in the last 2 or 3 reports, but there isn't any information before that that's comparable.
Okay. I got to give a shout out to Scarborough, I'm the Scarborough Council, that we are doing the best. But I look at the 2 charts, and District 2 is contracted out, but District 3 is not contracted out. But the numbers did go down the most current year that you have.
Mm-hmm.
So it is kind of comparable. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And my questions are similar to Councillor Holiday's, I guess. I'm a bit confused by some of the things I've heard today. So the report clearly says there's minimal differences, whether it's private or public, on diversion, and diversion is very important to me. In fact, page 9 says the operators are unable to see what's in the bins, page 9 of the report, and so that limits the role collector operators actually have on influencing diversion. So as a result, service providers have little, if any, impact on waste diversion performance by district. So given that's in an official city report written by experts, I'm not clear on what you're proposing today.
I guess I respectfully disagree with staff's conclusion that the difference between those districts is minimal. As I said, it's taken 5 years for the city to increase its overall diversion rate by just 3%. And what staff have said in another report was an aggressive diversion plan was only about a 4% increase. So I think that a 4% difference is important. I don't know what the cause is. I don't think we have the information to explain what the cause is.
Okay. I guess I'd ask you then, what evidence is there to suggest diversion rates are related to service providers versus residents who are actually really responsible, in my mind, for diverting their waste? I'm not sure why we're now asking our service providers or collectors to be responsible for diversion when it's people in their homes and their apartments. Really, we want to emphasize it's their responsibility to divert. So I'm not sure how we can put that pressure on our collectors.
I think waste diversion is an important priority for the whole city, and the city plays a role in terms of in educating people. Collectors play a role in making sure the waste is picked up the right way. We also have enforcement. There's an enforcement role for city and collection staff, and residents, of course, play a role. But as I said, I don't understand. District 1 and District 4 are frequently compared in terms of demographics, in terms of physical layout. So I'm saying the evidence that staff have presented in the report today suggests that there is a difference in diversion rates between the different collection areas.
Okay, but you do understand that collectors don't look into I've never seen a collector looking into opening up a bin and looking into it, because they all have lids, so.
It's part of, as I understand it, it's part of what collectors are expected to do is provide notices when they see significant levels of contamination. So there's also, as I said, it's partly looking in the bin. It's also ensuring that unauthorized waste isn't collected.
Okay. I guess the other thing I don't understand, I guess, how do you explain that D1 has increased and D3 has decreased in terms of waste diversion?
I can't explain that. That's part of the question I'm here about, is that I can see consistently there is a difference. And while District 2 and District 3 both went down a little bit, District 1 and District 4 comparably both went up and stayed the same. So it's hard to see what is causing this difference, and I think this is an important difference that council and the public need to understand before any more decisions are made that could affect this.
Okay, and does T ever partner with the local on any publications, or is there any partnerships that have, because I do recall looking in some of your publications and seeing their logo there and that they are supporters of your endeavors, so do you want to clarify that?
Yes, T gets donations from a number of businesses, unions, and individuals. And in the past, the QB Local 416 has given us donations to do waste education reports.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is it. You are complete. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Mammoliti. I didn't see your hand.
Yeah,
Go ahead. I thought you were trying to ask me to
Really,
ask something.
I
Go
didn't
ahead.
have a question until you'd asked the diversion question yourself. I'm just curious, with respect to the West End contract, the company that did get the job there, do they do their own diversion? I mean, in other words, when they collect, do they actually go back and separate themselves? And could that be a reason why you don't know?
No, the contracted collectors in the city, the only difference between District 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 is that it's contracted collectors that pick up the waste and they deliver it to a city transfer station where it's processed at a city recycling facility.
Wasn't my question. Would they take it upon themselves to actually separate themselves before delivering?
I don't believe so. As I understand, they're directed to bring it right to a city transfer station, but that's a detail of the contract and the operations.
No, but it would skew your chart if that were the case. It could be higher if in fact they were doing it on their own, right? And they wouldn't necessarily have to tell the city that, hey, they've done all of this, would they?
I'm not sure what you mean. As I understand, they have to go straight to city transfer stations. There may be other operations.
So maybe my question is more geared towards staff. If staff can answer that question later on, I'd appreciate it. I'd like to find out if they actually are separating on their own.
Okay.
But do you have any other comments outside of diversion? Do you have any other comments with respect to the staff presentation? And it seems to me that there's no savings here.
I've been focused on the diversion. I've been focused on the environmental service. As I said, I think that this is one of the most important ways that the city can help residents across the city meet environmental goals. It helps meet our climate change goals. So when council contracted out in 2011, it directed staff to provide regular reports on a certain number of metrics to make sure that we can compare the performance. And to me, environmental performance is the most important, and it seems that it's not doing as well in District 1 and 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. That was a long go, so thank you very much for facilitating all those questions, Emily. Okay, so now we're going to go back to number 1, and he is number 1. Bob Ray is now in the house. So welcome. You have 5 minutes, and if you just push the little button in front of you, if it's not already on, that's your microphone. So welcome, and I'm guessing there'll be some questions for you.
I expect there will be. Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor
Madam.
Mammoliti's already made overtures about that, so.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the chance to appear before the committee. I appear in my status as a citizen. I live in the city. I've lived in the city for all of my working life, except for those days when I used to go up to Ottawa to go to Parliament. I have been watching this discussion and debate unfold with a lot of interest. And I just wanted to make a couple of very straightforward points. The first one has to do with Is this an ideological decision, or is this a practical business decision? And from a practical business point of view, it seems to me that the E&Y report points out very clearly the reality that the city now has a competitive situation with respect to bidding and with respect to contracting. That is to say, the existence of a private contractor in the constellation of services in the city has changed the reality of life for everybody. And so the argument against public sector monopoly or the abuse of monopoly powers has really been resolved. And I think the E&Y report makes it very clear that there's considerable merit for the city to actually have a balance, not only from a social point of view, which I'll come to in a minute, but from a practical competitive point of view. The existence of a public sector alternative that can provide services ensures that the private sector will not have a monopoly either. And it ensures that some of the problems that actually the E&Y report points out, that is to say, contractors coming in at a low point and then taking that position as a floor from which to ratchet up their costs, and if you have no other alternatives, it becomes very difficult for you to deal with that reality. So I think that those who would make the business case in favor of changing the status quo as it relates to Scarborough have got a hill to climb that frankly I don't think they've been able to climb. And the hill to climb is to say the savings are so dramatic that in fact it outweighs any other consideration. And the savings are so substantial that it requires us to look at changing the current situation, the current balance which the city has now established. So that's the first point that I would make, and I think it is a point that has to be addressed by those who would argue that now is the time to be changing the balance. The second point I want to make is that there's an overwhelming body of evidence to suggest that what is, and this is being discussed this week even in Davos, that one of the key challenges we face, the industrial world faces, is the decline of well-paying jobs for working people that allow them to have job security and allow them to be able to raise families and to live reasonably good lives in circumstances that ensure their well-being, as opposed to the economy which we're seeing increasingly growing, which is increasingly precarious, in which there's a real imbalance in the economy. All the studies of what's happening in the city point to this. We see a growth in precarious work in the city of Toronto. We see a growth in challenges for families. We see an increase in wealth in some neighborhoods, and we see a decrease in wealth and circumstance in others. Again, I think that those who would change the status quo have an argument to meet, and I don't think that you can ignore the argument, and that is that the city itself as an employer provides reasonably good wages and reasonably good conditions of work for their people. And the people who provide and deliver services in the city do a good job. And in doing a good job, they provide well for their families and for each other. So this, to me, is not really a kind of deeply ideological debate between those who say we need to have more competitive services and those who say, no, we need to have business the way it's always been done and there's no need to change it. It seems to me the argument is much more practical than that and much more immediate. Do we want to undergo cost disruption, not simply in terms of the services, but disruption in terms of the lives of working families? Or do we want to continue to provide a degree of security for those families? And yes, jobs that are well paid, but as I said, the compensation that's paid now has to be competitive with those that are being provided by a contractor. And the existence of that contractor is always in the back of people's minds as they look and see how services can be provided. So some of the arguments that have existed in the past between a purely ideological question of saying the private sector can do it better A public sector can do it better. It seems to me we're at a point now where we need to look at this as a much more practical question.
I'm sorry, your time's up. If you
And
just quickly wrap
actually,
up.
that's quite convenient because what I have to say is done as well, so I
Okay,
appreciate the opportunity.
like I said, I'm sure you'll have questions.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for Bob Ray? So Councillor Mamalady has one. Oh, no, I didn't see your hand, I'm sorry. Okay, all right. So we go to our external folks not on the committee, and that would be Councillor Fletcher first.
Thank you, and thank you very much for being here this morning. I just want to ask you, when you talked about the kind of equilibrium that we've now managed to achieve of 50% on one side and 50% on another side as being a pretty good model that would ensure balanced costs for the future. Did I hear that right?
Yes.
And that the model that is being proposed is one where now the union would have to go and bid on the District 4, and then we would have potentially a mishmash rather than managed competition between public and private.
Well, let me be very explicit about that proposal, because I know that that's the nature of what's being discussed. I think it's I think you have to ask yourself the question, is it really fair to ask people to bid against themselves in terms of providing a service? I mean, when have we ever done this before? What circumstance have we put people into that circumstance? And let's understand a little bit about the history. The collective bargaining situation between the union and the city is one where the union made substantial concessions in terms of accepting a two-tier wage structure, which is not common in the public sector. It's common in the private sector, but it's not common in the public sector. And they agreed to do that, and they agreed to a 4-year contract in exchange for that. And now what's being proposed is, well, let's open up the contract and let's have you bid against yourselves and see how that turns out. What's the morality of that as an employer? If a private employer were to do that, would we say, well, that's great, that's fine? We've got to be careful to avoid a race to the bottom here. The union has agreed to savings under the collective agreement. There may be more savings to come. Let those be negotiated in the context of a collective agreement. Why would you force people to bargain against themselves?
Would it surprise you to know it costs more per pickup in District 1 that's contracted out than for the pickup in District 4, which we're proposing to in-house contract out or contract out?
No, that wouldn't surprise me, but I also want to say that I'm not an opponent of the private delivery of services if it can be shown that there's an enormous or substantial competitive advantage. But it seems to me, I come back to this point, and the EY report refers to this on page 4, Councillor, at the bottom, where it says the city should also consider the balance between in-house and outside contractors to maintain a competitive tension with the service providers. While market forces will ensure that outside contractors are competitive with each other, the ability of the city to provide in-house curbside collection is an added element which undoubtedly ratchets up the competitive tension. And then it points out, in addition, the use of outside contractors is certainly a factor for in-house service providers to consider during labor negotiations. That's the reality we've now created. No one is able to dictate price, and no one is able to dictate service. And everyone is forced to work in a competitive environment. I think you can argue that that's better than where we might have been some time ago, but I'm not sure we should be upsetting the balance. And that's the thrust of what I have to say.
So you're here to encourage us, if it's not broken, don't try to fix it.
I'd say the system isn't broken. I don't know why you'd want to change it now. And plus you have this additional factor is you're going to create job loss, substantial, hundreds of jobs will be lost. People will be moving around. People will be losing benefits that they've had otherwise. And you have to ask yourself the question, why would the city be doing that? Why would a public employer be doing that?
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davis is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray, for coming and talking to us about this. I was going to ask you about the Ernst & Young analysis that you pointed out already just now, but the Ernst & Young analysis also says that the long-term sustainability of lower pricing and the willingness of contractors to supply the service at lower margins indefinitely may be questionable. And they raise questions about contractors coming in and bidding low in order to get a contract, and then prices rise as contracts expired. And you talked about, you know, monopolies and so on. I wondered if you had, and in terms of the public risk of leaving ourselves entirely in the hands of contractors with no internal capacity, I wondered if you have any experience or want to comment on that.
Well, I think the experience globally with privatization is that there are substantial risks involved to taxpayers if there is no public sector competition to keep everybody honest. And I think what the Ernst & Young report is saying is only common sense. In fact, it's just an economic analysis. It says it's human behavior to say, give me the work and I can do it for this much. And then after you've got the work, you say, oh, guess what? It's going to cost us a bit more. It's more difficult than we thought it was going to be. There's all sorts of things we didn't know we had to do that now we have to do, so that cost will go up. And the second aspect is the greater the market power, the greater your ability to set the price and to dictate the price to the city. And that's true, and I've had my friends from 416 behind me, and sometimes CUPE has been my great friend, and sometimes CUPE has not been my great friend. So I come at this with relatively equally dirty and clean hands in terms of how this argument goes. And the fact is, if you have a monopoly of the provision of a service, you have the ability to force a price. And that's not good. From the point of view of protecting the public, it's not good. So the question now is, here we are in Toronto, we've got a good balance. I mean, sometimes people look at Ottawa, you say, well, but the Ottawa situation was a very unhappy one, where basically the private provider was not able to provide the service. The city found itself in a very difficult situation and has had to sort of go back to square one. We don't need to go back to square one in the city of Toronto. However it's happened, we've managed to find the right balance. And I'm not sure we need to change that right now. It's not as if we don't need to refight the arguments we had 10 years ago. Those arguments are done. And the point is to look at where we are today.
So Ottawa contracted out but has now brought back in some of the services.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. Would it surprise you that actually what's happened here is there was one company that bid on District 1, and when District 2 got contracted out, it all became one big company. So sometimes there is just continued expansion in larger and larger corporate entities, and many of whom are multinationals.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to multinationals. I'm not opposed to corporate entities. I'm in favor of getting the best value for taxpayers and the fairest deal for the people who also work in the service. And I think the balance we've got now is right. I think the balance now is it's forcing the private sector to provide better wages for their people and provide better conditions for their workers. It's forcing the public sector to be more competitive in terms of the wages which it is prepared to settle for. And it creates a much better sense of a situation. I think the paragraphs I pointed to, and then you've also talked to in the Ernst & Young report, I think are just common sense. And there's no political overtone to it. It just says, look, we don't need to do this. Why would we do this? And that there are risks involved in going too far over on one side or too far over on the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mihevc in the second row. To the right, yeah, to my right, your left.
Morning, Mr. Ray. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Joe. Good to see you.
It's a pleasure to see you here, let me say that. And you're a national leader. So you observe things, frankly, on a national level, some of the larger economic, social economic trends. So I'm wondering why are you here? This is a local issue. What are you seeing across the country, especially in this area of precarious employment, that would lead you, or other values that would lead you to come to what is, really a local fight?
Well, I'm very, as I said, I'm here as a citizen. I teach public policy at the University of Toronto now, and have just come away from a class where we were talking about the changing demographics in the country and the continuing existence of inequality and how some of those inequalities actually in various cities across the country are becoming more profound. Young people today are finding it very difficult to think about how they're going to buy a house in the city of Toronto. There's a lot of people who used to be able to rely on one job to provide for their families. Now it's not just one job for one person, it's often 2 and 3 jobs for one person, which means that in one family you can have people working at 4, 5, 6 jobs just to be able to survive, just to be able to do well. So wherever we can find areas of a pretty sustainable service that provides a good and professional and necessary service without excesses in either in one direction or another, I think we should be trying to protect it. I remain a very committed supporter of the city, and I have no particular, political favorites or no agendas here. I just think, I don't know why you'd do this, because it isn't, you don't have to do it, and if you don't have to do it, I wouldn't do it.
So we have, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, a pretty sophisticated and wholeheartedly supported by all of council, frankly, almost all of council, a poverty reduction strategy that has some of the values that you just articulated. So I don't know if you've seen that document and whether you might want to comment on a city that's committed to poverty reduction, has a sense of wanting to adopt values of social inclusion, whether this would be consistent with that strategy and those values.
Well, I commend the city for that. I think the city faces a tremendous challenge because of downloading from other levels of government. That's a continuing challenge across the country that cities face. Cities don't have an adequate tax base to deal with the services they have to provide. And as a result, in many cases, the services don't get provided. So we're seeing this in housing, we're seeing it in childcare. It's a tremendous challenge for the city. And I think, frankly, and I'll say this very publicly, I think the mayor and the council are doing everything they can to try to figure out how can we maintain this better sense of balance in the city about how we want to go forward. But the important point is, when you have a poverty reduction strategy is something that's critically important for the city, you have to ask yourself the question, how is everything we're doing connected to that? So I don't see how this is connected to that. I don't see how reducing workers' wages can conceivably be seen to be part of a poverty reduction strategy. It doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Karygiannis, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mr. Ray. Would you be surprised if I was to share some numbers with you that actually show if we were to privatize District 4, which is Scarborough, it will cost us $1.9 million extra to the city? Now, I'm just going to go through some numbers with you so you understand where I'm coming from. District 1, it costs through privatization $9.4 million. It has 66,000 homes. The actual cost to pick up per house is $142. If you were to extrapolate District 4, which is Scarborough, same as Etobicoke, it has 121,440 homes, and if you use the same numbers of $142, it comes out to 17.3. So we are actually contemplating of giving individuals out there in the private industry $1.9 million. Would you be surprised on that?
I can't quickly respond to your numbers, except it seems to me conceptually it's quite simple. There will be there is an upfront cost, and you know what that is, right? Because if you were to go the full bore to another service provider, you would have to deal with the adjustment costs for the current employees, you'd have to deal with severance costs, you'd have to deal with all of the upfront costs that would be involved in providing it. So we know you'll be able to calculate what that cost is. Then the argument is, yeah, but we're going to have all these savings going forward. And I think what the Ernst & Young report is saying is, be careful about understanding what the savings can be and what the savings might not be, and where your additional costs might then come. And that is the reason where I think that there's a degree of caution in the EY report, which I think is fully merited. I do believe that a full-bore privatization can end up being more expensive. in terms of the services provided. And there's lots and lots of evidence across the country and around the world to support that argument. Privatization is not a recipe for saving money necessarily. It can be, but it isn't necessarily the case. And it certainly isn't the case if you don't have the competitive environment that gets costs down in the private sector as well as in the public sector, which is why I say, as much as there are some people here who don't like when I say it, let's take what we have now and let's not flip it around too much, because we don't know what the long-term consequences of that are going to be. We do know that this is probably the better way to add a sense of reality to the cost structure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Ray, thank you for coming down. I'm actually quite thrilled that you're here. I've always been one of your biggest fans, as you know, and have had the privilege of serving under your leadership for 5 years, and then under the leadership of 4 other mayors in my career. I'd like to first off ask you about your very specific point that talks to the union playing a part of their own demise, because I agree with you. I don't necessarily believe that a union legally can actually participate in any one contract. And you being the former premier of the province, knowing firsthand what that law speaks to, I think, or I hope, perhaps you can give us some insight with respect to unions participating in bids that might, at the end of the day, prove wrong for them. They'll end up without a job.
If it's in the middle of a contract, the members of the union would have a very strong argument if the executive were to take the decision to say we're going to breach the contract ourselves and we're going to bid against ourselves and come up with a better deal. It would create a legal issue for the union.
Right.
I don't know whether that issue could be resolved or not. I don't know whether it could be resolved by agreements to do so. But to me, the argument is not just a legal argument. The argument is really a moral argument, is to say, look, the city demanded and asked for and sought concessions from 416 in order to achieve a collective agreement. And that was negotiated in good faith on both sides. It was not easy to do. The executive which negotiated it was defeated, and new people have come into the union. And now you're turning around and saying, well, it would be a good idea if you guys actually competed against the contract which you yourselves negotiated, which was a concessionary contract. And you sort of say, like, what is the morality of that? Like, the city negotiated that contract in good faith.
Okay.
And the legality, I think there is a legal argument, and there will be legal arguments on both sides.
So I've made up my mind here, and as much as you and I have had a good history, I hope, and I do, and I have supported pretty much everything you've said in the past.
Well, that's more than most people, George.
Well, maybe you can actually reassure all the other mayors that have been here that they're not the only ones that seem to be picked on by Mamaliti. But at the end of the day, I do recall a very difficult decision when you were the leader. And by the way, my decision is to support the union on this and not support what's in front of us. So I need to make that very clear. But,
Sorry, unfortunately, we're not permitted to have any type of, you can maybe do something silent, but not anything with noise related. Thank you.
and really it's about this, the whole savings aspect. And after the presentation today, it's very clear that we're not saving anything. But I remember when we were at the helm at Queen's Park, and you had to make a very difficult decision through Ray Days. And with that came some very intense dialogue and negotiations with every stakeholder in the province which actually included CUPE. And I remember those discussions, Mr. Ray. I remember that we had them all in one room. You did the right thing, I thought, in asking CUPE for their particular opinion on Ray Days. And it seemed that we had some kind of a good arrangement and a deal. And then as it played out, CUPE felt that they didn't feel good about what happened at the table. That in itself, I think, lends reason to not include the union in any discussions that we might have on procurement or policy or any of that. Would you tend to agree with me that we may have learned a lesson back then that we shouldn't be doing this?
No, I wouldn't say that, not exactly. And I appreciate, George, you've occasionally described me as your boss at one time. I don't think you've ever had a boss, George. I wouldn't pretend to be in that category. No, look, I think there's always a possibility of a dialogue with unions and with others about the provision of services. It's just that in this particular circumstance, it seems to me it's really not fair once you've gone through a period of concessionary bargaining, which the city has gone through with CUPE, to turn around and say, and now we're going to invite you to bid against your own contract in order to be able to carry on providing the service. I just have a real problem with that. I've reflected in other places on the fact that I'm the only premier in the history of the province to ever have a number of days named after him, and it's not always a source of universal approval. But the facts of those negotiations will show, I think, that we went through an extensive period of consultation before we came up with the legislation. That legislation was intended to deal with an immediate crisis, which I think most observers would say was real, and led to a reduction in days of work for some people across the province, but also saved thousands of jobs. So, and today it's a very common strategy. In fact, under the Employment Insurance Act, it's an entrenched strategy of dealing with an employment crisis is to reduce the hours of work in order to save jobs, and that's really what we did as a province. And I think from a policy point of view, it was the right course. We can all argue about the political consequences of it, but I think from a policy point of view, it was justified.
So we'll move on now to Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray, for coming and speaking to us. You talked in your deputation and perhaps in the answers about achieving best value for taxpayers and fairest deal for people in service. I think everybody in the room knows that should council reach the point where we do outsource a portion of the work, there'll be some reduction in jobs. It'll be mitigated by provisions in our collective agreement where people will move around. There'll be some attrition that will soften that. And there will be some hiring in the private sector, but presumably there's a delta. On the other side of the balance is a savings. And we've heard different numbers. It could be above 10 million. It could be a lot of money. It could be $1 million. Do you have a recommendation for us on how we find the balance? Is there a magic quantum on what we should be looking at to balance those two? And you appreciate the position we're in and trying to sort that out.
I do. I appreciate it very much. And I think the problem that I've suggested that you have, and I don't pretend to a level of detailed expertise, but I think that the E&Y report would make anyone think carefully about how real those savings really are, and the likelihood of them being realized and achieved. As I said in answer to an earlier question, one thing we do know, if you go the full route to an alternative, is what the costs will be of the upfront cost of that will be. What is much less certain is what your savings will be. And then in addition to that, I think the city has to calculate and think about, well, how does that fit in with our overall obligations as an employer, and how does that fit in with what we see happening to the wage structure in the whole city? So You know, when I come to look at that, I say, I don't see the justification for going in the direction which is being suggested. And I put it that carefully because I think one has to recognize that in all cases, there's arguments on a lot of different sides about, well, you know, how are we expected to provide service unless we can keep control of the costs, unless we can ensure that what's there remains competitive. But I don't think the evidence right now would suggest that the change needs to be made. It's that simple.
You're a homeowner. You mentioned that you came under with a banner of homeowner in the city to talk to us. And
I think I said I was a citizen, but I'm also a homeowner.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
And a taxpayer.
Yep, and so the other working families would be as well. So I mean, I have a duty to them to make sure that they have a livable city and an affordable city. Given that expectation, do you not see the role of us to go out and find out the information? And what the proposal before us is to go and test the market. And by doing that, we would have a very good idea of what those numbers are so that we could position ourselves for that public policy discussion. Would I be remiss in ignoring that opportunity to go out there and find those numbers?
I don't think you need to do this in order to find numbers. You can find numbers, Councillor, but you can't test the market in a realistic way because you don't know what your costs are going to be over time. You don't know how those costs can go up. You don't know what are the relative unknowns as to how a shift in the balance between the private sector and the public sector can shift a balance in terms of how costs are actually going to be allocated. So my view would be is no, you don't need to test the market. And secondly, because in fact you're testing the market every day. The fact that you've got a large degree of competition in the city already is what allowed you to negotiate a concessionary contract with 416 in the last round of collective bargaining. That's what allowed you to do that. And now what's being suggested is, well, let's go further and let's go get the union to compete with itself in terms of how it wants to provide services. I think this is playing with people's job security. It's playing with people's dignity, frankly, in terms of what they've done and the difficulty of achieving the contract which was achieved. And I wouldn't recommend it. I just think it's the wrong way to go.
So the countless municipalities elsewhere in the province that have an outsourced model or that have tested this, they got it wrong. And they
Well, you can look at the big cities across the country. Some have done it this way, some have done it another way. Vancouver has a public sector delivery of service. Calgary has a public sector delivery of service. Other cities have done it in a different way. I think one of the things that's affecting the cost of doing business in the public sector is the fact that there is now a private sector alternative that is very clear to everybody, and that's helping to drive the cost down even in the public sector.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I have a couple quick ones. So you've talked today about, and thank you very much for being here. It's great to have you part of this. You talked today a lot about morality, but also competitive environment, and you're aware that the city's, we're facing very difficult fiscal challenges. If you're not aware, I'll share that with you this year and probably in the years to come.
I'm aware of fiscal challenges.
Okay, yeah. And I actually was personally.
I have the scars to show it.
Yes,
yeah.
and I do too, because I was personally affected by those days. I won't label the days, but way back when, and I thought that wasn't the worst approach. I thought it was. I felt like I had to play a role in what was going on, and I accepted the reduction in my paycheck at the time. But we're up against a similar culture, and I guess what I'm struggling with a little bit is this is what we're proposing is competitive, I think, in a sense, as you've talked about, because it's managed competition. We're allowing all parties to be part of this process. We're not denying anybody an opportunity to participate, and not only that, we're going to be guiding and supporting them. So I guess my question is, We're seeing managed competition happening across the world, and it drives savings. That's proven that it does drive savings, and there's lots of cities with this mixed model using managed competition. So why do you not see that as a good check and balance approach, given our challenges, and that almost all staff will be redeployed? We've heard numbers of hundreds. That's actually not what's in the report. Most staff will be redeployed and taken care of. So what is wrong with this approach of just comparing apples to apples?
Because I guess the argument that I would make is if you take the city as a whole, you already have a mixed model. You have a mixed model. You have a model where you have a private sector comparator that's actually delivering a service. You don't have to test the market. You've tested the market, and we know what the market is. And the recommendation that it seems to me a lot of the experts are suggesting is, now that you've done that, why would you upset the balance? And so I think you've got the savings that will continue to be there all the time. And I don't think there's a need to upset this particular balance. And in particular, I don't think it's necessary to tell a trade union that you're going to have to compete against the contract which you've already signed, which I think is unfair, frankly.
And you're aware that there is a consultant that would be, if the union was going to bid, and I hope they do, that they would be supported with a consultant, an external independent consultant, as well as there would be a fairness, I guess, a fairness facilitator throughout the entire process. Are you aware of those?
I'm aware of the process. I've read all the documentation that's available to me as carefully as I can. And as I said, I don't come in here with an ideological hat on. And I mean, I haven't been a member of the Green Party or the Conservative Party, but I've been a member of other parties. And I just look at this from a practical point of view and say, look, you've got a good balance. You don't need to do this. The savings that people say might be realized are entirely hypothetical. The actual experience of greater privatization in other places is extremely mixed in terms of what the savings actually end up being. And you've got the duties of the city as an employer in terms of providing decent, well-paying jobs. And I don't know why you would disrupt that model, as well as you've got a practical problem that I'm not sure that getting the union to actually bid against itself in terms of providing the services is even doable. I'm not even sure it's possible to achieve.
Okay, so that's, thank you for that response. And I just wanted to re-clarify. I wanted to make sure you understood that if this was to come to fruition, that most, if not all, staff would be redeployed.
Well, that's an interesting point. But I think it has to be said that you don't know that, quite frankly, and whoever alleges it doesn't necessarily know that, because the level of employment will depend on the contract that's actually accepted by the city. And so it's entirely possible that the level of the contract could be considerably lower than what is actually being proposed. And I think once you open it up to a bidding process, there's no telling where the bottom will end up being. So if the city is announcing that as a matter of policy, it's announcing that there will be no layoffs as a result of any changes that are being made, that's an interesting announcement. I haven't heard that.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't think there's any other questions, so we're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Ray, for joining us today. And our next speaker, I believe, because there's a couple people who are late, and so we're trying to accommodate them, is Matt Figliano, QP Local 416 Executive Vice President. Welcome.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
My name is Matt Figliano. I'm the Executive Vice President of Local 416. I'm here today representing City of Toronto solid waste employees, the men and women who work hard on behalf of the City of Toronto each and every day. I am respectfully asking this committee to do the right thing and what's best for Torontonians. keep waste collection public in Scarborough. Some councillors have argued in favor of privatizing solid waste collection for years, claiming time and time again that it will save the city money, millions of dollars, but the facts prove otherwise. And the current report before you shows no actual evidence that supports their claim. In fact, there are several facts that prove that public service collection in Scarborough is efficient and competitive. In September 2015, this committee received a report from the previous manager of solid waste that was peer-reviewed by Ernst & Young, one of the most reputable independent business service firms in North America, which concluded that contracting out solid waste collection any further would not save the city any money. In fact, this report found that Scarborough actually has the lowest waste collection cost per stop in the entire city. This means that our members, City of Toronto public waste collectors, collect waste less than the private sector does in other parts of the city. Furthermore, our poll released last week found that 66% of surveyed residents living east of Yonge Street and 60% of those living west of Yonge Street do not believe further privatization of garbage collection in the City of Toronto is a good idea. So we have City of Toronto taxpayers saying they do not support further privatization, and we have objective evidence from the city staff and independent financial analysis recommending to keep Scarborough waste collection public. So why are we even discussing this? The mayor has repeatedly said that this is not about ideology, but it seems to me that there is little evidence to show otherwise. This is an ideological debate. This is a debate about whether the city respects its employees and recognizes the hard work they do. This privatization push by the mayor is an attack on the frontline workers. The city can be a leader for decent, safe, and reliable careers. The jobs that will be lost through privatization are done by hard-working city employees. These jobs support families, a decent quality of life, and allow our members to retire with dignity. These hardworking people make about $50,000 a year. It's a decent wage for an extremely difficult job. Now, on the suggestion that CUPE, Local 416, should bid on the contract to compete with the private sector, this suggestion is being made by the very same people who have written a report that favors the privatization of garbage collection. This is a clear conflict of interest. Local 416 will not be dependent on the senior city management that will determine the cost of collection as it compares to the private sector. Local 416 are employees of the city. We are not structured to be able to hire, fire, control revenue or expenses, or perform any other activity needed to run a business that can bid on these tenders. Last year, Local 416 negotiated a new 4-year contract with the city, extending a long-standing partnership between the union and the residents of the city. This agreement represented Local 416's commitment to the city and its residents, and its intent was to pursue public service excellence and cost-effective service delivery. In closing, the only excuse that the mayor has made regarding pursuing privatization in Scarborough is to save money. The evidence and the facts before you conclude once and for all that the city won't save money. All that is left by those still pushing for privatization is ideology. I ask that you resist the temptation of ideology and support the facts by voting to maintain solid waste collection in Scarborough by the city employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And under time.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you taking the time to come down here. If I've read this right, you're not actually being asked to bid. You're being asked to give the city permission to bid on your behalf. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if someone says you've got a choice of bidding, they're actually not telling the truth.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. There have been some people who've suggested that there were major changes in your contract that is why we shouldn't listen to the Ernst & Young report, that it's changed a lot. The key thing that everyone has always talked about is if your collective agreement has language that says if you've been here 15 years and we contract your work out, we have to find you other work. You had that provision in your last contract. You still have it in this contract, don't you?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no, any other, Councillor Davis?
I'm glad Councillor Perks asked that one, so I won't ask that one. I wanted to ask you, there have been questions about diversion rates and whether or not you take steps when you see as collectors. I don't know whether you are collectors.
No.
Okay. Are there any collectors who are going to speak?
They're going to depute later.
Okay, because I wanted to ask about contamination and whether you put stickers on bags and hang things on doors, and you actually try to assist with diversion and how you do that. So I won't ask you that then. So the report has come to us with a confidential document, which of course I can't reveal. I don't know why the terms of your collective agreement are confidential, but but in any event, there seems to be this notion that the reason this report was referred back and has come back with a different recommendation is because there are significant changes in your collective agreement. And that I don't understand, if you've just said the job security language is the same.
I could assure you there has been no changes to our collective agreement in respect to the redeployment language. If you look behind you, we have the people that were at the table to tell you that there was no changes.
Okay, well, I've asked for copies of the collective agreement, the previous and the new, so that I can actually compare the language. Thank you.
That's it? Oh, Councillor Layton, go ahead.
Concise.
Wow, that was short.
And its middle name.
Hardly.
If you could, the report's a little light on the specifics of how or in what other jurisdictions a model of competitive bidding would even work in the City of Toronto. Can you give any more details on, or have you been able to get details on how it might work and if it would work?
Well, so they make reference to the City of Ottawa. The City of Ottawa has managed bid, but City of Ottawa was private since 1972. The city has just brought it in-house, and so it was new work coming to the city. It wasn't with existing services or collective agreement language.
And the process that you might have to go through, have you been able to get any more details from city staff about what it might look like? Because I have no idea what it'd look like.
The process is whatever the general manager dictates to us what the process is going to be. He just wants us to agree.
And so this notion that you would have to agree to put a bid in, if not.
We were never made aware of this working together on bidding, and he's making all the decisions. We're expected to agree upon it. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
To speak.
So I, first of all, want to say.
Ask questions.
First of all, I want to say to you, congratulations on your new team.
Thank you.
I, for one, I know that we haven't had a very, with the previous, I guess, administration, the best of relationships, but I'm happy that you're there, and I see a huge difference with respect to how the union is doing its work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think it has a lot to do with the new administration. The last time that we went through this, I was very clear in terms of the reasoning and the logic for my supporting the West District and changing the way we did business. There was a huge savings. It was there. There was no doubt about it. We didn't have to do the same sort of research that we're doing now to figure out that there was a huge savings. Now there isn't, and I do want you to comment on that part of it, okay? Because I've got two other really quick questions. The difference between now and then with respect to savings, I'm not sure how you want to respond, but to me it's very clear. You may want to just talk about the report we heard about today.
Would you like me to speak on the savings? Because, to my discussion, when there has been made claim that the city saved $11 million, there's no evidence to support that claim. in discussions with the general manager of solid waste. He has told me he has no idea where the $11 million is coming from. And this is speaking to him Monday. So I can't speak on something that I haven't seen proof of any of the $11 million savings.
Are you speaking about the report that we heard about today?
You want me to, I'm not understanding the question.
There's no savings.
There's no savings. And even in the managed competition, you have it already. You have it west of Yonge, you have it east of Yonge. It's there.
So given the fact there's no savings, and given the fact that we've heard from the chair saying that nobody's going to lose their job, it means that the jobs are still going to be contained within the city. But yet the city has just hired 55 new managers, and they're making about $130,000 each. So I'm trying to find out where the logic comes from in this buzz that they're actually saving money down at City Hall. Have you heard that they're going to lay off? Have you heard anything about them laying off the newly hired 55 managers in the city? Are we planning on doing that at all?
Again, with respect, Mr. Councillor Mamalidi, the city doesn't advise us on anything. Just like this report, we were made aware of this report on the day it was made public. There's no efforts in working together with the city on their part.
And that's a huge concern of mine, is that we just hired 55 new managers at about $130,000 each.
100%.
And yet we want to get rid of the workers that aren't making anywhere near that, right? But I'm starting to read into this. And again, while we haven't had a great relationship, I've never been a union buster. In fact, I've been one of you in my previous life, a unionist. And I see a bit of something that's surfacing with this report, and it's telling me that the City of Toronto is actually looking at busting the union.
Absolutely.
And,
Absolutely.
And you can see that because there's no savings, and they're not doing anything to show that there will be, except going out and talking to consultants about how best to bust the union. How do you feel about being invited to the table in those discussions to bust yourself?
Disappointment, anger. We're embarrassed. I mean, these are individuals that go to work every day, constantly in the news, constantly being degraded. They're no good. They're no good. They're not efficient. The West is better. But everybody seems to forget in 2013 when we had the flood, if it wasn't for the City of Toronto employees to go over to the West Side, it would have been a different story.
This isn't about West Side versus East Side. I don't want to get into that either. And my last question is
Yeah, because you're out of time.
Yeah, this thing about the last time versus now, huge difference. Last time, guys like myself were saying, how dare you speak to my residents the way you are? There was a big difference. It wasn't just about saving the money. It was about people talking to others and feeling like they could degrade our constituents. There were other reasons why we made those decisions. I honestly haven't heard any of that. Is it safe to say that even the union members have learned something by what happened in terms of how they're treating our constituents?
Absolutely, and it's a trickle-down effect, and that's why we've changed a lot on the executive. We have shown our willingness to work with the city. It's trickled down to our members. We're working great with the public. We've been out getting petitions signed by members of public. They're extremely happy with us. So, I mean, the union's showing their willingness to work with the city. I'm not sure why the city keeps attacking us. Things have changed. The executives have changed. We want to work together, but that's not happening.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Holyday.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks asked an interesting question about your involvement in the managed competition process. And I guess, to paraphrase his question was, will you be submitting a bid? And the answer was no. But do you not?
I never said no.
I don't know what you,
No, but he went on to say that it would be others submitting the bid. Am I incorrect in?
No, I said they're asking the union to bid
Right.
when we don't know what we're bidding on. So
theory, they would.
in the presentation that the general manager, Jim McKay, presented to you, he made it very clear that he chose the company that's going to be looking over this. His people will be going through this process. What I said is all they want us to do is just say yes to it, which we will not be.
Okay.
That's what I did say.
Do you not anticipate working with the bid committee inside the city, should you choose to go down that route?
I don't believe 416 will be bidding against ourselves.
Okay. So if the city outsources collection in the east, do you not foresee a fairly involved redeployment process of?
There will be a redeployment process.
Were there any changes in the contract in this last round to the redeployment process?
No,
None.
none.
Okay. The last question I have is you talked about the report indicates that the costs are the same. I don't see that. I see something different. I see a chart prepared by our professional staff. And on the chart, and I'll show it to you in a sec, it says under the categories of cost-effective and efficient, it says there is a potential difference. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Sorry, so just a question, and I don't mean to disrespect
No,
anybody.
not at all.
Who deemed them professionals?
Our professional city staff.
Because that wasn't peer reviewed.
Okay.
So you're deeming them professionals, it wasn't peer reviewed.
Well, in my regard,
My professionals are the Ernst & Young report,
okay.
a firm that does this on a daily basis.
Do you agree or disagree that there is potential cost savings and efficiency differences?
I disagree.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Then I've got a couple. So I guess this has been inspired by Councillor Mamalides' questions. Why isn't that timer going here? I've got to make sure I'm also under the same, there. You're saying, and I guess Councillor Mamalides alluding to, there's no savings, but we haven't gone out to test the market. So this is the step before the step. And so I'm again challenged by the fact that you're saying there's no savings, but no formal market testing has been conducted. So how would you know at this juncture that there's no cost savings?
So I'll reiterate, you have tested it. You have west and east. You have 121,000 homes in the east. You have 144,000 in the west. The numbers speak for themselves in both areas.
But there's been no formal market testing. There's been no formal market sounding that's been conducted. And so this report is actually proposing managed competition, which allows all parties to participate. And it also gives council specific information about potential cost savings, which managed competition internationally has been adopted in many cities, locally, provincially, nationally, and in North America. And so I guess my question is, how could you possibly at this juncture say there's no potential cost savings when this step is to look at just that?
Oh, again, I'll reiterate, because we have it already. When you have a report, you have an Ernst & Young report, I'm not sure why everybody's, no one wants to acknowledge the report. It was done by staff. Councillor Holyday referred to the staff behind them as professionals. What were the staff of 2015 that wrote this report and Ernst & Young that reviewed this report? Were they not professionals?
Are you asking me a question?
No, I'm just making a statement.
Okay.
Those were professionals that wrote those reports also. They've concluded that there was no cost savings. Ernst & Young concluded there was no cost savings.
So I guess the landscape's changed, and the 2 years have gone by, almost 2 years.
1 year.
Yeah, almost 2, is what the general manager said in his presentation. And so the landscape's changed. There's a number of factors that have changed. And so this report we have is comprehensive and I think very thorough. So you feel the information in this report written by the city experts is not accurate?
Right.
Okay. And then my last question is, a number of people I represent received a little postcard, I think it was from your organization, in the mail.
Yes.
It was very nicely done, I have to say, and very informative and very quickly put out. And so kudos to you for that. But I guess what what some people were asking me about, there was a number on there, and I actually can't remember it, to be fair. But I think there was hundreds. It indicated hundreds of people would lose their jobs. I think it said 500, but I could be wrong. That it actually said 500 people would lose their jobs. Is that?
So to be clear on that, those were printed when District 3 and 4 were supposed to be contracted out. And then the report came back that it would be just Scarborough. It would be District 4 and not 3, but together would be 500.
Okay, because my understanding is,
Sorry, with that being said, with District 4 being contracted out and under the report would give pre-approval for District 3. If it worked in District 4, it would give pre-approval for District 3 to do the same, so it would be 500 jobs.
okay, so my understanding, as per the report and the presentation, a little bit of this was related to the presentation, but that there'd be 91 positions that would be, there may be some issues with, but however, most of those would be redeployed, and there would be, no, I've checked this with legal and with city staff, and I'm not indicating anything that I'm not permitted to. So I've cleared this with all senior staff.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. Point of order.
Yes?
Are you,
You can't have a point of order. You don't sit on the committee.
but you're referring
So-
to staff, which is in a confidential report, and you're breaking confidentiality.
Excuse me, you don't sit on the committee.
You're breaking
No,
confidentiality.
I am not. I cleared it with city staff, both legal and the staff that have written the report.
Can we get them to pipe up to say that what you're saying is approved by them?
Sure, we can. So, my understanding is there'll be minimal job loss. Is that your understanding?
No, there would be a fair amount of job losses because of the redeployment process. As you know, the redeployment process is chain bumping, which would just, so as an example, I'd give you, if there's 100 people going through redeployment, that 100 would bump 100, that 100 would bump 100, that 100 would bump 100. This is a costly process that you shouldn't have to go through when you have what you're looking for already in the managed competition. I mean, in the balance between the private and public.
Okay, I'm out of time, but thank you very much for your
Thank you.
answers.
Point of order.
Appreciate that. And we have other speakers we're going to move on
Point
to.
of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councillor Mamalady.
Madam Chair, it's my understanding that something that was in a confidential memorandum was disclosed. Is that accurate?
Yeah, no, that's not accurate. So I'm not in the habit of disclosing information. So before I stated the numbers I stated, I checked with HR and legal, and they confirmed that I could disclose those numbers. Okay, so that's done. So we're going to move on to our next speaker, which is Tim McGuire, President of CUPE Local 79. Welcome, Tim. You have 5 minutes, and we are getting close to lunch hour, so I'll just warn people about that.
I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. Tim McGuire, President of CUPE Local 79, representing the City of Toronto Inside Workers. We stand beside, in solidarity with CUPE Local 416 and the public servants that deliver services in the City of Toronto on this issue. I also stand here, quite ironically, making some remarks that are concurrent with, as the president of the largest CUPE local in the country, concurrent with remarks made by Bob Ray earlier. But I think they're important points. I won't agree with everything he had to say, but they're important points. First, I want to reiterate that a report has already been submitted to Public Works indicating, quote, effective in terms of cost performance, that the best value and lowest risk of the city is to continue with the current model. That was a September 2015 report. By contrast, the information that is being looked for now at a cost of $500,000 is engaging in a decision-based fact-finding mission rather than a reasoned report as the report you already have. And I also want to talk about another trend, because we're talking about what other jurisdictions are doing in terms of contracting out, not contracting out, managed competition, competitive bidding. Calgary, in March of 2015, City of Calgary found that initial savings and privatizations are difficult to sustain over the long term, and that a mixed service model is preferable to complete privatization. Last year, a report by the Columbia Institute for the Center of Civic Governance called Back in House detailed why municipalities across Canada have been contracting services back in, because they've been not meeting service objections or financial savings that were originally sought. I leave this for the committee's consideration because it actually add to a debate that is currently in contradiction to what Mr. Ray thought should happen, was a practical discussion, a non-ideological discussion. This is an ideological discussion. This would add some more balanced approach to that, where cities across the country are looking to contract work back in. And I also think we shouldn't be looking at this solely in terms of contracting out or competitive bidding, managed contract in garbage. It's the city council's decision already made that the city should be having a poverty reduction strategy. It has one on paper. The city has not moved forward its poverty reduction strategy, and specifically, it has not moved forward on its quality job assessment tool. This came out of the contracting out of cleaning when there were sub-minimum wage jobs being paid in cleaning at the City of Toronto when it took over administration of Union Station. So in response, they said there would be a job quality assessment tool where we look at what does a good job look like? What would the wages be? What are the benefits? Are they unionized? What are the hours of work? We've not moved forward with that. But yet the city is looking at going further, moving beyond the private-public balance that is currently in place for waste collection towards competitive bidding or managed contracts. The largest issue facing our city is inequality. And by making a decision, make sure that you know when you decide to go down the road of competitive bidding, you're going down the road of deciding not to deal with inequality, but to add to it. Because the cities in North America that have actually done that, that's what they've done. They've ratcheted down wages, they've ratcheted down the terms and conditions of employment again and again and again. And in Indianapolis, you'll say that it would solve some poverty issues. What they did is they stole from public servants to have some pilot projects on poverty. If you want to look what's happened to economies that continue down the race to the bottom, look south of the border. Look south of the border and look at the conflict we have now, the level of inequality and what it's driven. It's driven people further right, and now you have Trump. Know that when you vote for managed competition and competitive bidding, you're adding to that here. And let's be clear, those arguments, those propositions are starting to happen here, and don't pretend that that won't affect politics and the social makeup here. It will be more and more difficult for us to do the project of dealing with inequality. So if you make a decision to move down this road, also don't think it's about garbage, and we will stand by Local 416, and we will stand by them, and they will stand by us if the city makes an ideological decision to move forward with competitive bidding, because watch what service comes next. And we'll be standing right beside them to ensure those services are protected. And you should too.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. I think you were talking about this report, quality jobs, living wages, and fair wages in Toronto, a
Yes.
report that went to council in 2013. So I think what you've pointed out is it recommended developing a job quality assessment tool that includes a living wage standard. So the living wage report and the job quality assessment tool that is supposed to help us to assess whether or not these are decent jobs in contracts still hasn't come for us.
Correct.
To consider. Now, I understand that at council, they've asked for it through Government Management Committee. When we contracted out more cleaning jobs, that report will come in the spring. But your point is, we should have that before we do any more.
My point is, if the city actually wants to do something about poverty reduction and inequality in the city, they'll move forward with the job quality assessment tool and the broader poverty reduction strategy, rather than moving towards a competitive bidding model which will drive wages and benefits down on jobs. That's its sole purpose. There are two decisions of council that I believe are being ignored. One is the poverty reduction strategy with the quality job assessment tool. The other is a decision that the city should reconsider contracting out where it's not met the city's objectives. Again and again and again, the city is moving down the road of contracting out further, like it did in the fleet situation, where it clearly didn't meet the city's objectives. So has the city met its objectives west of Yonge? That's a question. And you're looking at that and deciding whether the objectives are met, whether that should be, instead of privately delivered, maybe publicly delivered.
Now, I'm going to ask questions of staff about the fair wage policy and whether it's been updated and how it applies to compare wage increases to the fair wage rates that must be met in contracts. But could you remind us, and I don't know if your collective agreement has the same wage rates in them, but 416 contract is 5.25% over 4 years.
It's the same wage increment.
Okay. All right, so that's interesting, 5.25 over 4 years. I've been trying to get information on contract cost increases and have been, my budget note request was denied, so I don't know how much we're going to get back on increases in costs and contracts, but I can find out about the fair wage. So this is the point you make, I believe. This is the poverty reduction strategy, and the section is about quality jobs and livable incomes. Is this the section of the poverty reduction strategy that says we want to try and create good jobs in the City of Toronto? Yeah, in fact, it says we've seen a decline in Toronto, increasingly declined in full-time, well-paid jobs, and they've been replaced by jobs with lower wages and few, if any, benefits. Would you agree, if we continue to contract out work, that we're in fact contributing to that problem?
I would agree wholeheartedly with that. Everybody's talking about precarious employment and what the result is for economy, people being able to buy less. There's less stability as consumers, less stability as people that want to be civically engaged. There's lots of reports on that, and we're contributing to it rather than trying to solve it.
Thank you very much.
And I just make one more point. I think it's also in response to your question, and it's in the remarks I was making earlier. I think in part the city's hiding behind the garbage decision and moving on a public policy question, a major public policy question of competitive bidding, without having thought about that. We have been engaged at a number of levels in public policy discussions here at City Hall for the last number of years, and we find those discussions are important. Unions, community groups, people that want to be engaged civically, politicians get to have comments on those.
Would you say we're talking out of both sides of our mouths? On one hand, talking about good policy and good jobs, and on the other hand, creating worse jobs.
I would say that we have on the one side things on paper, but nothing happening with them, and on the other side, moving towards an ideological perspective under the guise of a garbage discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 2 minutes till lunchtime. We have a number of other people who have questions for this speaker. So I guess I asked the committee how you'd like to proceed, if you'd like to We have, after Tim, we have actually another 5 speakers. And then we, of course, have questions for staff and speakers. So how would the committee like to return after lunch, or any thoughts from the committee? Because we have a minute till we are recessed officially. Do we want to finish with Tim, or, because there, just so you know, Councillor Carroll would like to ask questions, as would Councillor Perks, as would Councillor Karygiannis. Oh, and Councillor Fletcher. And okay, so that would be about half an hour, just so you're, I'm just trying to be clear, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they can each get 5 minutes, then we go into committee, and so we have 6, so that's
I'll be
that's
efficient
30
with my
minutes.
responses.
Finish with Tim. Just the lay of the land, just so everybody knows the lay of the land, it would be another half an hour with Tim. Okay, so we're gonna reconvene at 1:30, everyone, and we'll look forward to seeing everyone back then.
Could we please have the room cleared for lunch? The room needs to be locked. Can everyone please clear the room?
Public Works and Infrastructure Committee is resuming. Would the committee members please make their way to the committee room? Yeah. We have now quorum, so we're going to resume the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We have, we're going to wrap up with Tim, but there's a number of people who would like to speak to you, Tim. So we'll start with Councillor Carroll and go from there.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, how about I'll ask a question to will refresh our memory as to where we are. You evoked the poverty reduction strategy in your speech. So what I heard you saying, well, let's put it this way. Yesterday, we spent a long time talking about childcare. Well, that was the news of the day yesterday. And those are your workers in large part. Say we said, hey, the city's not going to run this daycare center anymore. We're not going to buy any more stuff or equipment. We're walking away from this. We're going to contract it out. You run it, Tim. Make a bid and run this community, this childcare center. What steps would you go through? Could you do it?
Like 416, I'm not going to bid against myself. So, but I think that's an excellent question. And to remind of the 3 points I made earlier, one, on the evidence supports the current model. Two, the trend is looking, other municipalities looking at contracting in work and services, not this direction. And a public policy perspective, the poverty reduction strategy included not only the quality job assessment tool, which hasn't been done, but we've gone back on the commitment on the poverty reduction piece around improving childcare. And your point is also, I think, question makes a great point, and it's in line with what I suggested earlier. This isn't just about garbage. At the first Community Development and Recreation Committee of this administration, it was put on the floor the possibility of private childcare. So let's not think narrowly about this. Let's keep our heads cool and make sound public policy choices on poverty reduction, like childcare, like good jobs, and contracting out.
And you know, we talk about having to subsidize spaces and put people's children in them to keep the economy going. And there was a certain amount of Twitter chatter saying, why do we have to pay for that? But I think what I heard you say in your deputation, you're pretty confident, it sounds like, if they are public jobs and we keep to a certain bar, any one of these gentlemen with a spouse who has a job probably can afford a childcare space. You have no way of knowing. If we contract out, you don't know what those workers are going to earn. We could end up subsidizing them to be able to go to work.
I think you're going to
childcare and other services. Is that what you're saying?
We're going to pay no matter what. And it's a question of what you're going to pay for. I was at the budget consultation in Etobicoke the week before last, and a former member of Local 79 came up to me and said they had a pretty solid part-time job at the city in Unit B. It was part-time, but it was fairly consistent. They had to quit that job because of childcare costs. There aren't sufficient childcare spaces that are affordable in this city for people even making a decent wage at a part-time Unit B job. They had to quit that job. And if you continue to ratchet down wages in various jobs at the city through contracting out other means, you'll get the same thing.
So we can pay for their honest living, or we can pay for their social costs. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's it for members outside of the committee, so we'll go into inside of the committees. No, any questions from anybody inside the committee? I'll take a stab at a couple of questions. So I guess you understand, I guess, because I think there's some confusion around this report, that external providers would be subject to the fair wage policy. The fair wage policy, are you aware of that? Any external provider would be subject to the fair wage policy?
I'm aware of that, yeah.
The city's policies.
Yes.
You're aware.
And
that's in the.
I believe the fair wage policy for cleaners is $14.25 an hour. I'm not sure what it is for garbage workers. Maybe the committee could be told that, what that might be, because I don't know that there's a category for garbage workers under the fair wage policy. So I think one has to be clear about being specific about what that means.
Well, they would be required to give employees salaries consistent with market conditions. And they would also, at a minimum, have to adhere to the city's fair wage policies, and quite frankly, all the city's policies. All the city's policies that have been created over the years. That's in the report. You're aware of that?
I assume that the contractor would have to comply with city policies, yes.
Okay. And I guess the last question I'll ask you, just in the report, I don't have it in front of me right now, but there's a nice little chart. I think it's page 11, but I could be wrong. And it shows where other cities all over North America have gone through this process. And if you look at the right-hand column, most of them have gone internal. Have you seen that chart? Are you aware of that chart?
I'm aware of, I haven't seen this chart.
Okay.
I'm aware of a number of studies that looked at competitive bidding models, and I'm aware of a lot of cities that have contracted out either through that or other means that are going in the other direction. And I think earlier one of the points that was made by the former premier, and it's something that we would stand with 416 in testing this question, whether it's on this or another competitive bidding situation if the city decided to go in that direction, around this issue of it being legal or not. Contracts negotiated, and then does the city have an obligation to live by that contract, and the expectation that a bargaining agent would go back in and undermine that collective agreement itself? And I think connected with that, we should be looking at what the labor relations climate would be like. I know this isn't specifically your question.
No.
But I think it's an important one. Labor relations in this city has been continually going downhill. Since the turn of the century, we've had 3 strikes, 2 challenging rounds of negotiations with takeaways, but we took those very seriously. But I just want to make this point. It's very important. It's very important to consider what it would do to that labor relations climate between now and 2019, and what it does to the next round of negotiation where we're talking about these very same things. Do we want to go into a round of negotiations where people are expecting the city's going to go down without a public policy discussion of the matter, competitive bidding?
Okay, so just to be clear and to be fair, it's actually page 20, the chart I referenced is page 27 of the 29-page report. And again, the right-hand column talks about successful proponents, and you will see almost all of them. I would say, I'm not going to make a percentage guess, but majority have gone internal. That's I just wanted to.
I'm aware that in competitive bidding situations, in a number of situations where work has been contracted out, it's been brought back in by the union, again agreeing to lesser conditions than were there before.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? I see none. Thank you very much, Tim. We're going to move on to our next speaker. So our next speaker is Hamish Wilson.
I'm not necessarily a union person. Perhaps it's too many large transit projects being done for the man hours and not necessarily for the public benefit. Yet at other times, absolutely unions are very needed and have contributed an awful lot to our quality of life. And with the pickup of all our recycling and the garbage, the post-capitalism detritus, it's really hard work. I don't think most of us regulars could actually manage to do that work consistently through the harshness of the seasons. So I tend to say that it's privatization, not privatization, and it can be short-sighted. I came across a document called Epic Fail, and yes, it was union produced, and it has a long list of P3s and other privatizations that didn't deliver public benefits or it costed more. I've enclosed the references, but just to quickly read through some of the instances in Ontario. Cutting corners on highway maintenance, meat inspection goes bad, 6 times higher, the Anderson Consulting scandal, false positive, wasting public dollars in private labs, the Highway 407 giveaway, the Walkerton water tragedy, jail privatization, that didn't work, the Terranet fire sale, LCBO agency stores, a losing proposition, Orange insanity, privatizing community safety, Sunrise propane and the TSSA, public dollars, private penalties, why gas plant cancellations cost so much, and then a case study paying too much for private-public partnerships. And this is a study from U of T. In 2012, researchers at the University of Toronto put a price on what the average public-private partnership P3 costs compared to traditional public procurement, 16% more. The research looked at 28 Ontario P3 projects worth more than $7 billion at a 16% premium. That means the projects in the study would have cost about $1.12 billion less had the government tendered these contracts. So, I do wonder, clearly at times, privatization is not a good deal for the citizens and taxpayers. And I at times wonder why we don't privatize that Gardner or the Don Valley Parkway, retaining a third of it for the public transit, which is a good idea, and it's obviously a public good in a pair of obvious transit corridors. And it would help, I think, reduce the cars in the core, which would be good for our congestion and health. Now, the pressures for this privatization are for saving money, millions, save millions in Scarborough. Sure, that's a smart thing to get on about. What about squeezing the billions in a suspect subway folly? Not that we're rational about this. It's quite clear that the majority of you aren't and do not regard numbers and riders as worth so much, really. But the real savings, the real value for taxpayers and squeezing the billions, not the millions, is let's not go ahead with that suspect Scarborough subway extension. It really is not a good deal for the bulk of the taxpayers.
That's the wrong committee.
Well, we're talking about squeezing.
You're broadening it to a point where I think you're stretching it. So if you could just stick to the topic before us.
You don't want to squeeze the billions. You're just wanting to maybe do the nickel and dimes and ignore the billions. I think that's very indicative of how
I'm just saying the agenda item that's before us, that's what we're asking people to speak to.
Well, with the profit push, the haste is important. And that's where we have a lot of talk about efficiencies. And sometimes garbage trucks are really nasty to cyclists and pedestrians. And it only takes a second or less to hit someone and change or take their life. There are 2 examples, one in the Star just the other day, and I think it was a Green for Life truck that nearly killed her at Gerrard Street in a bike lane in 2012. I can't remember if it was a G4L garbage truck or not. The woman was on the radio today and had an amazing story about how she recovered and how she's actually managing to not only reconstruct her life, but help set up a set of supports for those who are injured by traumatic crashes such as this particular thing. I think we need to be very careful about how we look at the safety record of private versus public, and the garbage trucks have an awful lot of momentum. I tend to respect the drivers of the public vehicles more than the private.
10 seconds.
Thank you. I know you care about Vision Zero. So I really think that we need to look at the safety records, including Robin Black, driver acquitted in cyclist death. The garbage truck was going the wrong way up a street and killed her in 1995. No charges. appalling.
In 1995?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have one question. Councillor Holiday has a question for you.
Thank you. You said a lot, but there was something I want to talk about that you mentioned up front. You discussed the involvement of unions in collection. Are you of the earnest belief that this is a union, non-union argument?
That's a good question, sir. I hadn't thought about it all that much. I think the driving motivation is perhaps to save the money. And now that, as I'll echo what Mr. Ray said this morning, now that we're in more of a balanced situation, I think we don't need to worry about that so much. The city of Curitiba in Brazil has a number of innovations, including how they manage to tweak their garbage and recycling collection. So I'd refer you to that city as well, not just for the transit issues.
Okay. And I guess the last question would be, are you aware that potentially, if the union themselves were not the successful proponent in a process, that another company that did secure the contract could also be unionized, perhaps by a different union? Are you aware of that fact?
Well, it's a possibility, and again, sometimes the unions are very, very good, sir.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we're going to move on. Our next speaker is Brian Demarski. I hope I said your name right, Brian. Thank you for waiting. And you'll have 5 minutes, and you just make sure the mic's on in front of you.
Okay, thank you. It's
Go ahead.
Brian Demarski.
Thank you for that correction.
So good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Brian Demarski, and I am an SWCO worker, a solid waste collection operator. And I'm also the unit chair at CUPE Local 416 for solid waste. I am here today as a representative for the frontline workers that will be displaced should solid waste collection be privatized in Scarborough. I have been a solid waste worker for the City of Toronto since 1997, and I am proud of the work I do. I enjoy the interaction with our customers and the satisfaction that comes from doing a good job and being appreciated. For the past 7 years or so, our department has been under the constant threat of privatization. I have worked tirelessly to try to keep up morale within our department, and as a unit chair, I have tried my best to ensure the men and women that work with me feel appreciated and valued. Notwithstanding my efforts, morale in the solid waste department is at an all-time low. Solid waste collection is a difficult and dangerous job that requires stamina and strength. Our work crews are like family. We support and encourage each other. The city doesn't have new workers lined up ready to fill vacancies, even at the best of times. So when necessary, we work that much harder to get the job done. As for far too long now, not only has there been no recognition or appreciation for the work we do, but now the mayor is telling the public that the service should be privatized. What he doesn't tell anyone is that he wants to fire us in order to make way for a private company that he claims will save the city money. The mayor is in fact deceiving the taxpayers about the level of service we provide and the associated costs. It is disappointing and disrespectful how the mayor is treating the employees at the city like they are a commodity, that they can be thrown away like the garbage that we pick up. I know that a lot of employees, both in my division and in other divisions in the city, feel that if the mayor can do this to us, he can do it to anyone in the city. Everyone is asking themselves, am I next to be fired by the mayor? Over the years, Local 416 has adopted new efficiency measures and has negotiated collective agreements that improve customer service and maintain competitive environment. These efficiencies measures included an optimized route schedule, the 4x10 agreement that includes making ourselves available for emergency response. We have dramatically cut absentee rates in solid waste division. We have even taken a $4 pay cut to stay competitive. After a 4-year contract was ratified earlier last year, I am here before you defending our members and our commitment to the city and asking you to uphold the partnership that Council approved with Local 416. As the report before you outlines, your employees are already giving Torontonians the best value for their tax dollar compared to the private sector. With all due respect, this committee needs to do right by its employees and by the taxpayers of Toronto and receive this staff report so that we can get on with the business of providing the residents of Toronto with the best possible service at the best possible price, rather than having to constantly defend ourselves. On behalf of the hardworking men and women that work in the solid waste department, I urge you to stand up for your employees once and for all and do what's right for Toronto taxpayers and allow us to continue to work hard and provide this important service to residents. And I can't stretch enough about the fact of how would any of you on this committee or anybody in this room feel going to work every day feeling unappreciated, feeling like you're not enough, you're not good enough. Every day they got to wonder whether or not their jobs are going to be taken from them. A lot of them have families, mortgages, homes. You know, they provide taxes back into the city. And I'm just wondering, how the committee can make this decision when there's no savings to be had, even by some of the numbers. The District 4 that you're trying to contract out, or you're talking about contracting out, is cheaper to do than any of the other districts. So I can't understand why we are talking about contracting out the most efficient, the most cost-efficient area that we have, when it's clear that there are no savings there. We're already doing the work at the cheapest amount and for the best service. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have at least 2 questions for you, or 2 councillors that have questions. Councillor Karygiannis is going to start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, you said something about being efficient and effective. Do you know the figures, 311 calls between Division 1 and Division 4? Are you familiar how many people call into a ward and complain about the service that the service is providing?
Offhand, I don't know.
Okay, so let me share them with you, and I've shared them with the committee. In Division 1...
It has to be a question, just so you know. You have to ask a
I
question.
will ask a question if you'll allow me to finish.
I will, but I want to just clarify that it has to
And
be
I
a question.
thank you. In Division 1, there's 10,370 for 66,000 homes. In Division 4, which is Scarborough, there's 15,346 for something like, I believe the houses are about 121,000. If you extrapolate this, you guys are better off than they are. What do you have to say to that?
Well, our men and women work hard, and we make sure that our residents are happy. I mean, you can talk to the residents in Scarborough. They're very happy with the service. We go out there and we do a good job. We're not lollygagging around. I know the climate's different from before when you wanted to contract out, but now, obviously, the numbers are very comparative. But if you're not going to look at the numbers, then why are we doing this? And why are we spending $500,000 to look at numbers that we already have? You're already spending more of the taxpayers' numbers. You just did a report a year ago, and you're spending $500,000 to find out the exact same numbers you already know.
What is the cost? Are you familiar with what is the cost to go to service a 311 call?
The cost to, like,
I mean, if
that
the
every
call
time
comes
they
into
take a call?
311 and you have a service request, I believe it's called the SRN or something?
Yeah, it's a service request.
Okay, what is the cost of service once to service, to look after?
I don't know, probably $3, $4, $5, maybe $10.
Would you be surprised if I told you it was $90?
For every service request?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, no, I didn't.
Would you be surprised that if we were to compare the numbers between District 1 and District 4, your service is 3,718 less requests to 311 comparing the service. Now, you multiply that by $90. It's close to 4,000 by $90. That's, what's the figure?
Yeah, it's like...
4,000 times 90, what does it arrive to?
Like $40,000, no?
Hold on, let's put the right zeros in there.
400?
No.
$400,000.
No. 90 times 3,718. Do the math, please. Take it.
4,000 times 100. 400,000.
3,000?
Around 3,040.
It's 400,000. Yeah. So the argument is you're going to do this survey, spend 500,000 there. You're also going to, I mean, obviously the service requests are costing a lot. So there's $500,000. There's already $1 million. I mean, my men and women that are out there doing this work are doing the work, and they're doing it more efficient than any other district. District 4 is the one that's the cheapest and done the best, and that's the one you want to contract out? This don't make sense. If you're trying to say I want to save money, It's already the cheapest, so where's the money? You show me the figures that say there's money to be saved, because it's already the cheapest.
Well,
So that don't make any sense.
I mean, you've been viewing what is happening through the chair. You've been viewing what's happening. You've been viewing that the people are saying we're saving money. Have you seen any figures that we're saving any money?
No, where are you saving money? I mean, my understanding, when the union, came to the city and we negotiated a contract, our members coming into Local 416 already agreed to take a $4 pay cut. So there's our internal bid there. If you want to talk about internal bids, we already negotiated that. And we have a contract in place till 2019. So, I don't understand. What do you want us to do more now? It's like, as my friend says, are you going to sell off your backyard to fix your front yard? There's nothing to fix. The savings are already there.
Through the chair, you do have a contract with the city.
Yes,
That contract is law-abiding.
I would think so.
I mean,
We also have a constitution. We also have a constitution that we have to uphold. So, legally, I don't know how they think that we can, get involved.
do you think that this is probably an exercise in futility that the city's trying to do, or do you think the city's trying to play union busting?
My personal opinion, I think it's people that are just going on the old idea where they just want to contract out all the garbage. Like, we've sat down with the city and we worked out contracts and we worked out negotiations, and we're doing a good job working as a partner. I thought that's what they wanted. They wanted private-public. So now you have that. Now that's not good enough. Now you want to chop up the half a pie that the public workers are doing. And they're doing the job as best as they can, that even your numbers say so. So I don't know. What are you doing? You're just trying to put people out of work? I don't know. That's what it
Absolutely, I'm
seems
not.
like.
But I thank you. Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to preface, we're supposed to ask questions, but I want to preface, because you spoke to morale. In my ward, your family. In my ward, when every single street had sewage backup, every single street in an entire ward in 2005, my residents wrote a thank you letter to solid waste. The mayor didn't come, the premier didn't come, but every day solid waste was helping people clean up the waste in a really sensitive family style. So, I hope they understand that not everybody feels the same way about them.
No, and they do. And when we're asked to come and do a cleanup like that, like we did out in the west end of the city, we came in droves and we cleaned it up. It wasn't the contractors, it was us.
Without complaint.
It was Local 416, and we never complained. Because we take great pride in what we do. I've been in this business for 20 years, and I've been asked, why don't you go somewhere else? I don't want to go anywhere else. I want to be here. This is the job that I chose. I like to do this job, and I enjoy it, and I respect the City of Toronto, and I do my work accordingly. And all of the men and women in the City of Toronto do that,
That's never been forgotten in Ward 33. But let me ask you about the numbers. The previous deputy to you sort of veered off to talking about transit, but I think what he was getting at is evidence. We're developing a track record of not really looking at evidence and then making a decision based on what we think we heard people wanted before telling them numbers. Earlier we heard they can't tell us what the private curbside collectors are going to earn per hour. They can't tell us. But they can tell us that contracts generally have an inflationary clause. The whole global cost of the contract will have a 2% a year inflationary cost. Did you guys get 2% a year wage increase for the last 4 years of this contract we've had on the other side of the city?
No, we got 5% over the last 4 years, so that's equal to one something. And we don't have a 7-year contract, we have a 4-year contract,
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
So it's hard, the evidence
Apples to
isn't really
apples,
there out of those numbers.
It's not apples to apples, right? That's the way I see it.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. I just want to go back with some of the numbers, because I remember after the number that was presented to the public and to council the first time when D2 went out, and the comparison was saving the $11 million. I believe you did some research and found out that part of that $11 million was actually night collection, island collection, parks pickup. So those numbers that council was given by the Auditor General at the time and by our former mayor were actually incorrect. Am I right in remembering that?
Yep, that's the way I understand it. And we're still doing the night collection west of Yonge. We're still doing the island pickup west of Yonge.
And that's all out of D3. But somehow it seems that in the calculations in the very first report, which some people accepted completely, that the D3 costs, even though they had night collection, island collection, and parks collection, was all put in as a residential number. Residential number in D3 wasn't part of the 2011 contracting out numbers. So do you think it's, thank you, I just want to clarify that, because in starting off in that foot, and there are, just by my calculations, about double the number of homes, residential homes, in Scarborough District 4 than in Etobicoke District 1. Is that right?
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, you have the figures, right? So
Yeah, I
it
do.
shows you how much. I mean, if it was the same amount of numbers, you would have a $2 million saving in Scarborough. So there's where your savings would be. If
So-
you do the numbers, you calculate it, it's like $154 a home. So if you calculate that to Scarborough, you'd actually save $2 million.
Well, I
have it in the public.
I have the 2014 numbers here for District 1, that the cost per household at $142.86. Apparently, that's not confidential, Councillor Karygiannis, 2014.
2015 is.
2014 is not.
2014 is
2014 is
public.
not.
Microphone on. I know there was previous discussion about what's in and out of a confidential report, but I am concerned with commercial sensitivity of numbers in anticipation of a possible future procurement process, and I wondered if we could have a look at what is in and what is out.
2014 is in.
Okay,
Here.
so-
In or out of,
public.
in or
In
out of
public.
bounds.
In public. Right? How did you find that out?
Point of order, Chair?
Just a minute, please. We have one point of order, and we're trying to address that.
Yeah, if you want staff to address it, you can ask them to.
Do you want to read that? Or read that? Or this is a different? Okay. Okay, then I'm just going to, okay, Michael, if you could, Michael, can you speak to this? The procurement numbers, this is specific to that.
Through the chair, if I understand correctly, in the 2015 report, there were numbers, a part of the public report that talked about the collection costs in the districts. Those are in a public report that's on the city's website as it stands. Then there is an attachment that Jim has provided today with respect to revised numbers for 2015 that's part of a confidential attachment.
Point of order?
Okay.
Thank you. It's public.
And Councillor Karygiannis, you don't have a point of order because you're not sit on the committee. I explained that to you earlier today. Okay, so would Councillor Fletcher like to continue?
Thank you very much. I'll just go over those again. I appreciate having that clarified, Madam Chair, as to what should be in confidence and what would be breaking confidence, because I think there's going to be a lot of chat about that from this meeting. So 2014, just looking at these numbers, in D1, District 1, Etobicoke, York, the homes 66,057, the cost to pick up per household at $142.86, compared with D4 Scarborough, double the homes, by the way, 121,440 homes, and the cost per home to pick up $126.89, and that's 2014. Those numbers, I think you'd agree that those are the correct numbers, Mr. Demarski?
Well, sure. I mean, they're in a report for public knowledge. So yeah, those are the numbers, right? So if you go by those numbers, like I said, Scarborough, we already pick up with, public collection, already the most efficient and the most cost efficient. So why are we here debating that? Now that's the district you want to contract out?
So that's
Is the
a
one that's
surprise
done
to
the
you.
cheapest
Yes.
by the public?
And the fact that does it concern you at all that when we're comparing the two districts, it seems that often we're comparing the districts as if they're equal, rather than there's double the number of homes in Scarborough? So it looks like there's more complaints in Scarborough when actually, percentage-wise, there's more complaints in Etobicoke. Does that bother you that that's presented in
The
that way?
time's up.
Thank you.
Exactly, that does bother me.
Okay, I think that's all the speakers I had. Okay, so Councillor Mamalady, you have to wait for Councillor Perks. Go ahead.
Sorry about that, Councillor Mann.
It's all right, I just didn't see it, your hand.
Okay. That was nice. I kind of like that. We had a bit of a conversation earlier today when we got some information from the Environmental Alliance about the role of frontline collection staff in achieving our recycling rate. Are you required as part of your job to refuse to pick up something that's put out on recycling day when it's not recycling?
Yeah, if there's an overflow or there's a bag that's not tagged, we're told not to pick it up. And if we do pick it up, we're subject to discipline. If we do pick it up, if we don't leave the stuff properly the way we're told, we're subject to discipline. So, and then it either becomes a service request because obviously the resident's not happy. So, or let's say they have, like it's mixed material, right?
Yeah.
You know, like if we can see it, sometimes the question was raised earlier about, you know, you can go to every bin and open up every bin. You can't open up every bin like that. Some of the workers have a truck with an arm that grabs the bin and puts it in the truck. So they're not going to jump out at every house and look at every bin. But if I'm not mistaken, I think some of the newer trucks have a camera inside, and you can see inside if it's contaminated. Now, if you see it's contaminated, then you can, next week, report it, like write that down, and then you can check it. But you can't go to every house.
Right.
and
No, I
look
didn't
in
think you
every
went to
bin.
every house, but
But we're required to follow the rules of the City of Toronto. Like, they set out all the rules for us as employees. So when we don't follow those rules, we're subject to discipline.
and I imagine you get training in terms of
Absolutely.
looking at what's supposed to be out on what day and
Every
all.
year, we go through extensive training around safety, because safety is a big factor,
Yeah.
right? You gotta be safe out on the roads. You know, I mean, we have public out there, we have school zones out there, we gotta be aware of the school zones. Every year, we go through extensive training around safety in trucks and making sure that we,
But you also get training in terms of what you're supposed to pick up and what's not supposed to be picked up at recycling day.
yes.
So the city provides a training module for you on that.
Yes,
You got to do it.
We've been
and if you
trained to do it for
don't follow those rules, you're subject to discipline.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Imagine that. Okay. Further, you're paid by shift, right? You're paid a fixed amount for a shift?
No, I'm paid by the hour.
You're paid by the hour. Okay. I just wanted to understand that. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and more questions for you, Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. Just on that notion of discipline, when if we miss or if pickups that aren't separated, which are obviously not separated, or additional bags are put into the truck, do you know if that same discipline extends to the districts 1 and 2
I
currently?
can tell you, that's the private sector.
That's the private sector, but you're not sure if that's the case.
Well, I don't know. I think
Okay.
we're supposed to have reports from 1 and 2,
Yeah.
not every year.
Yeah.
Like, since it got contracted out, I don't know where those reports are. But,
Yeah.
I mean, that stuff should be in that kind of report.
Yeah, and do you keep track when you have to put a door hanger on to say, look, sorry, you got 6 extra bags, like we're not taking them? Do you have to put a door hanger or record it in some way?
Yeah, there's like a little tag thing you got to put on there, and it hangs onto the bag or hangs onto the bin. Like if the bin's contaminated or something, it hangs onto the bin.
But you don't report-
Lets the homeowner know that there was a problem with the bin.
Yeah, that's why we didn't pick it up. You don't have to record that though for your manager or for
I believe
solid
they're
waste
required
management?
to report it, yes.
Okay.
I believe they are.
The loading of the bins, we've been given some numbers that suggest that the replacement ratio is quite a bit higher now in District 2 than District 3. What is often the cause of a broken bin?
It could be a number of things. It could be the weather, residents, like these bins are plastic and it gets really cold and stuff, like it just wear and tear, right? The residents drag them out to the street and they bang them and stuff and, you know, for the most part, I mean, I don't know, I've heard the same thing, that there's a lot of costs with replacing the bins in District 2. I asked that question, I didn't really get an answer, but, you know.
I think I'm always curious because I've had complaints from residents that it's the loading and unloading of the bins that can actually break them. Is that your experience, that if they're loaded incorrectly?
You mean loaded on the truck?
Yeah.
No, because it just kind of sits on a lip. So you sit it on the lip and then you use the arm to move it. So
Yeah.
I don't know how that would break it.
Okay, thank you.
Some residents just think we're breaking the bins for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
They just think that, right? I mean, they're homeowners.
Yeah.
You know? They just think, oh, you're just breaking my bin just because you want to, because you're a smelly garbage man or something. I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
So you were citing the original report and the costs that were contained in it. And that original report concluded, and I have it here, that if the winning bid comes within the average to high end, it is more financially attractive to continue with in-house collection. And in all cases, full privatization east of Yonge is more costly due to the high staff redeployment costs, et cetera. And then they have that District 4, at the high end, the redeployment rate would be 28 workers per year, and that it would cost 20 million. What's that, 19? Anyway, it demonstrates, even at the medium or the high rate of redeployment of 28 workers per year, it would not, that's how quickly this costing assumes that workers could be exited, that it would be more financially viable to keep in-house service. Is that's your understanding too?
Yeah, that's my understanding. But if you're going to spend $30 million to displace 30 people, why would you do it if you're only saving $2 million a year? If that. Like, that's 15 years worth. It doesn't make sense. And you're going to get rid of all the trucks and you're going to give the monopoly to the contractor? It doesn't make sense. They didn't want us to have the monopoly, but now it's okay for the contractor to have the monopoly. Doesn't make sense. It's working. Private, public, it's working, you know, the service is the best in Scarborough where it's done in-house, but that's the district they want to contract out. I don't know. And there's no savings there. If you do the numbers, you compare District 4 to District 1, you're getting the best efficient service for the least amount of cost. So why are we here? We're going to spend $500,000 to restudy this? Doesn't make sense.
I think the assumption is that somehow in the private sheets, it tells us something different.
Well, but these, I mean,
Thank
the
you.
numbers that they discussed from 2014 are public record.
Yes, I
So
agree.
the numbers are there.
The public sheets say very clearly that in-house delivery is more cost, it will cost us more to contract out. Thank you.
In Scarborough.
Thank you.
When was the last time you signed a contract with the city?
Me personally?
No, the union.
A year ago, I believe. Year and a bit.
Was the whole concept of contracting out on the east side brought up in those discussions?
I wasn't privy to those discussions, so.
Okay. I want to just make something clear to you, and I hope you'll agree with it, that we'd be having a different discussion here right now if there were savings at the table for the City of Toronto. Today, you did listen to the staff report today?
Yeah, I did.
And it did say that there was no savings, that they want to go out and look for savings.
Yeah. And they want to spend $500,000 to do so.
Right.
Of the taxpayers' money.
But all we heard today was there's really nothing there, but we're going to go out and spend some money to try and find some more money with your group of people. And then we learned today, did you hear the chair suggest that redeployment was a part of this equation, that you're not going to lose your jobs and that you're going to be redeployed?
Yeah, I heard the chair say a number, which doesn't make sense, and that there's not going to be any job loss. There is going to be job loss.
But just say that there are none and you're redeployed. Where are the savings for the city of Toronto if that's the case?
There isn't. It's going to cost. There's a whole bumping process. You know, you bump, and then they bump, and they bump. There's 100 people, 150 people, whatever you're saying, 200 people. They're all going to bump somebody.
So let's talk about who's bumping who. Because at the end of the day, your group is not at the top of the pay scale, are they? In the city of Toronto?
No, I wouldn't say we're at the top. I would say we're kind of like in the middle, maybe, I would say. I'm not for certain, but, you know.
So if redeployment isn't in the picture and you have to lay off to save the money that they're looking for, because that might come later, who knows? Where would your employees go? Where would the employees from the garbage collectors in the city of Toronto, where would they go?
Depends on their qualifications.
Right. Would you suggest that most of them have upgraded themselves over the last 25 years?
I would say some of them have some skills.
Some of them might not have, right?
Yep.
Which means what?
We would go to whatever job we can do through assessments and stuff.
And if you couldn't find a job?
Well, they'd have to find us something, I think.
Would welfare be in the equation?
Sorry?
Would welfare be in the equation?
We may end up there, yep. I mean, some of us, you're gonna put people out of work. They're gonna end up on some kind of social assistance somewhere, right?
And who pays for that?
The taxpayers.
City of Toronto?
Yep.
So the same people you're trying to find an excuse to get rid of may end up on the payroll and welfare, for instance, and it's still the city of Toronto has to pay them.
Yep.
When I was with the province, it was Sid Ryan that came into the social contract discussions back then. I was there. I was in the room. And Sid Ryan, you all know very well, was the one that suggested that based on the situation at hand back then in the 90s, and based on the fact that we heard from Bob Ray today that we had to make all kinds of decisions based on the economy, and that we wanted to get the union involved, Sid Ryan said, hey, what about a social contract? Vancouver did it, in British Columbia they did it. Why can't we look at it today? Our leader back then said, we're going to do it. And when we did it, it came out to be the Ray Days, it came out to be that whole situation. It was Sid Ryan who picked up the contract and ripped it up. Because he didn't think that in fact he had a role to play in reducing the hours worked for his own people. Is there a similar equation from that, because I see it, that took place back then, and that what the city's asking you to do today, which is we want you to play a role in your own demise?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. They want us to cut our own throats, what they're asking us to do.
To save what money?
I don't see any savings. And not only that, they're gonna dictate all the terms.
Question.
Thank you for speaking to us. Councillor Karygiannis brought up the notion of complaints, and I wondered if you could elaborate on me on the types of complaints that you hear may be lodged about the service that your members provide.
So one of the complaints is, so a resident wakes up, it's 10 o'clock, 10:30, they've been out drinking the night before, whatever, late, and they wake up, they forget to put their garbage out. So they call 311, or they call our office.
They call me.
They call you, maybe they call you. You're in the west, so it wouldn't be us, but nonetheless. So they call up and they say, they missed my garbage. The whole street's out. Now, if I'm on service request, I go, they give me the service, I go to the street, only the one resident who slept in and forgot to put their garbage out is out. That's the only one out. Or the garbage guys, they're told, and women, they're told to pick up if it's too heavy, right? So, 40, 50-pound weight. Some of these green bins are 70, 80 pounds.
Right.
You lift 1,000 of those, you gotta pull your arm out, right?
Understood.
Over a 20-year career, you're not gonna have any arm. So they tag it, and then the resident says, well, I got it to the curb. Yeah, but you picked up one. I gotta pick up 1,000 a day for a 20-year career. And when you make them 70 pounds, it's a deadlift. And it tears the shoulder, tears the little joints in your arm. Like, a lot of injuries come because of these green bins. That's why they've gone into a new system with the
Automation, right, so it's now lifted by another.
residents just want their stuff picked up, and they'll say whatever to 311 and whoever to get it done.
So there were 16,000 complaints, according to Councillor Karygiannis's number in District 4. Would you agree that the vast majority of them, after investigating, really aren't founded? A lot of them are cases, as you said, somebody was upset about something, but the whole street didn't get missed, or there wasn't some sort of a critical issue, there wasn't bad behavior of the operator.
Well, they may have an issue, like it may get mixed, and it may, something may be wrong. But a lot of the times the residents, the complaints in any district are a little far-fetched.
Okay. And you don't have 16,000 cases of discipline of your members because they did something wrong. It's probably a very, very small percentage.
Come on.
Well, if the members pick up contaminated, or they don't pick something up, or they pick up stuff that's not tagged properly, they are subject to discipline.
But that's rare. It happens, but it's rare.
It's rare, but it happens.
Okay.
That's the laws we go by.
So is it fair to say out of the
And
16,000?
The City of Toronto make those rules.
Got it, yep.
The City of Toronto make those rules.
So of the 16,000 complaints, or whatever the number is, was it fair to say that really the founded complaints are a very, very small percentage?
West of Yonge or east of Yonge?
The district that you're familiar with?
Doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't matter. Any district.
right.
So in any district, there's probably some that are okay, some of them are legitimate, the residents have some legitimate complaints, they just do.
Absolutely, everyone
Right.
does. Yep.
A lot of times, somebody who may be new, maybe they moved here from the States, and they don't know what to put out and when. So you're gonna have cases like that, right?
So regardless of who's sort of ahead on the numbers, do you think the private companies do a bad job? Maybe the numbers are a little different, but do you think they do a bad service?
I'm not here to bash the private companies.
Okay.
That's not why I'm here. I'm here to do a deposition on the fact that my men and women in my department the morale is down, and it's because of this. It's because, imagine you coming to work every day, and the mayor says to you, you're not good enough. Imagine that. Imagine how that feels. It doesn't feel very good to me. I went to a yard, the exact yard that they're talking about contracting out, and I had a guy, he wouldn't even look me in the eye. He looked down on the ground. You know what that's like? Oh,
But you've told me
I
today,
can't
though,
even tell you what that made me feel like.
yeah, it's,
They don't feel worth anything. And it's because of this process that's not saving any money, and people are just attacking, either they got a union attack on. Enough's enough. We're already competitive. The management have worked, they're all behind you. They've worked hard to make us competitive. But this process, if you ask them, they cannot get workers to stay in the solid waste department because they leave the department. You know why? Because of this.
thank you for your candor.
I have a question for you about, so the last time we went through this process, it was for District 2, is that correct?
Yep.
It was District 2, and was it 2012, 2000, I think
Roughly,
2012-ish, that time period? Was it, at that time, was it the same type of managed competition, or was the union invited to participate in that process? Do you recall?
I recall a bit, but it wasn't a managed competition bid.
it wasn't.
was, we're just contracting out.
Outsource, okay.
So we're gonna vote and we're gonna contract out.
Okay, so last time in 2012 for D2, District 2, it was just we're outsourcing, there was no thought given to including the union in the process or inviting the union to bid?
As far as I remember, no. But, You've not asked the union to be involved in
but
this process today. I
Well, that's
got the
actually in the
report the
report,
exact same day that the public got.
I wasn't finished asking my questions. So you're fully aware that in the city outsourced waste management in District 2 in 2012. You're fully aware of that.
Yeah, of course.
What jobs were lost through that process? Was there any city staff, FTEs, finance likes to call them, was there any FTEs or staff that lost
an
their
FTE?
position?
I don't know what that
A full-time equivalent.
I don't know, like, the city staff will have all those numbers. I don't know why you're asking me. I don't have those exact numbers, because
Okay,
I don't
so-
move the people around.
So I did ask staff, and not one single job was lost. Pardon, Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis, it's not appropriate what you're doing.
I apologize for trying to clarify the difference between
Thank you.
positions and
So,
jobs.
thank you, Councillor Davis, because it's not appropriate. So are you aware that there was no jobs lost through that process?
Somebody's going to lose their
District
job.
3, I'd like an answer. Are you aware that there was no jobs lost?
Well, if you're telling me that, then you tell me that.
Well, that's what I've been told
Well,
by
I'm not aware.
staff.
Nobody showed me,
And that's what
nobody showed me any data
And
that
that's
says,
what the city books indicate and demonstrate. It's on public record. That
Yeah, but you had to
there was
replace
no
a bunch
jobs
of people.
lost from outsourcing, and you're saying the union wasn't
what
even
was the
invited
cost?
to bid.
What was the cost?
Madam Chair, on a very tranquil way to bring things to order.
I don't think there's a
No, you're
order.
going back and forth.
Councillor Mamalidi, I think we're having a fruitful debate here and a discussion. I'm asking questions, and we're trying to have an
No, but
interaction here.
you're asking me questions, or
Yeah,
you're
that's what I'm
debating with me?
asking, him questions.
Us debate him. Why are you debating?
Councillor Carroll,
I apologize for my behavior.
thank you.
We're not having a debate here, though. I'm sorry.
No,
One-way conversation from the chair, barraging.
Councillor Karagianis, please conduct
try to be a
yourself
little more friendly.
according.
Just don't take it.
Councillor Karagianis. So that's what I wanted to know, if you were aware of that, because it seems that a lot of staff are not aware of that no jobs were lost. All staff were redeployed.
I might be aware if there was constant reports on what's happening in District 2, but I don't see any of those reports. And so I have no idea what's going on in District 2. I have no idea about the inflated costs that are going on in District 2 that aren't being reported on a regular basis, which a lot of people in this room, council, agreed that they were going to have regular reports every so often.
could
What,
you-
every 4 months, every 6 months, every year?
Could
Where
you
are those reports? I don't see them.
Could you share with me some examples of inflated costs? Because I'm genuinely interested in,
Inflated costs?
out of District 2.
I don't know. Maybe the contractors went in there and realized it costs more to do the work, or it's harder to do the work. Then, and they have to, like, you have $1 million or $2 million overlap or whatever. I don't know all this stuff. I'm a garbage guy. I'm a worker. I just know that the costs have probably been inflated a bit. Because when contractors go in there, they underbid you considerably. At $17 million for that contract, are there no inflated costs? What's the final cost for doing District 2 for the last 3-4 years? Why has that report never been brought public or brought to council? Nobody's talking about that.
So-
Or nobody's talking about the fact that there was a motion made a year ago with regards to buying fleet and trucks to help District 3 and 4 to do their work. We're working with a depleted fleet. How is that improving our costs?
So if you're, my time's up, so I'll just ask you if you have any examples of those inflated costs. I'd be open to, very happy to see those.
Well, I've heard a number that it's cost over $9 million to work with the fleet we have because we were not allowed to buy proper trucks. So we're working with a depleted fleet while the contractor has brand-new trucks, and you're saying apples to apples? I don't know if that's apple to apples.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're going to move on. Thank you for your time and your interest.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry, I hope I'm going to say this right. I think it's Rolfe. Right, I got it. Perfect. Welcome, Terry.
Thank you.
So if you make your way to the podium, and there's a little mic, you might want to make sure it's on.
Yes, it
You've got
is.
5 minutes.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Terry Rolfe, and I work for the City of Toronto as a truck driver. Proud Canadian Legion Associate member for the past 22 years. CUPE Local 416, originally known as Toronto Civic Employees Union, was born in 1917 during the World War I, when a dispute over the treatment of the British flag sparked a walkout for the Toronto street cleaners. For the past 100 years, Local 416 has been represented in the interest of the outside workers of Toronto who provide critical service to Torontonians each and every day. Their jobs are important for men and women today as they were 100 years ago, ensuring that the City of Toronto has decent jobs for all Torontonians, including veterans, is a relent today as it was 100 years ago. Toronto and Canada are facing employment crisis. Veterans and others have few opportunities when it comes to finding full-time, reliable, decent-paying jobs. The work performance of the Local 416 member is honorable and important. These jobs pay a decent living and allow us to support our families in the city that is becoming less affordable every day, and it allows us to retire with dignity. For the past 28 years, I have been working proudly alongside the men and women of transportation, and I couldn't imagine my life without the support of the City of Toronto and my colleagues. So I am extremely disappointed to see the Mayor, Tories, pushing to privatize public service without clear benefits for the people of Toronto. Those who serve our country do not deserve to seek out unstable work in order to pay their bills, and neither do the rest of Torontonians, now or in the future. Privatizing garbage in Scarborough is one more step towards privatizing public service in general. This is a dangerous step that would put our city closer to losing some of the last decent jobs available today. These jobs are just as important in the future as they were in the generations of the past. Saving money is well and good, but it seems that the facts showing the decision to contract our Scarborough waste collection will not necessarily save as much money as we are being led to believe. There is the old and well-known saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think that applies to this situation. Yes, taxpayers appreciate the government working hard to keep taxes low, but they also appreciate the opportunity for good employment so that they can make their contribution to society. And it seems to me that contracting out is just for the sake of contracting out and not because it's a save money product at better levels of services, not in best interest of Torontonians or employees' morale. Let's honor the men and women that fought to continue to serve and make the country great. Let's make sure that when they return to their opportunity for the re-netting and dignity, keep their jobs. Public is the right thing to do and present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Carroll will start. She had her hand up first.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Terry, hi. So you're not on a pension yet? You're still on the job?
No, I'm heading there in August.
So in August of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my goodness. Good for you. So when you receive a public service worker's pension, are you going to stay in Toronto? Are you going to live your life here?
No, I'm planning to move north. I'm a fisherman and a hunter, so I like.
Oh, so you're going to benefit more of Ontario?
Yes, I like the north.
Excellent, excellent. If you've been on the job for a while, you may know people who've worked for us, those who have left and had to end up working for a private carrier. You're going to have a pension. It's going to stay in this province where we track the economy very closely. What's happening out there in the private world? Do you have old friends over time, or are they looking at pensions?
Several in my yard. I'm a junior with 28 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Most of the men I replaced actually had 42.
So the young people coming in, we don't have jobs for them and they go to work for Green for Life. Are they going to retire in the same way that you retire?
Probably not. I don't really think they will, no. Because we have a great pension, we have a great job. I've loved my job for the 28 years I've been here, and what I've received from the city, working for them, and had a good job.
And likely, if you'll have those pastimes, you're probably going to end up, your income will go into some of those most struggling communities in Ontario. If those are the pastimes you're going to have, where we're looking at the highest jobless rates in the province, some First Nations, you're probably going to, your pension is going to be sprinkled about there?
Yeah, right where I'm going, there's a nation there, WADA, and they're having a hard time there. Our camp has 300 trailers, and we do all our shopping there just for that reason. We could go to
Fantastic.
Midland, but we go there, it's a little more expensive, but we don't mind.
Miigwech. Thank you.
Somebody else, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, next is Councillor Fletcher.
Hello.
Hello.
I noticed a couple of times in your deputation, you were talking about if we contract this out to save money, and I don't know if you heard what I had mentioned earlier when I was questioning Mr. Demorowski, that actually in the D4, the Scarborough area, the current collection system is cheaper than the pickup in D1, which is Etobicoke. Did you hear me ask him that?
I did hear that. I'm not that familiar with all that. I was more here concerned about men losing their jobs.
I understand.
Lady Chair says they're not going to, which is really good news if that's what it is.
So would you like us to make sure that what the situation would be? We'll be asking, did you know that next we're going to be asking staff? I don't know if we can ask them in public or if we have to ask them in private about some of their numbers. But I'm just going back to the numbers that, because I did hear you say a few times that it's to save money.
Yes.
And the notion that somehow we're contracting out to save money when the facts that we have in front of us show that it's actually cheaper to do it with in-house public employees. I just wanted to make sure that you'd
I
heard,
would like to see done.
which we're doing already.
Yes.
So you're aware that in Scarborough, it costs in 2014, it cost $126.89 to come to your house if you lived there and pick that up. But if you lived in, say, a councillor's ward in Etobicoke, it would have cost $142.86 for the private contractor to come to your house. Do you think the public understands that?
No.
You don't think the public understands yet that?
I even know that.
You don't think they even know that? Because the former mayor said, we're saving money, we're always saving money, contracting out saves money. The numbers I've given you really show that, really raise the question as to why, when it's in 2014 was $16 cheaper to pick it up at your house in Scarborough than to pick it up in somebody's house in Etobicoke, really raises the question as to why we're even thinking about doing this in the city of Toronto. Would you agree with that?
I definitely would.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Question for you. When something is missed or something is not picked up, a constituent calls 311. And I think what is called a service request is created.
Yeah.
Okay. Those service requests, whether it would be in the West End, in the District 2, 3, or 4, are all the same. They're all added the same in district requests. So I'm going to share with you the request, and I just want to clarify, because I don't think my colleague Stephen Holliday even bothered looking at these papers. The requests in Etobicoke was 10,370, and the requests in District 4, which is Scarborough, is 15,346. Now, Scarborough has twice the number of homes that Etobicoke has. So when you look at this, you probably say that, well, it will be, you folks are doing better work in Scarborough than they're doing in Etobicoke. Would I be incorrect in this? Would I be incorrect to say that the stats that 311 is producing are accurate? It doesn't matter if they're District 1, District 2, District 3, or District 4. A service request is a service request. And if they provided these to me that I'd like to share with you, we can't doubt them. No. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that very much.
The report says there are 43 vacancies. So I think it said 43 on page 16? Page 13. And the number is 40-something. I think it's 43
For solid waste?
in District 4. So if more than 43 jobs or positions were eliminated, and there were only 43 spaces, in other words, there were only 43 positions available for somebody moved in, then what would happen? If there was more than 43 positions eliminated as a result of contracting? Somebody would be losing their job. Let's just throw a number around like 91.
Which isn't actually the number.
Then the difference in the number of positions eliminated versus number of vacancies, there'd be a number of people who would have to bump or be
Several to do that,
eliminated.
And then there would be some elimination because there's nowhere to put you.
And then there would be nowhere to put you. So somebody would go out the door.
Definitely. would.
Right,
They have no choice.
right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Mahar, Mahar, and Sean's with the Social Planning Toronto Group. Welcome, Sean, and you know the drill, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. Not sure, there I my name's Sean Maher. I'm the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto, and like social planning councils all across North America, our work is to ensure that public policy is rooted in solid evidence. It's important that decision-making and decision-making processes don't start with decision-makers being committed to contracting out or to any other policy, but to rely on real and reliable benchmarks and measures that are able to withstand public scrutiny as the basis for making these decisions. And the evidence today needs very, very careful consideration. A year ago, we had an analysis that said no money was to be saved through contracting out and recommended against it. We were presented with the facts and figures that justified that claim. And this year, we are advised that the circumstances have changed so significantly that the results of analysis are 180 degrees the reverse. But we can't see those numbers, as unlike the previous report, those numbers are not disclosed to the public, so we don't know if they would withstand public scrutiny. I will say that I have exceptional confidence in our public service, but I also accept the evidence of history about public scrutiny. Public scrutiny was a valuable tool in assessing the Adams Mine garbage plan, which seemed at first to be a very good deal and ultimately was recognized to be a very bad deal for the City of Toronto. And we have good reason to be concerned about the numbers underlying claims of economic benefit for contracting out garbage. Research by the Columbia Institute, by John Loxley at the University of Manitoba, and others point to patterns of increased costs for a variety of reasons, notably oversight costs that escalate as issues arise around quality and compliance. This city has faced these challenges with the last process of contracting out garbage in District 2. Challenges also occur with changes in scope resulting from contract specificity issues and client expectations as well. And Council has, in Toronto, mandated elements of the District 2 contract, for example, after the contract was completed, and there were costs attached to those adjustments. This makes original bids actually a poor tool for assessing the relative costs of services. Patterns of real-world implementation are a much stronger tool for benchmarking the costs of competition between different models. And good benchmarks and measures are critical in this context. and it is not clear that we have those in place. Diversion rates are a good example. We have a 4% variance in diversion rates. Staff call that minor. 4% variance in diversion rates is 40,000 tons of recyclables. I think most people in Toronto see 40,000 tons of anything as a fairly large amount. I think council would see a 4% variation in the property tax increase, a very large change. Clarity on these benchmarks would be a significant point in assessing whether or not we are meeting our goals and having competitive costs. And when we what we benchmark against is particularly challenging because of the concentration of the industry that we are contracting with. There are not very many providers in the garbage collection sector, and that creates monopolistic or oligopolistic practices that can drive up costs over the long term. It is not clear how this can be addressed, and Council's the strategy proposed is one that should be of great concern. The managed competition strategy provided is not necessarily a realistic measure of the relative cost and value of contracts. First of all, it's not clear that it will work. It is not clear, as we heard from Mr. Ray earlier, that how a union would bid in a way that did not create bizarre contradictions that were likely not a viable model for creating a clear plan. How a union would bid on a service where their members would also be their employees, and the bidding process would involve the union negotiating with themselves to lower wages they had previously negotiated to raise. This, as a model for coming up with a cost, is, I think, certainly one that we should question. And it is not clear that it will work as a measure. Unlike the managed competition models in other municipalities where the city provides an established service in one part of the city and the contractors need to beat that cost and performance to compete, which sets a clear benchmark that we can measure on an ongoing basis, this managed competition is a notional comparison between a proposed bid and a proposed alternative. This creates a one-time test that may not hold when the viability of the competition changes. For example, if the city were to entirely withdraw from providing garbage collection services and have no trucks and no infrastructure and no capacity to deliver those services, and they were at that point unhappy about the prices that they were offered, we may find the price tends to rise and the original benchmarks ceases to be a meaningful tool for assessing what competition should look like. That is, in fact, I think, the most worrying fact and the most worrying piece of evidence, which is that going ahead with numbers that we have concerns about is usually a bad idea, but this proposal... Sure.
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask these questions of staff, but I might not be able to have time to do it in here at the committee. I'll definitely do it at council, but maybe you can help me a little bit.
I'll do my best.
So one of the things that is very frustrating for me is of this concept of us at this council continuing revisiting things over and over again. So, and we complain about it. We say we shouldn't revisit the Gardiner, we shouldn't revisit the subway, but here we are now revisiting the garbage issue again. Because a year ago, we had a report that was produced by a third party in front of us. Do you have any idea how much that cost us?
I'm afraid I don't know.
Okay, I'll find out. Is Ernst & Young a reputable company that we can rely on some of that information?
They certainly have good standing in the sector.
Okay.
One should be cautious.
Is 1 year of change information, if any information has changed, is that long enough that should require us to look? Is that enough data to say, let's change all this, let's relook at this, let's spend $500,000 more to relook at this, in your opinion? And you deal with data all the time in your work.
Yeah, and sadly, it's impossible to know because the data that is relevant to this has not been subjected to public scrutiny. And you know, what we're talking about here is making an irreversible decision. Because if we give up our trucks and we give up our infrastructure and we turn the whole city over to contractors, changing our minds later has an enormous capital cost. So it is virtually impossible to undo that. And we're going to make that irreversible choice.
On a 1 year data.
On 1 year of data that has experienced no public scrutiny at all.
Exactly.
I would not recommend making any decisions on that.
Can you help me understand a little bit this managed competition? Because I honestly don't know. So for me, what I don't understand is, for example, will the union now be able to fire and hire the managers? If they think they have way too many managers, can the union come in and say, we don't want all these managers, now we're going to Because I'm sure that counts towards their pro forma.
It's an interesting model that has the union working with an independent consultant to create a model that the city would be bound to deliver. Normally, organizations don't try to deliver a service based on decisions that they weren't involved in making.
But it's not 100% on their decision like it is a private company.
Yeah, so you have a private company competing with a notional model that if the notional model wins, the city would be expected to deliver. In that, the development of that notional model may bind the city to things the city can't do. And in addition to that, it requires the union to be on both sides of the negotiating table, which is unlikely to produce positive outcomes.
So on a one-year data, spending more money on a system that, according to the report, most of the times is the internal people that win it anyways, and in a system that we don't know how it really works, why are we doing this now?
I would say, based on my work as a researcher, that you do not have the quality of evidence that's required to make any decision, and certainly don't have the quality of evidence required to make an irreversible decision.
Councillor Davis was next.
I just wanted to ask, I know that Social Planning Council has been very involved in the question of a living wage, social procurement, a job quality assessment tool. The City of Toronto has adopted that it wants to pursue this, but we haven't actually seen the results yet. But maybe you can talk to us a bit about living wage and the job quality assessment tool, and what were the purposes of those previous positions that the city took, and what direction we're pursuing.
And I have to compliment council. Those were outstanding decisions of leadership by the city, and really forward-thinking analyses of how we imagine the city's role as an employer and as a leader in the economy. The living wage is a wage that's assessed locally, that tries to determine how much it takes for different constellations of families to live on in that particular marketplace. And that's one model, and the city could adopt a living wage model that says everybody would have to make at least enough to live on. The job quality assessment tool is a much more robust model, and I know some of the staff who have been working on that are here, that looks not just at incomes, but also about the security of work, about the quality of work life, and it's I think one of the really best ideas out there in terms of how you analyze whether or not you're delivering good quality work in a city that I think we all recognize, and that decision of council recognized, is good for a city. Cities where people have good work and good quality work are healthier cities and more productive cities. That translates not only into economic benefit, but also into benefits in terms of public costs, because healthier workers cost the healthcare system less, they cost all kinds of systems less.
Well, I won't start talking about living wage. I would have asked more, but, oh, the chair's not in her seat. Maybe I could. I was going a little bit beyond
You've got an hour now.
So, yeah, the living wage. Are there other municipalities who have adopted living wage?
Yes, there are other
policies?
municipalities that have adopted those. In some cases, they virtually proselytize about them.
Yes.
The reality is that for environments where there are solid collective bargaining opportunities, living wages tend not to be incrementally all that challenging to achieve, and it's really about tweaking and adjusting and making sure you're doing the right thing in every case. In fact, the costs of living wages, at least in the municipalities that I'm familiar with, the cost of adjusting to that has been fairly modest.
Thank you.
I think Councillor Mamalady was next, if I remember correctly.
Welcome, Sean. Sean, you and I have known each other for a long time, right?
It's going on 25 years.
A little too long, maybe? I don't know.
Actually, it's over 25 years.
Okay. So you understand that I kind of sing my own tune, and I have for the last 27 years.
That's been consistent since the early 90s, yes.
And My main objective here is to run the city as efficiently as possible and to save as much money as possible. The last time this came up, there was a large savings that we couldn't ignore. This time, there's no savings at all. Have you seen the report that was given to us today?
I've seen the public report, yes.
Where's the meat? Where's the money?
Well, as I said in my deputation, I am deeply concerned about the quality of evidence that we're working with, both.
What was that commercial, by the way?
Sorry?
Remember the commercial?
Where's the beef? It was. I think that was Wendy's.
Beef.
But I think it's important. What we know is not. We don't know what's the right and wrong answer here. What we know is that we don't know enough to make a decision that we can't get out of again. So I'm not here to say, this is exactly how it goes. What I'm here to say is I've looked at the data that we have, and I don't see enough data, and I especially don't see enough data under public scrutiny to make irreversible decisions.
You're aware that the city, over the last 2 years or so, has hired a few thousand new people?
I know there has been hiring. I couldn't tell you what the actual net employment total is off the top of my head.
5,500 people, most of them managers.
Okay. I would have to take your word for it. I don't have a comparative stat in front of me.
So if there was beef, wouldn't it be there right now? If there was an opportunity to actually lay anybody off to save money effectively, wouldn't it be with middle managers or top-end managers who are making a lot of money every year?
And again, I'd have to say there is no way for me to know. I can tell you what we saw in the report that came out last year that was, clear and specific, and what it said was there was not money to be saved. I can't tell you where
Who wrote those
or how.
reports that said there wasn't money to be saved?
I believe KPMG worked on the report, but it was presented by city staff.
Okay.
But what we...
So how did we get here? Because if the experts are telling us that there wasn't money, unless you want to cut it, and I'm an advocate of cutting out some of the stuff that we're doing now. In fact, if I could, I'd move it today to save these jobs. But I can't because it'll be ruled out of order. But how did we get to a point where I believe there's 2 consultants. I believe that last term of office during our administration, we had a ton of evidence that said that there was places that we can go, and we did. But since then, there's been reports that have said there isn't unless you want to do X, Y, and Z. How did we get to a point today where we heard from staff that there is no savings here with the garbage men and women, but we're going to go out there anyway and spend all this money to find the savings that we're telling you that it isn't there? I'm not schizophrenic, but I feel like I am right now listening to this, because it's almost like hearing voices. Right?
And I confess that...
It's like, hey, they're saying, there's not saving. Yes, there is. Well, we're going to find it where it doesn't exist.
Yeah. And I think that what we have in front of us now is enough evidence to say that we don't know. And what we also have in front of us, though, is a sound natural experiment in District 2 on which we could be reporting significantly more robustly to be able to assist us in analyzing whether or not other options were good. But it's not clear to me why we need a new experiment when we have that experiment.
Okay. I started out by asking that, we've known each other a long time. You know my politics. I have, since I've come out.
I think I missed part of the transition, but okay.
Since I come out this morning and suggested that this is wrong to do because there's no savings, I've taken quite a bit of hits on Twitter because, they're kind of throwing, like they've always done, but throwing my name around a lot. If there were savings here, if there were true savings, Sean, where do you think I'd lie on the spectrum, given the fact that you know my politics and if there were real savings here, what would I be saying today?
I can only infer what it might be based on your past performance, but your past performance has been pretty consistently, if it saves $1, you've tended to support it. I haven't always agreed with you on that topic.
No, we haven't.
But that has been the pattern.
Thank you.
And we're going to move to our last speaker, which is Mohammed Hashem.
Yours is the politics of creativity.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you very much.
That was unpredictable. My name is Mohammed Hashem. I am the senior organizer at the Toronto and York Region Labour Council. And I want to come here in solidarity and to support the members of Local 416 and to speak against the privatization of solid waste. You know, there are two issues I want to raise today. The first is bargaining rights. You know, the fact that the City of Toronto bargained with the garbage collectors, agreed to a salary, asked for concessions, they agreed on those concessions, then, you know, then to come a year around, after a year, and turn around and say, we want you to give up more. It really is bargaining in bad faith. Because when you're asking your employees to bid on their own contract, you're saying what you're getting now is too much, and that in order for you to be more competitive, you need to cut your own salaries and receive even less. And that's really disingenuous. You know, why did you bargain in the first place if you wanted to cut those things further anyhow? Why did you collectively agree to a number that you would promise your employees to have and then back away from that a year later? You know, that really shows a level of just disingenuous and discare for your own employees, which you've heard from your own employees of the impact on their morality within the workplace. And I ask you, you know, if you had your kids working somewhere, and they were working for me, and they were making $15 an hour right now, and tomorrow they came into work, and I said, hey, listen, you know what? If you want to keep your job, you're going to get $13 an hour. And if you don't like it, it's okay, I got somebody else. You know, how fair is that? You know, we already live in a really low-wage economy. We understand precarious work is a detrimental thing. And then we have a city over here that has signed on past a poverty reduction strategy, in which you're consistently saying that we need to do more. But the actions that you're taking are the complete opposite of such. And it shows a lack of care, it shows a lack of, you know, genuineness, and a lack of just saying that, you know, as a city, you know, we're just going to do stuff for ideological reasons. And that's where, you know, the second portion of what I have a problem with this is that, you know, we're coming to this with a lot of really sketchy information about whether this is going to save money, not save money. Councillor Mammoliti keeps on saying that we're not going to save money, which, you know, and we've even done this before. Just recently, we had the fleet services contract that was privatized, and there wasn't really like much evidence to say that that was an economically good decision, especially after a year. You know, looking from the garbage, like this garbage fight right now. A year previous, you said, you know, there's not much cost savings, and now all of a sudden there is cost savings, and then, you know, maybe 2 years from now we're going to say there's not cost savings, and then 3 years from now it's going to say, oh, well, you know, the contractor needed more money to do something else, and therefore now it's going to cost even more. And this thing just keeps on coming back again and again and again. And, you know, as a Labour Council, the two things that we really have a problem with is that you're eroding the value of work. The message that you're sending to employers is that, hey, you know, it doesn't matter what you're making today. Tomorrow, you can make a lot less. You know, there's people out there right now who are graduating from university or looking for jobs, who are, you know, entering the workforce. And what you're telling to them as a city is that, you know, as an employee, it doesn't matter. You know, what you're being promised today can be taken away from you tomorrow. And that's the example that you're setting. Imagine what private sector employers are thinking when they're looking at this move to say, hey, if the City of Toronto is going to be able to, you know, negate wages that they've collectively, you know, bargained with their employees and move away from that, then do you not think that they're going to say, oh, this is a green light for me to save $1 or $2 and make more money for my shareholders? Of course they will. If the City of Toronto is going to act like they have a poverty reduction strategy, at least once in a while, act like you have a poverty reduction strategy. And, you know, and the last thing I just want to say is that, you know, not only is this sending a bad signal, it's disingenuous, it's wrong, and you don't have enough evidence to be able to back it up to say this is the right decision. And I don't understand why we keep on going down this ideological fight because people again and again and again and again just want to privatize and say whatever 2 pennies they can to pay Peter, to rob Peter to pay Paul, and it just doesn't make sense. So I hope that you listen to the voices of your own employees and you stop the privatization.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mohammed, you're here on behalf of the Labour Council?
Correct.
So I'm wondering if the Labour community can bring any other numbers to the table. Last year, I traveled all the way to China with the mayor, Councillor Lee, and I, in search of jobs, hoping that businesses would establish themselves here. But when new businesses come here, do they go looking for what are the wage rates here? What are the labor rates here? And if the same city that asked them to please come here and establish a business is right then trying to depension, devalue the jobs that they pay for, does that have an impact on jobs in the private sector or other components of the public sector?
Sure, I don't have any numbers in front of me right now, but you can see that like the quality of jobs is eroding. If you look at the precarious employment study of the United Way Toronto, it shows a growing trend of lower wages and a lower job security. I'll give you a quick example. About 6 years ago, I used to work at a place, at an agency, that gave me, I had 7 contracts in a matter of 20 months. And when you have such, and every 3 months or so, they would say, we kind of like your work, we're going to extend it for a month or 2 months or 3 months. But the reality is that, because they couldn't provide, they provided me a stable wage, but they didn't provide me with stability in life. So we weren't able to, my wife and I weren't able to buy a house or buy a car or even plan for having kids, because we just didn't know that we're going to have stability in life. And when you look at the trend of employment in Toronto, it is growing more precarious, wages are going down, and the only sector that's going up is the service sector, which is already incredibly precarious and low wage.
So are we really saying to the international markets where we're going looking to find people to come here and invest in jobs, is what we're really saying is you should come here because we're really bad employers?
I think it's saying that, we don't have any standards, right?
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the deputant. Sir, I'm just wondering if you're aware of something that has just occurred, a letter that has come to the committee clerk, and the committee clerk can look at this, and it says, City of Toronto, and this is from your union, your lawyer, says on January 18th, 2017, the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee engaged in discussion with respect to contracting out garbage collection in neighborhood east of Yonge Street in the City of Toronto. During these discussions, the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee Chair, Councillor Jay Robertson, disclosed information contained in a confidential document that was attached to the future curbside waste collection service delivery east of Yonge Street report being discussed, item 3 on the agenda. The integrity of the process has been recommended in this report and may have compromised with the discussion of this confidential information. Therefore, we request a full review of the action of the Chair, including the disclosure of information contained in a confidential attachment, and there was the compromise, the process that was being recommended. Until this review has been taken, we ask that the committee and the City of Toronto delay this action. And this was signed by Watson Jacobs, which I believe is your lawyer. Can you tell me what you think of this letter, sir?
I'm just going to ask for some help and assistance from one of my colleagues to speak about that. Can you hold on one?
Just has to be the
Point of order. Sure. Point of order. I don't know what letter the councilor is referring to, but I can say this to you. If there is a letter and it's been sent to the clerk or anybody else, that I think everybody here should get a copy of it before any questions are answered on it.
Going to put my time on stop, Chair?
Absolutely. Okay, I think this would be an opportune time to address this issue. So Prior to lunch, it was brought up, that there's information provided. I quoted a number in my remarks in conversation with the speaker, and I used the number 91. So due to the concern that inaccurate information was circulating regarding the number of employees who would provide the service that is really the subject of the report we're debating today, I requested staff, including HR and legal representatives, whether staffing numbers that provide a context for the information in the confidential attachment could be disclosed publicly. Staff confirmed that this information was provided for context purposes in the confidential attachment, but was not itself confidential and could be shared publicly. I have requested staff to release this information publicly and to the rest of the members of council for consideration, and staff have agreed that they will prepare and distribute this information. So I don't know what letter you're referencing, Councillor, but it has not been circulated, and that is your response.
So on my,
That is your official
the letter,
statement.
on my point of order, Madam Chair. On my point of order,
Councillor
Madam Chair.
Mammoliti has the floor.
This is, I'm glad you read that out, but he's referring to a letter that's been written. He's asked the deputy a question with respect to a letter that's been written. I don't know if the deputy has seen it or not, but certainly this committee should have a copy of the letter he was referring to. Do we have a copy of that letter?
Not to my knowledge, Councillor.
Do we have a copy of that letter? Yes. The clerk. Do we have a copy of the letter?
Sorry, through the chair, we received a letter through our committee inbox. It has not been reviewed for distribution with this agenda item yet. If you can give us a few minutes to review the communication, we will get back to you on whether or not we'll be distributing it.
And I strongly suggest, because I think it's a pretty strongly worded letter, and I would suggest that we see it before this continue, if we're going to deal with the letter. If not, then we move on, but if we're going to deal with this, then we should all see it.
This is our last deputation. We're moving into questions of staff. So the statement I just read has been written by staff, and this is my official statement related to what I said this morning, which both HR and legal have. Yes, staff are releasing the information publicly because it was meant to be public.
What's your email? What is your email?
So if I'm out of, if my,
Like that, why not?
if
I have no issue with that.
If I'm out of order, Madam Chair, just tell me, and then I'll shut up. But I think that, yeah, I will shut up if I'm out of order. But I don't think I am. I think that if the clerk receives a letter, and it's a letter that's addressed to us, that we should have a copy of that letter. That's all.
It's addressed to the committee members. You can't refuse distribution. It's addressed to the committee members.
Can I ask perhaps if we just take a 5-minute then, just to kind of see?
No, it's 20 after 3, and we haven't even started the debate, the questions, or the debate.
But this
So
could
we
have
need
a.
to move forward. And I've responded.
Okay.
I haven't seen the letter that the councillor is referencing, but I've
Neither-
addressed
neither
it
have I.
with my public official statement, and staff have said they'll circulate the information.
Can we get a copy of that letter?
Yeah, please
Okay.
go ahead.
The letter that you're referring to was addressed to the city solicitor, who has the letter, and we are looking at the letter. Apparently, copies were sent to the members of the committee, so that would be members, that would be the person who circulated this to members would be the person who wrote the letter. It's not up to the clerks to circulate it to members.
Yes, it is.
It's addressed to the city solicitor. It's not related to the agenda item, it's related to procedural.
I get it,
In any
okay.
event, in terms of
Okay, I get it.
the general content, confidential reports, and this is a procedural thing, confidential reports typically have to contain more information than simply the confidential information because there has to be context, there has to be background. There has to be something more, otherwise it doesn't make any sense. What the chair had done was confirm with the solicitor and with the clerk that the information that she wished to discussed was in fact appropriate to be made public. And as a result of that, my understanding
Sorry,
is
we're
that
saying-
information,
Quiet,
one
please.
moment,
Context of
the
the
information in the
letter that I
confidential
read-
report.
Excuse me,
can be
Councillor
made public,
Karygiannis, it's the
will be
fourth time you've
circulated
interrupted this
shortly.
committee today.
Okay, so the lawyer said it's going to...
Could he just,
Yeah, he just said it's going to be
Mid-sentence.
circulated. He just said it's going to be circulated, so it's
Information,
Just finish his sentence.
fine.
the information in the report that can be made public will be done so shortly, my understanding is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so I believe that is
Just said it's
it.
going to be
Your
circulated.
time, you have a
my
bit more
time at
time, so
1:40.
you can proceed.
Thank you. So there's no dispute that this letter has been received with the city, and there's no disputing of the word of the letter. So can you comment on what you heard?
Sure, I'm going to ask my partner to comment. It's on it.
Yes, it was, basically, it was the information that was released based on the confidential attachment. We felt that, those numbers shouldn't have been released. We weren't privy to them. We didn't feel at this time they should be released. We had our legal look into it, who's written the letter here. We're asking that you guys listen to our lawyers and you take in their recommendations as to not to go forward with this vote, as we believe the process is being tainted right now.
Do you feel that sometimes we pick and choose numbers that we would like and release those numbers in an unfair statement to you? Like we pick and choose numbers in order to satisfy to justify the means in order to receive the goal? I mean,
It seems that way, yes.
Thank you.
But the truth is, it's Mohammed is the person who's spoken, and so I think we should not do that, proceed with that. I guess I'll ask you a quick question, Mohammed, if that's... Okay, yes. Councillor Perks, you'd like to ask questions?
Yeah, I sure would. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mohammed, thank you very much for doing that. So, as a Labour Council, I'm sure you've been party to some of the work done by various public agencies in the City of Toronto. Is one of the best ways, according to economists, of guaranteeing that there isn't precarious work and low wages to create an environment where it's easy for people to unionize?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, so there's lots of data supporting that worldwide, right?
Absolutely.
So if we go down this road, this exercise, this is going to result in there being fewer unionized employees in this field. This is a union-busting exercise.
Vested interest.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Our bargaining agents, the QP in this instance, or steel workers, or whomever else is a bargaining agent, their charter, their union charter, gives them a set of specific tasks. In this case, it's to represent a group of workers in a closed shop. It doesn't give them the right to go out and bid on other work outside that closed shop, does it?
I don't know the constitution of CUPE in particular, but from my understanding, this would be beyond the scope of what their current capacity is.
Yeah, so it would be outside their charter. Furthermore, if I assume you've looked at the staff report actually says it's not CUPE who's being invited to bid, it's city staff who are being invited to bid, and CUPE's being asked if they want to consult with city staff who designed the bid. Is that your understanding too?
I would refer that question to my colleague Ted.
Yes, that's how we understand it as well.
Okay. So again, it is just false for anybody to claim that the union has a choice in whether or not they bid here. They're not allowed to bid on here. It'll be staff that would bid. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mohammed, my question for you is very quick, I think. You're a senior organizer with the Toronto and York Region Labour Council. Is that a paid position, or I'm not familiar with it, or is it a volunteer position? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
I'm staff to the union, to the Labour Council.
So you're paid staff, like full-time?
Yeah.
Full-time staff, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. All right, thank you very much. We're going to move to questions of staff.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to have to belabor this, but just in terms of full disclosure, I do have a copy of this letter, and it does say to circulate to the members of the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. So if somebody's written about this item, I'm sorry, the clerk is telling you not to do this, but
Yeah, that's right.
so just on a point of order, I know what the clerk has said to you, but it says here to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, and given the fact that whoever wrote this letter intended it to get to us, should the clerk give this out to us, or should I move a motion that asks the clerk to give this to us?
So the clerk has advised me, as you've just indicated, that this is not related to the agenda. The clerk's also indicated it should not be circulated. It is actually addressed to Brian Haley, and it's the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee, but it is not to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee. And as I've said, Councillor Mammoliti, I have publicly addressed the issue.
That's
As has the
not my
city
point of
solicitor.
order. I appreciate the fact that you did it, and I understand it. Believe me, I understand what you said. But
Thank
there's information that was supposed to get to us. The clerk is saying no, and I'm suggesting that should I move a motion that has us get this, so it instructs the clerk to give it to us.
No, the clerk's indicated it shouldn't be circulated.
And the reason for that is because that has nothing to do with this item?
Yeah, you could ask the clerk. I'm sure the clerk could address your question.
I hope so.
We are currently reviewing the communication that we've been received to see if it fits the criteria for accepting communications under the procedural bylaw. I just asked the committee, give us a few minutes to review the communication, and we will let the
Okay,
committee
and
know.
I think that's fair. I think you should review it and let us know the reasoning behind it, if there is one. But if it's clear that they think it does relate to this item, and if that's the case, then I would ask it to be circulated. If not, then tell us why after you've reviewed it. That's good enough for me.
Okay, we're going to move to questions of staff. Any questions for staff? Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much. First, I guess I don't know if it's purchasing or who takes this question. I've asked a number of times of representatives of CUPE 416 to clarify this claim that the union can bid. Can you just clarify for me, does the union prepare a bid and submit it to the city, or does the city, do city employees in consultation with a consultant and the union prepare a bid?
What the report is recommending is that council approve a managed competition process through which the city staff, in consultation with local 416 representatives, would submit a proposal for the continued performance of the work that is the subject of the report. So
okay, thank you.
It is not recommending that the union be invited to bid, but to participate in a process through which an internal bid in relation to the work they presently perform might be submitted by city staff.
Okay, and who leads the process, the union or city staff? Who's in charge? Like if there's a disagreement, if the union says, we think you should put this in the bid and you think that's not practical, who wins that argument in terms of designing the bid?
Through you, Madam Chair, ultimately it's the responsibility of the city-led team working with the union.
Right.
But they will have to have agreement with the union in order to submit that bid.
So if I were to say the union is bidding, I would be wrong.
Correct.
Thank you. Next, to HR. There's been a bunch of different descriptions of why the circumstance has changed. Is it the case that the language protecting employees with 15 years seniority saying that they get reassigned in the event of contracting out is in the current collective agreement and lasts at least till the end of the current collective agreement? Is that the case?
Through you, Madam Chair, the answer to that is yes. The term clause of security for employees with 15 years is in the current collective agreement, was in the previous collective agreement, and will terminate as of December 31st, 2019.
And that's the 21st, that date is when the whole collective agreement expires.
That is correct.
And then it's whatever you bargain for the next period.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Next to solid waste staff. While I am not allowed to ask you to say in public how much the different districts cost to collect, is it still, I believe I can ask this question, is it still the case that the most expensive district, or sorry, the more expensive district between District 1 and District 4, in other words, the private collector and the public collector, which of those two is more expensive, District 1 or District 4? Per household.
Currently, through you, Madam Chair, depending on how you run the numbers, on a cost per stop basis, District 4 or District 1 or District 4 is less expensive. On a cost per ton basis, District 1 would be less expensive.
So on a cost per household basis, is it the public collection system or the private collection system that is currently less expensive comparing districts 1 and 4? I know the two inner districts have higher costs because they have different geography.
On a cost per household basis, District 4 is currently cheaper.
District 4 is public collection.
Yes, it is.
And District 1 is private collection.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. We had a presentation from the Toronto Environmental Alliance earlier showing that the recycling rate in District 4, which is public collection, has about 4% higher recycling rate than District 1, which is private collection. Do you dispute that claim, or is that roughly accurate to your knowledge?
Madam Speaker, I don't necessarily dispute the claim, but I would not necessarily agree that that is a direct reflection of the type of service being provided.
Okay, given that those numbers were numbers in the public staff report that was prepared for Toronto Council last time this happened, or sorry, it's actually in the public report now. Did Toronto Environmental Alliance transcribe those numbers wrong, or is it actually the case that the recycling rate is higher in the publicly collected system in Scarborough than in the privately collected system in Etobicoke?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the numbers in the report are correct.
And they copied them correctly at T?
In both reports, as are the similar qualifiers in both reports, that those are not necessarily a reflection of the private or public service provider. If I can add one further clarification, there is also nights collection that is provided across all 4 districts by public staff. So even in those numbers, there are public numbers that are built into private districts right now when it comes to diversion numbers and also the service request numbers.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I may need more questions later.
Thank you very much. Just to solid waste staff, through you, Madam Chair, is it you don't collect data on the number of households that are whose bins are not collected because they have improperly sorted their garbage, correct?
That's correct.
That information is not available. So if our contracted work or city staff were collecting waste that wasn't properly sorted, we wouldn't know if they were in fact doing their due diligence to inform the household and leave the bin full, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, even in the private sector areas, we do have contract management staff that are doing due diligence on a regular basis on those contractors. It's written right into the terms of the contract that they are required to do that.
Now, how many times have we actually have pointed out to the contractor that they should not have picked up a bin? Or they shouldn't have picked up those extra bags that didn't have tags? How many times have we done that?
Madam Chair, it's a good question. I don't have that data specifically at my fingertips right now.
You don't have the data about how well our current contractors are doing with respect to their collection?
No, what we typically, one of the measures of our contractors is on customer complaints.
Okay, but this is one of the important points that I'd like to try to make clear here, is don't you think that a way of reducing the number of calls into 311 would be just to collect everything and not generate a service call that you would almost automatically generate if you left anything in front of someone's house from someone calling in and saying you didn't pick up your waste, they didn't pick up my garbage? Aren't we curious as to if that is contributing to the complaints that are received?
It could be one potential reason why there are reduced complaints in certain areas is because they do clean the streets. We're not collecting that data right now to verify that. We simply, to collect that type of data is quite a significant undertaking. In terms of those types of pieces of information, we manage it through contract management, which, as you'll note in this report, if this does go to private sector, I've asked for more contract management time and effort to be able to do a better job.
How many individuals are out there on a daily basis performing inspections on or contract management out in the field for our contract, for the contracts in District 1 and District 2?
To give you an example, in District 2, we have 4 dedicated full-time equivalents that are managing the contract at any given time. And then we also rely on other support services like MLS.
How many are actually out there watching the waste get collected?
4.
Okay. Why wasn't this in the 2015 report was peer reviewed by Ernst & Young? Why wasn't this report, or was this report peer reviewed?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, this report was not peer reviewed by Ernst & Young. The content related to Ernst & Young in this report is a follow-up on a number of the items that they identified that would further enhance the report.
So why wasn't it peer reviewed by anyone?
So attachment 5, which was distributed yesterday, was essentially a peer review by the Fairness Monitor, looking at the process that's being proposed specifically to make sure that it is, so they peer reviewed the process.
But they peer reviewed this proposed process, but Ernst & Young didn't peer review a process before. It peer reviewed the report, correct?
That's correct.
And why didn't we go through that process this time?
Because one, we didn't have direction, and I believe in the old report there was direction to peer review that report.
How much did the peer review cost the last time?
Just short of $50,000, I believe.
$50,000. And their conclusions, we all know what they were. Did the September 2015 report and Ernst & Young conclude that a blend of in-house and private sector service provisions also manages operational finance risk and provides flexibility for curbside collection systems to adapt to change?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, I believe that is a quote in there.
So has that changed from then to now?
No, through you, Madam Chair, no, I don't believe it has.
So that the conclusion that a blend of in-house and private helps us manage operational risk is correct?
I believe it's still correct, and I think this ties back to what exactly is being proposed in this report. What this report is proposing is to get hard and fast commercial information on what it would cost a private sector company to do.
Now, very quickly, I'm going to get in a question about CVOR ratings. What is the CVOR rating for our city employees compared to that of the private sector? What is the CVOR rating, and what is the rating for city employees versus the private sector contractors?
So through you, Madam Chair, Commercial Vehicle Operator Record, I believe, is the acronym for CVOR. It's essentially a safety record that all companies are required to meet of a certain size and certain type of service provision. We set there is a mandatory that's in all procurements that we would put forward for any private sector company to meet at least a satisfactory rating on CVOR. Internally, the Solid Waste Division is a portion of fleet. So the city only tracks CVOR rating at the overall fleet for the entire city of Toronto.
Okay, that's the last question, and it's been answered. So Councillor Karygiannis is next.
Through you to staff, Mr. McKay, I want to thank you for coming to see me last week and giving me a briefing on this. And if I do recall, you sent me an email, and that there's some figures on there that I want to go through. On that one, it's something that was regarding today, and it is curb waste collection services review comparison of curbside waste and dated September the 9th, 2015. On page 6, would I be correct at the bottom that says 66,057 for District 1 households and District 4, 121,440?
Sorry, Councillor, page, did you say?
On the email that you send me, on page 6. at the bottom, I just want to make sure that my figures that I use are
Send them the
correct.
report. I just need to know.
It says District 1, 66,057 households. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
On the same page, just a little bit over, District 4, 121,440.
That's correct.
On page 7, District 4, it was 15,410 for 2014,
Correct?
correct?
Yes.
And on page 8, sorry, on page 6, I believe, District 1 was 9,436.
Correct.
Thank you. We were discussing about calls and 311, and I distributed this. I'm not sure if you have it or not.
I do, Madam Chair.
Thank you. District 1, which is Etobicoke, there's a total of 10,370. You can make the addition if you want, but we don't dispute this thing that came to me from 311. Would I be correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's a lot of unknowns in this table that I can't, based on the information here, be able to validate. A couple of things. Firstly, the service request. A service request can be everything from a missed collection set out to someone requesting a new green bin, and all of the above. So it's not necessarily it's in some cases, it's somebody thanking their collection operator for doing a great job is considered a service request.
But the number is 10,370.
If I can, Madam Chair, the second problem with this table is the service request type is cut off, so I can't see. But the one thing that I will flag in the list here is it says garbage front end. That code relates to multi-residential collection, not curbside commercial, not curbside residential collection like what we're discussing here and in this report.
At the top, does it say service request volume by word summary?
It does.
Okay, all right. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, that's all I need to know, that my numbers are correct.
Councillor Fletcher, you're next.
Thank you very much. I just want to validate something that I've asked a couple of times, and I understand that 2015 is still private, but for 2014, District 1 has 66,000 approximate residence homes, and D4 has about 121,000. That's close to double the number of homes. The costs for District 1 were $9.4 million, or $142.86 per house to stop and pick up in the contracted out area. At District 4, with its double the number of homes, the cost was $15.4 million, but the comparator per home was $126.89. Those figures are, I believe, ones you've given to us. Would you confirm that that is a correct number?
Through you, Madam
For
Speaker,
that.
those are the numbers that are contained in the 2015 report, and as per my presentation earlier today, these are outdated numbers. The new numbers are in the confidential attachment number 3
For which year?
for 2015.
I'm not talking about 2015. because
I
I'm
understand
not
that, Councillor. I
allowed
just want to
speak
make
about
sure that we're
2015.
talking about old numbers right now.
I'm asking if those numbers, which are the only public numbers, those are correct, yes or no?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
Thank you. And they are correct. And are you able to give us the kind of spread for 2015 without giving us the actual cost per home, but to give us the spread? This was a $16 spread in cost. If I was to speculate and say, has it gone down where, I'm going to ask one question, is it cost less to pick up in District 1 than District 4? Yes or no?
Through you, Madam Chair, I cannot divulge that information because it is in the confidential attachment.
I'm not asking for a number, I'm asking for the broad piece. I don't believe that's the case, and I'd like to have the clerk tell me if that's the case or not, and I'll move on. Because I'm not asking for numbers, I'm asking you if indeed it is more. So we're into what is or isn't in private, and it's going to be an interesting conversation. So I'm just going to move now to diversion rates. You did hear me ask Deputant about the tonnage. What is the tonnage that's picked up in District 1? I'm sure you've done that homework between my question this morning and 4 o'clock this afternoon. and District 4, recognizing that there's over double the number of homes there. Were you able to get that?
Yeah, we're, through you, Madam Chair, just give
Could
us a
you
sec.
hold my time, please,
Of
Chair,
course.
while he's
Yep.
looking up those
Oh,
numbers?
I just wiped it out, but it was 253.
Oh, I'd like you to wipe it right.
No, it was 253. Nice try. It was 253, so I'll start it again once we're ready.
And I'd like all the information so people, staff aren't having to dig around while I'm asking these questions. We can just,
Yeah, so, Claire. Thanks.
My apologies, Madam Chair, just give me 1 minute. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, so you're looking for the total tons managed for District 1 in 2015 is 77,604,
and District 4?
126,415.
And does that include the diversion? Or is, because we're looking at the difference in diversion rates between the two.
That is the total tons managed.
So just another question is what does that 4% represent in tonnage, please, for diversion?
Typically in the city, 1% of diversion equals 10,000 tons.
So we're looking at a 40,000 ton difference in diversion between District 1 and District 4. And that is not something that's 1 year.
No, through you, Madam Chair, that 1% is across the entire city.
Yes, I'm
is
asking
10,000
about the
tons.
two comparators, District 1, District 4, diversion for solid waste in District 1, tonnage, diversion in District 4, tonnage, and because we have you would agree with me that over 2013, 14, and 15, that between those two districts, there was 4%, a minimum 4% different in waste diversion, because that's from your own figure.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's what the figures are showing. Again, the qualifiers in the report indicate that that is not necessarily
I'm
a
asking
reflection of
for
the
numbers,
service provider.
Mr. General Manager.
I understand that, and I am trying to give you numbers, but I want to make sure they're accurate
Hold
numbers.
my times, please, Chair, while he gets those numbers. Thank you.
Can you hold? There's
I mean, in all fairness, I did say this morning I was going to be asking staff these questions, so I don't think it's unfair that I'm actually expecting an answer after I've sat here since 9:30 this morning.
Yeah, I held your
just
time
think
at
that's
the 1:30 mark, so I can't.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's about 3,000 tons.
3,000 tons, which district?
No, she's not. I'm tracking her time, sorry. I know you don't believe me, but I can do a bit of math here.
It's really good. So I'm asking very clearly, D1.
You've got a minute left.
D4, it's 3,000 tons different. So what was the D1 diversion and D4 diversion in tons, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, run those numbers. I don't have them in front of me right now.
Okay.
Apologies.
Again, I'll say, Madam Chair, that I was very clear this morning. I would be asking questions on tonnage. No, I'm talking about the tonnage. So they don't have the answer, and I had expected that this morning I would actually have these numbers because I was clear at about, 10:30, 11 o'clock, when I'm asking questions of deputants, that I'm looking for those numbers. So I'm disappointed that we don't have those, but perhaps I'll get those from you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, oh, I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Yes, that's not your turn, I'm sorry.
Thanks. Thanks. So I apologize because I missed the presentation this morning, but I web streamed some of it. I know you went a little bit into refreshing our memory about the 2015 report. I did not go back and reread it in advance of this. So I'm wondering if you could refresh my memory. in the context of our last exercise in privatizing in districts 1 and 2, did we, in the switchover, were we able to sell any of our vehicles to our new contractor, or did we just sell them out into the system? Did GFL benefit from any of our existing fleet?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, they were at the end of their life, so they were sold out, and GFL brought in a new fleet as part of the new contract.
Okay, okay. And management, we would have needed less in the way of middle management, supervisory, dispatch staff. Would those have gone immediately, or did they have to remain during the transition period? I remember the transition period was quite difficult initially over those summer months.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, they were also redeployed, but some of them would have been kept through the transition period as well to help that transition.
So management was redeployed. So management is trimmer now in that respect.
In some cases, management is redeployed or reassigned or converted from an operations manager to a contract manager.
And in the case of Districts 3 and 4, where we have maintained public collection, part of the reason that District 4 became so affordable on a per household basis, I understand there was some improvement and some rationalization of the service in that area, District 4 in particular. Did that include a look at the management and dispatch staff?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I believe it did.
So in terms of the savings we're looking for, if we're really truly just doing this for savings, why would we not just look to do more of that in both 3 and 4? And we do this with less management and just put boots on the ground to provide customer service.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a balance that is required of management staff to oversee the boots on the ground, as you say.
Sure.
To make sure the boots on the ground are doing their jobs as well.
And will, since we have the number of how many collectors we won't need anymore made public, will we be at some point in this process making public how much management we can shed as a result of this process?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. We will know that either through shedding, early retirements. We have a fairly aged demographic on the management side in solid waste. So there are a number of things that, similar to what could happen with the unionized forces, that will also happen to the supervisors, general supervisors, and managers.
Now, we have the same situation here. We heard from the collectors themselves that vehicles are an issue. They're kind of a hurdle to any more savings that we can make. I can recall this through my role in the budget process, that we were on the verge of purchasing more trucks earlier, and in the context of a report that said we should maintain our public collection. But we did not go ahead with the purchase of those trucks. Was a procurement process begun there? Was one terminated? Was an award imminent or in fact already awarded?
Through the chair, they were actually awarded and paused at the direction of council.
They were paused. Did we incur any penalty as a result?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, so simply paused, and that if we were to decide, then it wouldn't be an onerous task to say, well, we do have to update our fleet because you have already been through that process. They could, in fact, make a claim that if the terms are staying the same, they could very quickly restart the manufacture process.
Through the chair, we would definitely go back. We would talk with the vendors about that process. Yes.
Oh, sorry. I'll ask the rest of my questions at council. Thank you. Well, it was just a follow-on to my last question. Is in the cities that have decided that keeping this ratio more or less half and half, the Ottawa example, the Hamilton example, they need to have a fleet in any case, do they not?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, if you have to have trucks to collect waste, so whether it's a private operator or a public operator, the trucks are required. In this case, in Hamilton and Ottawa, both mixed models, actually both managed through managed competition procurements like what is being proposed here. The public sector has a public fleet.
Right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, there we go. So,
Thank you very much. I want to explore a little bit more the costs as determined by the report last fall versus the costs as determined in the private confidential of your most recent report. What would you, why the difference? What happened, even though in the, I think this has already been out there, that in the purple papered sheets, it's still a big differential between District 1 and District 4. It has narrowed a little bit. I'm trying to figure out why would it have narrowed a little bit? What happened?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that could be attributable to a number of different things, everything from efficiencies, what the estimations are on vehicle pricing, fuel usage, all those different things all contribute to what that pricing might look like.
Okay, so but with, okay, I think I get that. But without letting the cat out of the bag, it would be fair to say that 2014, the differential was something like $15, and in 2015, there is still a differential, a substantial differential. That would be fair to say, in favor of the Scarborough public/public side.
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a differential. Which way it's in favor of, we'll need to go in camera for that answer.
Okay, fair enough. My second set of questions are around the diversion rate. We've established through Councillor Perks's question that the numbers that have been reviewed in the environmental report done by an outside agency have it that districts 3 and 4 are higher on the diversion rate. Could one of the reasons be that, and I've received not a few, not one or two, but a number of complaints from residents that when it's late in the day and if the garbage truck of the contractor's on the road, they'll throw in the green bin stuff with the garbage stuff. Could that be one of the reasons why the diversion in Etobicoke and west of Yonge is lower?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are actually separate trucks in Etobicoke, so that's not possible in Etobicoke for that type of
But
situation.
in D2, that would be possible. I've seen it. I mean, I've seen it. It's been reported enough times by...
Theoretically, even as one of the deputants said, sometimes things happen that shouldn't happen out there. The onus is on us as either contract managers or operations managers to make sure that they are doing what they are supposed to be doing out in the field.
Is it also true that sometimes I also get complaints that the collectors have not picked up construction material, or a neighbor will say, the next guy next door put out construction material and the outside folks picked it up? Could that be something that also influences the diversion rate by district?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we don't track it specific to an item like construction material. We do get those types of complaints on both sides of Yonge.
Right. But it would be fair to say, with this chart that I think you've seen, that one could not make the claim that private collection helps on the diversion front.
Through you, Madam Chair, if you look purely at that graph, it has the appearance of that, but there is no way to actually validate that that is the exact causality of that graph looking the way it does.
Do you have any evidence that would suggest the counter?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Questions from outside councillors? Councillor McConnell?
Thank you. I wanted to pursue two things, one of which is the diversion and the other one of which is the actual procurement of trucks. I'd be interested in, since we put a hold, if I could put it that way, on the procurement of more trucks, which would enable us or would put us into moving in one direction rather than in the other direction. If, in fact, there's a contracting out in the district in Scarborough, and if in the scenario in which the union is not doing the pickup in that particular area, then presumably at that point, there are no trucks, and that stops any jump back into that in the next round of negotiations. In other words, or contracting out. In other words, once that happens and there are no trucks, like, would it be the union that would have to buy trucks if they were bidding on this? How would that work, and how has it worked in other jurisdictions? Just makes no sense to me.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the internal bid team, which would be in collaboration with the union, would have to put forward a submission similar to the private sector. That would include a new fleet of trucks, just like a new private sector entity would have to bring to the table. Those trucks would be procured through a regular procurement process, all those sorts of things. And that way we've got an apples-to-apples comparison of the total cost to deliver those services with similar efficiencies. It is difficult to compare an aged fleet versus a brand-new fleet in terms of efficiencies.
No, I understand that, but so who would own those trucks?
If it's a public delivered service, the City of Toronto would own those trucks.
So what you're saying is in the bid, the amount of money for the trucks would have to be in the bid, but the union would not have to purchase them, is that right?
They would be purchased by the city, just like the city does on an annual did on an annual basis.
Okay, and so why would the city not own the trucks in the first place if you're going to move between contractors, and wouldn't you own all of the trucks?
Through you, Madam Chair, or sorry, Mr. Chair. No, in a contracted out scenario, the private sector owns the trucks. They are responsible for the ownership, the operation, the maintenance, and all the risk that goes along with that.
Right, and so, you know, my discussions at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities caucus meetings around these sorts of things are that many of our sister cities are feeling very tied because they no longer have the infrastructure that gives them any flexibility to go backwards and forwards. So we can call it managed whatever, but if you don't have if you don't have the oven, you can't bake the cookies, as far as I know. Second question. The second question is around diversion. So, you know, I'm really very concerned. I have certainly households that I'm very familiar with in the West End, in which I think that we know without question that some of the contracted out workers, in terms of trying to get through their time and squeeze that they have to do, I suppose, that they are picking up and throwing in the garbage a lot of recycling. That's been my experience of the complaints that I get. Those are the complaints that I get. I don't represent those people, so I don't get the myriad that others get. But in my observation, that's one of them. And the second thing is that I do have an observation around some of the private pickups in residential communities in the East, in the East District. And that is, for example, that some of the condominiums have gone to private pickup because it's cheaper. So you would say, okay, well, it's cheaper. I want your reaction to this. It's cheaper, but it's only cheaper because our people who are picking up are scrupulous about saying, no, we can't pick up that. You have to resort it because that is, that's diversion blue bin, and you've mixed it in with garbage. So we can't pick up that. But a private guy that has now been hired because he's cheaper, or they're cheaper, it doesn't make any matter to them. And so the reason it's cheaper is because there's no differential and nothing is left behind. And so the condo manager, in several cases, have said, oh, well, we don't want to be bothered with this. So what do you say to that when we have a diversion program that is being messed up by these, I think, unscrupulous pickers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and this report is talking to the curbside collection system.
I understand that.
The majority of the condo units are front-end system, which is a completely different
I
contract.
understand that too.
Our experience with those condo owners, the ones leaving our system, actually, I think very rarely it's a complaint of cost, but in some cases, and our biggest concern is actually diversion, because they are leaving our system so that they don't have to participate to the extent that we require for diversion. All of the condos that are front end are all serviced by private contractors, regardless of
I
location.
understand that. Believe me, I understand that. I'm talking from experience. So I think that what you're hearing is,
Thank you, Councillor.
if I could, is that diversion is an expensive thing to do, and that many of the private contractors don't be bothered, and that's what's going to happen in Scarborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any outside councillors that have not had an opportunity to question? We will consider that, and we'll have the committee consider that. And we will go to committee. Councillor Mammoliti.
How did we get here? How did we get to this committee? Because, no, I'm trying to follow the motions in council. I'm trying to follow direction in council, and I'm having a hard time doing that. Clarify how it is that we got here today to decide on doing what we're doing. What motions led to us getting here today? Because I thought that this thing was being put on the back shelf.
So
back burner, sort of.
Through Mr. Chair, if you look on page 4 and 5, the decision history indicates that the report came in September of 15 and then was deferred, came back again in 16, and there was a subsequent report done this fall suggesting that we come back in January with this report.
And it was council's direction to bring this report to today's meeting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct.
And council's direction was to decide on whether or not we were going to go out and with a procurement procedure to replace our workers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the decisions were to report back on the deferred report at the January 18th meeting today, to request a supplementary report that would update any information that is required, and include a tender and a review of options, including a tender for contracting out waste collection east of Yonge Street. That was a report that was brought forward to Public Works Committee in the fall.
Okay, so your report to tender on the east side of Yonge Street now speaks to tendering east side of Yonge, but not with a fiscal argument. Am I accurate?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the fiscal argument is such that it is difficult to make a fiscal argument without the information that we are trying to get through this process.
Then why are you, oh, I see. So you're suggesting we move into a tendering process to find the argument to lay people off?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what I'm suggesting is that we need to go through a process that would allow an opportunity for both the public bid to come in with financials, as well as private sector bid to come in with financials.
But where
at
was
that time, we can then see what the difference is and make informed decisions based on factual.
Okay, so you took council's resolution that said look at those options and then decided that the tendering component of that direction gave you authority to recommend the layoff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're not recommending a layoff in any way, shape, or form, and I want to be clear about what this report is recommending.
Tendering.
This report is recommending a procurement process that ultimately would identify a successful bidder. That successful bidder would have to come back through committee and council for approval.
That's not what council approved, to find a successful bidder. It said the option.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
My question was, where in the language in the council resolution did it say lay off our employees? or replace them with somebody else.
So, Mr. Chair, we've answered the question that we are not have been asked, nor are we recommending layoffs in this report. We've answered that. This is the second time we've given you that answer.
I'm going to ask again, because I believe that you have maybe indirectly taken the council resolution and misinterpreted it to read that we can go out with a report and recommend that we find somebody that's interested in replacing our workers.
Question, Councillor, and I need you not to repeat it.
Is that what happened?
No, sir.
Then what decision are we making today? Are we tendering out today if we say yes to this?
No, sir, we're not.
We are looking for another candidate that might do something better? Is that what we're doing today?
This report presents a process for procurement to get the information necessary for council to be in a position later, sometime in June, say,
Okay.
to decide whether or not you would move with some other.
Okay, so here's the part of it I don't understand. I've been here 27, or I've been in politics 27 years. Been here short 5 of those years. I've never seen this happen before. I've never seen us go out for procurement.
Please wrap up.
To then decide on what that procurement's going to mean to our employees without having the dialogue about whether or not we should be laying people off and should be replacing it first. Why have we decided that this would be the first time that we're doing it in a circumstance like this without council giving strict directions on this?
So, Mr. Chair, we are responding to the council direction scrupulously, and this report is not recommending a particular course of action which necessarily leads to layoffs.
But we're spending $500,000 doing it. It's $500,000 you're spending on this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the money that we've allocated. I don't believe we will need it, but we want to make sure that the money is there. In particular, should the internal bid team need that money to be supported through this process.
We don't know if there's...
Sorry, Councillor, we're out of time.
But now we're spending $500,000 to find out whether or not we're accurate
We're out of
in
time.
assessing that there's no savings in laying
We're
people
out
off.
of time. Is there another member of the committee who wishes to ask a question? Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Thank you. So the managed competition process, I assume this isn't something that just came as a whim and you know, a couple people, staff members got together and made it up. It's something that has been around for a while. I noticed there are several other cities that are mentioned that have done managed competition for various parts of the city. How did it come about to do the managed competition process? How was it set up?
Through you, Madam Chair, when we were looking at the jurisdictional scans that were done in the previous report, managed competition is a model that is commonly applied in mixed service delivery models where you have public and private sector service as a means of demonstrating cost effectiveness and efficiency regardless of who might be the service provider. So in this situation, given what's in front of us, this seemed like the best approach that we would recommend to go out and get information from the vendor community to understand if there are potential savings.
And on the chart on page 27, it shows you know, the different managed competitions that were looked at. And the majority of them, it is the internal candidate that won. So is that, are there, I assume that, is there sort of research behind, or if it is a managed competition, is it more the norm that the internal candidate will win that bid?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the competition that is struck that the internal bidder responds to, and it's in the preparation of the internal bid that they have an opportunity to find efficiencies to reduce costs.
Are there questions from another member of the committee? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'd like to find out on this
managed competition. Earlier, Councillor Perks asked that because QP 416 is only supplying the labor, so most of the information is going to be coming from staff and management, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they're only supplying the labor, but these are the guys out in the field who understand where there may be efficiencies. So they will be supplying the labor, but they might also be able to supply very good intelligence as part of the bid preparation process.
But they won't have control over whether we buy the trucks, the legal implications and all this, right? Because it's by other members of the team.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they won't have control over it, but they would certainly have input as to how that is done and if there are opportunities to do it better.
Okay. Now, some of the other questions that was asked earlier, contamination rate between the different districts, as asked earlier by Councillor Holliday. Diversion rate is one thing, but contamination rate is another. Have you got numbers for contamination rate in the different districts?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we do. We do front end, we do audits where we actually go out and sample and audit the material at the curbside. And I think, yeah, for D2 and D3, my understanding is the contamination is lower in District 2, the private district, than it is in District 3 right now.
In District 3, but how about District 4?
Yeah, District 3 has a higher, sorry, District 3 has a higher contamination rate, so it is worse than District 2. I want to be clear about contamination though, and this is something that has come up, is contamination is how much garbage is inside recycling or organics. These are bins with lids on them that are collected in many cases with automated machines. The guys on the street are not out there flipping each one of these bins, so we don't blame them unless they see something. A good example is a long fluorescent tube that might be stuck out of a bin and you see it out of the lid. They will tag that and not collect it, regardless of whether they're private or public. But what's inside the bin is not, I don't want to, penalize or be able to say that it's their responsibility to open every single bin. It is not. So blaming them for contamination and diversion in some cases, in my opinion, and as per the report, is not an appropriate metric to compare private versus public service.
Another question I asked earlier about when the Toronto Environment Alliance came in was that do we have numbers on diversion prior to first contracting out?
Through you, Mr.
Different
Chair,
districts.
yes, as that was happening, I looked it up. And in District 2, when it was contracted out, so District 2 was contracted out, they started, I believe, 2013. In 2014, there was an Auditor General commissioned report. That report also reviewed compliance with diversion targets. 12 months prior to District 2 being contracted out, it was the diversion rate that they recorded was 61.6%. 12 months after, it was 67%. So it went up 6% after contracting out. So an improvement in the diversion rate after contracting out, according to the Auditor General.
But how about the other districts? I'm not only talking about one district, I'm talking about general in all.
Well, I'm just responding to your question of has it changed since the district was contracted out?
Yeah. But I'm also looking because, as you said earlier, it gives you a perception that when we're doing with city employees is higher. But I also want to find out, prior to contracting out, whether it was also the same kind of trend that was happening. So did contracting out make any changes? Result in any improvements, or is it just the way that those areas are, the districts are that way?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it is the way those districts are, and certainly we have other mechanisms to deal with that. But the D2 evidence where we can track before and after contracting out suggests that in District 2, the diversion rate actually went up.
Can I ask for additional information to be provided before the City Council meeting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, sure.
Thank you.
Last question. And I'm just going to turn this over to give me a chance.
Yeah, so Councillor Holiday is up for questions now.
Thank you, Chair. I wondered if someone could help me understand, there's been a lot of discussion about per stop prices. How do we pay our contracts in the West?
Through you, Madam Chair, per ton.
So in order to determine what a contract costs, would I be wise to consider the per ton amounts, should they be available to me, and not necessarily to focus on the per stop?
Through you, Madam Chair, absolutely. That's how we pay our contractors.
Is the per ton amount, I guess, a commercially sensitive rate? What we're paying today?
Through you, to some extent, yes.
Okay. There was also some questions about trucks, about public versus private ownership. How long is a contract that we have with a collector?
Through you, Madam Chair, our contracts are typically 6 years plus 2 one-year extensions.
What is the service life cycle of a collection vehicle? And I realize they can differ, but
They can differ anywhere from 5 to 6 years, approximately.
is it by accident the duration of the contract is somewhat similar to the service life of a vehicle?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is by design.
That is by design. So in other words, built into the price of the contract is the consumptive amount of the service vehicle. So at the end of a contract, it really makes no difference whether it's owned by the public sector or the private sector, the value of that vehicle is being consumed.
That's correct.
Okay. And in the case of a managed contract that would go and require to go out and buy a fleet of vehicles to service District 4, it would be an apples-to-apples comparison to a private service provider that would also have to go out and buy a fleet of vehicles, except they need to figure out how many vehicles they're going to need to buy, and we will figure our own out.
That's correct.
Thank you. Can you tell me, based on experience in other jurisdictions, what is the type of information and the process that a public sector organization would have to supply to the internal bid team in order to formulate a bid?
Through you, Madam Chair, so the internal bid team would have certainly managers with operational experience to understand that. They would have support from legal as required, finance, purchasing, human resources. All the different pieces that we have to run our operation today would be required to help prepare that bid package. Fleet would be another one that would have to be involved.
So I take it what you're doing is predominantly an information exchange between a union organization and the bid team, and I think I heard you talk earlier about ideas for innovation and efficiency.
That's correct.
Whether or not an internal or an external supplier is selected, are we going to find ourselves in a better position because the concept of innovation is going to be applied to the delivery of this service through this process?
Through you, Madam Chair, experience in the industry would suggest that we will find efficiencies regardless of who is the eventual winner of the process.
And efficiencies would translate to better service to the residents and presumably lower costs.
They would translate to at least equivalent services and lower costs.
Thank you, Chair. I do not have any further questions right now.
I guess my first question would be you just talked about the diversion rate. So you're saying in District 2, the diversion rate actually improved 6%? 6%.
Your Madam Chair, that's correct. But to be fair, it was pretty low before.
It was low.
Before it was contracted.
So it went from where to where?
It went from 61.6% up to 67%.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess my other question would be about this Councillor Karygiannis has brought up this 311, sorry, long day information. Is this any of this verified, what he's submitted to committee? Is this verified or validated information?
Through you, Madam Chair, it could be, but there is missing, like I said, there is missing information here in order for us to be able to do that. I believe it's also pulling data from our multi-residential contracts, which is not part of this discussion. It could be pulling data. To be honest, I don't even know, based on looking at this, specifically what data is being pulled.
But the validated information is in the report. I believe it's page 10, that's actually accurate information that has been analyzed.
Through you, Madam Chair, we went through the process of taking this 311 data and validating it specific to what is the content of the report.
Right, so the information we've been circulating, I hope people will look at the fact that the status is canceled, closed, initiated, in progress, which means it might be somebody who said, oh, my collection didn't get picked up, and then it did a few minutes later. So be wary of that, I would suggest. I guess the other thing is on jobs. So my understanding is that how many jobs would potentially be affected if this went to an outside company? How many current employees are there in District 4?
Through you, Madam Chair, frontline staff, as we disclosed earlier, is 91.
91. And can you talk about seniority, 15 years plus? Can you speak about that out of?
Jim, with respect, if we're going to get into those details, I would suggest that we deal with them in camera.
Okay, fair enough. So 91 employees, and as you said, I think in your presentation, although it feels like it was many, many hours ago, that a significant number of those would be looked after through various ways, whether it was vacancies. I think you're running, you said something about 30 to 50 vacancies currently in your division on those frontline positions. So vacancies, redeployment is what you referenced, retirements. Those are how a lot of those positions would be taken care of?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct, yes.
Are you aware that there's a media outlet right now, or earlier today, certainly during our lunch hour, saying there's actually 250 employees that would be affected?
Through you, Madam Chair, those numbers are incorrect.
Those numbers are incorrect, that are part and parcel of the media, what the media are talking about. So it's actually what you're saying is 91, and we're safe to talk about that, it sounds like. Okay, so basically, I think what you said to me is also in 2012, I believe you said this maybe earlier, District 2, west of Yonge, when that was dealt with in 2012, again, there were no jobs were lost as part of that?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's my understanding, is that they were able to be redeployed and managed internally.
So in 2012, District 2, when it was outsourced west of Yonge, no jobs were lost. Okay, that's very helpful, thank you. All right, I think that brings us to, okay, go ahead, yeah, go for it, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to run home to pick up my
fair
daughter
enough,
at
fair enough.
childcare, so I just wanted the first opportunity to speak. I just wanted to say a couple things on that last round of questioning we got about contamination and diversion, this notion of service requests, and then finally why a city that professes and adopts unanimously a poverty reduction strategy would fail to meet just the very basic parameters of that for our own workers that do such a great job. I was a bit perplexed by what we just heard, and so I went to I'm trying to piece it together around this diversion rate, because this is the chart that solid waste provides year by year, but we just heard a completely different number. Now, there may be two things in relation to this that I understand, if I understand it correctly. One is the number we were given was pre-contamination numbers, and this is post-contamination numbers. So if that's correct, which I'm getting a bit of a nod on, then the number we were given about diversion was diversion of the collected material, and this is the number of when you shake it all loose and take out all the stuff that was diverted incorrectly. If I'm correct about that, then the number stays pretty constant in District 2 throughout those years. Yes. Further to that, though, meaning it didn't go up at all, perhaps the contamination level went up. Further to that, it's kind of an apples to oranges comparison, because this is year to year. And again, I didn't make this. Toronto Environmental Alliance didn't make this. This is city staff. This is measured year by year, and the number we were quoted was not the calendar year. It was an August to July reference. So if we're going to do this, we have to compare apples to apples and not just start tossing out numbers that are not in the report itself. Pre-diversion numbers and post-diversion numbers should be explained correctly, because one means there was a higher contamination rate. Well, if the recycling rates or the diversion rates were the same at the end, But the pre-contamination numbers were higher for District 2 and went up after contracting out. Then the only thing I can conclude is more stuff was ending up in that recycling stream than they were prior to it being contracted out. That being beside the point, I think the point that I've been trying to make throughout, and we heard it, that while this might not be an appropriate measure to review contracts, which was said by our GM, then what is? Well, the problem is when I ask about the number of service requests that are generated from people leaving tags on, we don't even track that. The number of bags that are picked up that don't have a tag or left at the door, we don't track that. Anecdotally, in my experience, on my own street, which I live in now in District 2, I actually just kind of was wandering behind. I was actually biking behind a collecting truck. They were taking everything, and I can tell you, I don't get a lot of calls about missed pickups. I, in fact, don't get any calls about missed pickups because they're picking up everything. I get some calls that our street's late. I get some calls that, but it's none of this one-off, my bag wasn't picked up. And that's because they're taking everything, irrespective of what is put out. Construction waste, bags of garbage on top of garbage. You can see it in the Google Street View images that the garbage has just continued to pile up and diversion just isn't happening as a result of this, because we're not sending the message. And this is costing us because it's taking room out of our landfill. You might think that it's great, we're not getting any more calls, but it's not, because it's taking up room in our landfill and costing us money. To this, it's important for us to get and collect this data, yes, but we're not collecting the right things when we are, because we heard it was too difficult to get. I can appreciate that, but if we're going to start making conclusions about whether or not our current contract is working, we actually have to start monitoring that contract, and I don't believe it's being done terribly effectively. Just in conclusion, I think we've got this situation where we're just a couple years now into this 50-50 model. It seems to be working. There's data to suggest that it is, that in other jurisdictions this is the model that works. Ottawa is not a good comparator in this particular instance, and I'm struggling to find any other areas that have actually figured out how to do this managed competition. And I certainly don't think that the way it's been left out is either fair to those involved in the process or in fact fair to the city that's going to make any better result at the end of the day. And I think that we should just continue on the course that we have it, and that committee should receive the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis's hand was up next. Go ahead.
Constituents, and it reads, we understand that there's been discussion about privatizing garbage collection in Scarborough. I'd like to express my deep disagreement to this. I feel that we need to stop eroding decent jobs from the city in order for citizens not to be able to live and work in our fine city. They need to have good paying jobs with benefits. By giving these away to companies that pay low wages, we're simply transferring the burden of supporting people to the already compromised safety net. In this way, we taxpayers are required to pay twice for the same service. Please share my concerns with your fellow council members. Thank you, Nada Nasser. That came, Madam Speaker, about a couple of minutes ago. And I agree with my constituent wholeheartedly, as well as a lot of people within the City of Toronto. I asked Mr. McKay about numbers, did not disagree with my numbers. He certainly was looking at the 311, but the 311 numbers that I presented to you, that was overall. However, let's take a look at the numbers that we have. In District 1, which is Etobicoke, our actual cost to us is $9,436,682 for 66,057 homes. The actual cost per house is $142.86. If you use those numbers in District 4, which is Scarborough, which is comparable areas that were both built around the same time, that were both built in the 60s and the early 70s and in the early 80s, we have 121,440 homes. So you multiply 142 times 121,440 homes, you come out with a figure which is $17,348,918.40. So The actual cost to the city in District 4, which is Scarborough, was $15,410,510. This is a cost saving of $1.9 million. Why are we even thinking of going down the route of privatization? We have to save, and we have to come back and say, we got to save money. And here we're thinking about spending money and giving it away. This is nothing else but a promise that couldn't be fulfilled, a promise which was wrong, and a promise which was wrongly thought. And yet we got numbers that is in a confidential report, but if you look at the numbers that over the years, I don't think you will find that the numbers for 2015 were any better off. Instead of us thinking that we should privatize collection east of Yonge Street, and especially District 4, maybe we should start looking at giving the jobs that we lost in Scarborough back to CUPE. Now, when you take the savings, which is about $14 per house, was that the correct number that you had? $14 per house, and you multiply that by 66,000 homes, actually you come up to savings close to $1 million. So instead of thinking of privatizing District 4, we should start thinking of getting District 1 back to the city fold. That will save us money. So you want to talk about savings? Stop the privatization that will cost you $2 million. Start thinking of bringing District 1 back in that will save you $1 million, and you got $3 million. We're looking to shave off $91 million from our budget. Hello? It's not rocket science. It is not something that's unthinkable of. Move in the right direction. No guts, no glory. You can talk and hold a sign out there and say real savings, but the savings just don't add up. When you want to talk about real savings, put your numbers up. Don't just have a plaque that says real savings. Put your numbers right behind you, and then stand up there and get accounted for. Because having read the confidential report, whenever it becomes public, I don't think you're going to get any numbers that are any different from what I ever presented. So you want to save money? Get District 1 back into CUPE fold, and you're really going to have savings money. Let's not do a knee-jerk reaction that leads us to nowhere. This is a race to the bottom. This is a race to zero. And by saying that we're going to take care of these men and women, to the people that have over the 15 years, the people that have less than 15 years in the union, well, we can kick them out. Well, if we kick them out, we're going to put people out of job that look after homes, that look after husbands and wives and children that go to school. We don't take that into consideration. And we're going to go to the private industry, and we're going to give them the money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have to tell you that I am absolutely mystified and my mind is boggled at what's in front of us. I can't remember the last time something came from city staff that confused me as much as this. Staff confirmed when I asked them questions that currently Scarborough is cheaper than the comparable district in Etobicoke. So we already are saving money by keeping this work in-house. Why would we do this? There's no reason. Are we doing it to improve environmental performance? No, actually, the public sector service delivery in Scarborough is better, according to city staff, than it is in the privately delivered service in Etobicoke. So we're not doing it for some other public benefit. We're not doing this to get the union to become more competitive because, as you heard in answers from staff, the union actually can't bid. Anyone who says that the union has been invited to bid on this is not telling the truth. City staff bid on this. And the suggestion that we should do this in this district in order to save money because they do something like this in Ottawa is also just not accurate. Here's what actually happened in Ottawa. In Ottawa, it was mostly contracted out, and they had some public work. So they looked at what the public sector was doing and challenged the private sector to meet that number, and when they couldn't, they contracted it back in. That's what actually happened. They don't go to workers and say, hey, I've got an idea. why don't you tear up your legally binding collective agreement with the City of Toronto that we signed with you? Why don't you do that so we can cut taxes even more? That's not what happens anywhere. And anyone who suggests that that's what we're stepping into is, again, not telling the truth. Frankly, if we were about getting better environmental performance, saving the taxpayer money, and having better and more honest relationships with the people with whom we sign contracts, we wouldn't be asking CUPE to tear up their contract. We'd go to the private company in Etobicoke and say, you're not meeting our standard, we're tearing up our contract with you, and you have to bid saying you can at least meet our number, and if not, we're contracting it in-house. That's what good environmental performance, saving the public purse, would do. There is no reason for this to be here today. This is completely ideologically driven, and the fact that only those numbers that the chair wants to have released get released publicly makes it also an exercise in diminishing public trust. This is one of the worst things I have seen happen this term. I hope that this administration shakes its head, wakes up and says, our job is to deliver best service at best price, and that means retaining public service.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair. I've said this a few times today, Chair, and I just wanted to put this up because what I've been hearing, oh, there's so many numbers, what do we believe, et cetera, et cetera. These are the numbers that were in last year's report when it was decided to send this back for further review. And here they are, very clearly, the number of homes in District 1, 66,000, the amount, 9.4 million, and the cost per home, $142.86. Now we compare that, and everyone has agreed that the comparator for D1 is D4. The comparator for Etobicoke is Scarborough. That is pretty well the way we work at this place. And there it is as your comparator. There are double the number of homes, basically, in Scarborough, D4. The cost is $15.4 million. The cost to pick up per home is $126.89. It is lower as a comparator than the same house in Etobicoke. These are just the numbers that we have. I cannot provide the 2015 numbers, although some information has come forward today. I'm hoping, but it's not rocket science to think that the comparators are also comparable as we move forward through 15 and we don't have 16. So I really am scratching my head when there's these numbers. What was the committee thinking to have sent this back saying there are going to be further savings in Scarborough if we contract out that garbage? It just doesn't work. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to talk about are these diversion rates. And thank you, T, for providing these. Again, there it is, 2013, 2014, and 2015. These are the comparators, Etobicoke and Scarborough. If we don't compare those, if we don't use those as a comparator, somebody can correct me. And the next two comparators are west of Yonge and east of Yonge. There is something very odd about this chart. There is a 4 to 5% difference in diversion from west of Yonge to east of Yonge. There is a 4% difference between Etobicoke and its comparator, Scarborough. There is also a 5% difference, almost a 6%, and in 7% in 15 between the other two comparators, D2, and D3. Now, being a D3 person and knowing D2 quite well, and knowing the city quite well, we all know Torontonians love to recycle. That is why when this garbage was going to be sent to the Adams mine, the city stood up and said, we don't want to throw our garbage into a pit. We want to recycle. And that was stopped. So I don't buy that somehow Councillor Holliday's constituents aren't very good at recycling, or that Councillor Layton's constituents are poor recyclers, 5% poorer, and that somehow my constituents are great recyclers and Councillor Lee's constituents are great recyclers. I think everybody across Toronto is a great recycler. I think everybody across Toronto is a great recycler. And I think this really needs more investigation. How did this happen since we started tracking? And we started tracking this when we contracted out west of Yonge. So there we go, there's that difference, and there's the cost difference, and someone has to say, what is going on here? We're just cutting everything by 2.6%, and Councillor Karygiannis is right. If you were to apply and the cost of pickup in Etobicoke to currently in Scarborough, it would be over $1.5 million extra that we would be paying. This is on its head. These are apples to apples. This is apples to apples. Let's actually, this as Bob Ray said today, and I agree with Councillor Mammoliti, let it be said today that it's not broken. There's no need to fix it. Let's keep our successful system moving the way we have configured it.
Everybody's probably going to speak on this, so.
So I'm going to move that the city council receive the item for information. I'm killing it.
Is the motion here, can I just get clarification? It says defer. Do you mean defer or receive?
Sorry, wrong one.
Okay, 'cause that's the one I was handed. I just wanted to be clear right off
I didn't get the kill motion from the clerk. I
Okay.
signed it, but I didn't get it.
So, okay.
Sorry. I thought that a receipt motion would actually kill it, but I learned that the words need to be as follows: that Public Works and Infrastructure Committee defer consideration of the item indefinitely. And the reason I do this is because it's the right thing to do. I don't think that after hearing from staff that there are no savings here, that it's logical for us as a city to say, sorry, staff, you're wrong. We're going to go and find somebody to prove you're wrong, and we're going to spend $500,000 to do it. And then say that, well, this committee recommended it, council endorsed the recommendation, so therefore everybody's laid off. Because that, in effect, is what we're doing today. There will not be another motion to lay off or to redistribute or to make decisions with our garbage staff. We have a motion here that says, you told us to go look for something, and now we see this as a direction to lay off. That's how I see this as a councillor, and I think this should be killed for that reason. Until somebody has the courage to come to council and say, we need to lay off our garbage workers, and we need to lay them off because we're saving millions and millions of dollars to the City of Toronto, we shouldn't even be having this conversation, but we are. We're here, and we're trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes with this report. Now, I haven't been the nicest guy in the world to the union in the past. In fact, we with the union have said some words to each other that we probably regret today. And if they can, and if they as a union go back to, and I'm sorry to offend anybody, but to go back to swearing at our constituents when they're picking up the garbage and telling them where to go, and all the reasons that got me to vote for the privatization on the west side, then I'll do it again. If we had a report here that said we're saving hundreds of millions of dollars here, I would do it again, because logically it makes sense to make that decision. But that's not what's in front of us. During last election, I knocked on a door on a condo in my ward, and there was a couple. The wife answered the door, and she was so nice to me, but was ready to tear my head off. Her husband came to the door and said, "Councillor, I'm not supporting you this election because you effectively kicked me out of my job. I was one of those garbage workers, and I can't find a job today because of you." I said to myself, yeah, he's right. I voted in favor of that. But the response I gave him was, I voted in favor of it because it was the right way to manage the city. We knew the savings was there. I apologize if you can't find a job, but I made my decision based on that and based on how the garbage workers were actually treating the public. The president of that particular union was the biggest pain in the butt that anybody could ever see. We argued continually. His attitude on the picket lines were very reflective of what was happening on our streets. He's gone. That executive that's sitting there now made sure he was gone because they were serious about becoming partners with the City of Toronto. Why do I know that? Because I've known these guys forever. And they knew that they needed to shape up. And I honestly believe that they have. I haven't heard anybody being told where to go anymore. So what's the point? They've learned their lesson. So instead of saying, congratulations, I think you did the right thing, we are trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes and pretend like we're saving the City of Toronto money. We're not saving the City of Toronto anything. We're costing the City of Toronto. The chair said earlier that they're being redistributed. If they're being redistributed, then tell me where the darn savings are. They're not there. You are effectively hurting the families for the wrong reason. If we were saving money, we could say that as an argument. It's important for us to do. We apologize. We'll try and train you. We'll do whatever it takes to get your family back. But that's not what we're doing here. And I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but I just think there's there's discussions going on everywhere without councillors in the room. And there's all kinds of things happening that surprise the hell out of everybody. I can't accept that. That's not how to run a city. I don't accept.
Councillor Mammoliti, just a point of order or whatever. I don't think it's really, what you just said, I don't think is really appropriate to say there's meetings going on. I mean, you can't make unfounded accusations. Like, I'm not sure what you're referencing, but I don't think it's appropriate, and I don't think it's fair to your colleagues on council or city staff. So I'd ask you to retract that.
I think there's meetings happening without councillors in the room. And I think they are, because when you start hearing rumors around the hallways of this place, Madam Chair, and you know that discussions hadn't been taking place in committee meetings, and there hadn't been a call of a chair somewhere, and all of a sudden those rumors become true, and reports like this surface, guys like me are going to ask questions. Bob Ray said it. Nobody's been my boss, and they're not going to be my boss. My boss are 70,000 people, roughly, in Ward 7 that tell me whether I'm doing the right thing or the wrong thing. I can tell you right now, by defending the workers right now and stopping this thing if I can, I'm doing the right thing.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to actually speak next, if that's okay. I'm going to move the staff recommendations unless somebody else wanted to. Sorry. That has to come off? Okay. I'd just like to begin by thanking staff for their hard work on this report. I think it's comprehensive, it's very detailed, it's a lot of analysis has clearly gone into it, and I think that's important to recognize their work. I think residents certainly expect city government to manage their money responsibly, and it's time that we find savings. We're up against a very challenging budget year, and that's going to continue. As I've said in my comments earlier today, that's not going to end. So finding new ways to conduct our business to make sure our dollars are going further is critical. And that's exactly what's before us today. I mean, there's been a lot of misleading information in my mind today, but what we have here is managed competition, which is structured, fair, and transparent. And this is a process that's being used across North America, whether we like it or not, from Chicago to San Diego to Dallas to Ottawa, right in our very own backyard, and it is not about ideology. What I think we should be doing is basing our decisions on facts, and this is not a back of the napkin estimate, which is really all we've been able to do in really desktop analysis and napkin drawing. So we need to move away from that and do a proper market sounding. I think it's also worth remembering that this recommendation to undertake the managed competition has come from staff, our senior staff who are leading experts in their fields on curbside waste collection. And I think there's never been a better time to look at this and make this step forward, to do the procurement, make sure every party is involved and included, make it inclusive. But I think it's to those who are saying that staff already have made their recommendations in 2015 and that we have all the data we need, I don't think that's true in any way, shape, or form. Our staff have, again, if you look at the report, they've been explicit in saying on pages 1 and 2 that the 2015 report and its recommendations are out of date. And as I've said many times, the landscape has changed significantly since then. We have new data. We have the 2015 metrics on collection. We have updated information on the state of the fleet, which we did not have when that last report was written. And we have a ratified new agreement with QP Local 416. So in addition to the old report, being based on, as I said earlier, that desktop modeling approach, not really on real numbers from the market, only by conducting this market sounding, as I've said, will we actually obtain actual costs, and we will have this apples to apples comparison, this evidence-based comparison. So we can determine as a council, once and for all, who can provide the service, the best possible service for the lowest price, no matter who the party is. And again, I can't help but re-emphasize we're in the middle of a very challenging budget cycle, and the money has to come from somewhere, and we have to find ways and opportunities to deliver services more efficiently, effectively, and affordably. So in District 2, we've seen savings of $11 million a year since we contracted out in 2012. So that's significant, and residents want us to repeat that success across the city. I think it's been a true success story. And managed competition is our way forward. It's the right way forward. I think it's actually a respectful way forward. So I encourage all of the committee members to support staff recommendations that are before you today. And I will ask now Councillor, I think Lee or Councillor Holiday, you both wanted to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in a toss-up on this whole issue because the unions have come to the table and agreed to concessions and whatnot. And committee recommendation reads that it's quite final that we go out and do a procurement process. And that procurement process it takes the whole year. So whatever cost savings is not for this year, it's for future years. So it's not going to help this year's budget. And from the numbers that's given, if I look at it as plus minus 5%, Councillor Kerry Janus made a calculation, and then when you look back at District 1, it's been contracted out since 1995, which is 22 years ago. And if they are not doing even better than what District 4 is doing, where are you going to find the cost savings from? And we just switch contractors from GFL to another one. So I'm a little up in the air as to how I want to vote on this, but I will definitely not be voting for Councillor Mammolidis to defer this indefinitely, because I think it needs to go to council. And in the meantime, I will do more exploration. In the meantime, I will be voting against these recommendations until I see and do more research when council meeting comes around. So I will be doing more research into all this. But in the meantime, I will be voting against the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Perks talked about being boggled on this. I'm not. And I thank people for talking today, answering questions and being deputants and the staff. There's a lot of numbers here at play, but I've actually achieved a lot of clarity. Some of the things I struggled with were some of the complaints over service. We heard 10,000 and 16,000 in different numbers. What I actually believe is that the men and women that work in our internal division and those of the contractor do their job well, and I think they have relatively few complaints, few bona fide complaints that when you actually explore. And I couldn't tell you which of these horses are ahead in a race, but they're both very low. So I don't really take that as an issue. Then there was the discussion about job losses, and a lot of numbers came out today. What I do know is that there are a number of vacancies that need to be filled, and if we move people around, those will get filled. There are a number of avenues for reassignment, and there's going to be some attrition over time. So I'm really not convinced that this is a significant factor. It's an important one. It's something that you cannot ignore. But in the balance of all the things that we're looking at, those numbers just do not sit heavy. Then I hear this discussion about price. And the question I asked of staff was very important. We keep hearing about the cost per stop in the districts being different. Yeah, they're different, but we're not actually billed cost per stop. We're billed by the ton. And that information is available to councillors in the report. We've got some indication of the past numbers, but that's the way that you need to look at these figures. So to hang your hat on the cost per ton as an economic rationale, I can't accept that. What I can consider, though, and this is a very heavy report, is the Auditor General's findings in 2014 about the outcome of outsourcing in District 2. And the Auditor General found that there was a savings of $11+ million in the first year and almost $11 million in the subsequent years. And I'll stand here and say, I won't be doing my job unless I'm taking a good hard look at this and considering the importance of these type of findings. And I guess this is really a big question of public policy, as some of the people talk to, but the public policy in my mind, in my job, in my mind, and why I was elected and sent here was to oversee the management of this place to the best of my ability. And the best of my ability means looking at significant factors like this that say that there may be a better way to do this. There may be a cheaper way to do this. And a cheaper way translates to a more livable city, because at the end of the day, we're all paying taxes directly or indirectly or incurring costs to live here. And if that makes it a little easier for the citizens of the city, I have to look at it. And the last, most compelling argument is I cannot see the downside of going through the process that's proposed here. Either way, whichever way that this thing plays out, we end up with better services. And think about this. If this goes through the process and there is a proposal placed to insource this, part of that proposal will involve a re-examining of what we do and how we do it. And it will involve innovation. It has to. That is the whole purpose for all of the participants in there. So if that is the successful winner of this process, then we're further ahead as a city and as an organization, and that contributes to public confidence in our city. If it goes the other way, again, there has been innovation and perhaps a change in service provider, but it will be a lower cost and it will be a better delivery of service. So with that understanding, and really those two roads as the outcome, I cannot see any reason why I should not support this. And I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Everyone else has. I'll say one word. Councillor Holyday took all my words on innovation, so when I'm looking at new ways of doing things and something like managed competition, this isn't something that, you know, staff is just pulling out of the air. This is something that's done in other jurisdictions. It's been successful in other jurisdictions. And it creates efficiencies. It brings forward innovation. Those are things that I always look at that are very important to me. Because that's how we keep the city moving, is to be innovative and to be efficient. So I will be supporting the recommendations because this is a new way of doing things, and we need to look at new ways of doing things in this city.
So if you could put that up on the board, up on the screen, 18.3. So just to be clear, this is what I spoke about earlier, and making sure that there's a supplementary report or something that makes sure council has that information. Because as the city solicitor mentioned, you need to create the context. Some things are confidential, others are not. And so this motion allows that information to make sure it's before council, as this is debated in 2 weeks' time at City Council. So that's that motion, and so I'd ask that we vote on that first, and then we'll move to Councillor Mamaledy's motion. So all those in favor? Oh, do Councillor, okay. Okay. My apologies. The clerk has just said that we should be doing the deferral motion first, so my apologies. Recorded vote. So if we could just put it on the screen so everybody knows exactly what they're voting on. And Councillor Mamaledy's requested a recorded vote.
Okay. On the motion to defer consideration of the item indefinitely by Councillor Mamaliti, those in favor, please. Councillor Mamaliti, those opposed. Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Holyday, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Lee. That fails 1-4. Thank you.
And the next motion is the one I just referenced, and if you could put it back on the screen, it's 18.3, or item 18.3. The motion is here. Okay, and this is an amendment to the report that's before us. All those in favor? Okay, if you'll recall, about 2 hours ago, I read something out that was a statement. And what it talked about was the fact that HR and legal said that the staffing numbers were there to provide context for information in the confidential attachment. And staff confirmed that this information was provided for context purposes in the confidential attachment, but was not itself confidential and could be shared publicly. So we just want to make sure that everybody has access to those numbers. Would you like the solicitor to address it?
Yeah, you know why? Because I'm still not sure that we should have mentioned anything in that report. And now
Well, the
you're
solicitor said
asking me to
otherwise.
vote for a legitimacy to that.
Well, the clerk's department is, the clerk's division has asked us to do that.
Because we have to.
You brought this up 4 or 5 times throughout this meeting. Would you like the city solicitor to respond to you? Okay.
And I'd also like to know why we didn't get a copy of the other letter, because I still don't see it. Because they said they
So
were going
I'll
to
tell
look
you,
at the
if you
letter.
want to
and
address that issue.
Both.
Okay, so the latter issue, it's because it wasn't addressed to council, the clerk, or the committee. And the clerk has indicated to me she's not willing to put it on the meeting record. She did, however, indicate, Councillor Mamalady, that she'd provide you with a photocopy if you'd like. But it won't go on public record, meaning it wouldn't be circulated to the committee officially.
So, on a point of order, you said it wasn't addressed to us. It is. It says, well, it's CC'd to us. So you're right. It wasn't to us directly, but it was CC'd to this committee.
Yeah, I'm just relaying the clerk's comments. that she provided to me on that issue, to you.
So the clerk's recommending not to give it to the committee members,
Not recommending, she's saying no.
but to give it to us, a
She will give
copy
it
of
to
it.
you, she's willing to give you a photocopy of it. She won't circulate it for public record, is what she's advised me.
So do you see why I think we live in a cartoon here? Because you're willing to give it to me in a printed form, but the rest of us can't get it as a committee.
Well, it's a clerk direction, so that's why we have clerks to advise us on these matters, on how to achieve proper meeting procedures. And so I'm relaying it to you
Ruling.
because I've got the microphone.
It's your ruling.
The
I'm-
procedural bylaw has rules as to what can be circulated and what goes on the agenda and that sort of thing at these meetings. And this letter does not meet those requirements. So it doesn't meet the requirements of the procedural bylaw. That's why it can't be considered an official document as part of the process here.
I'm not going to argue with it.
Okay, I
I've made
mean,
my comments.
they're welcome to readdress it to council. That's in another 2 weeks' time. Okay, so
Yeah.
I think we're on
just
the,
gonna-
on this item.
So that was the explanation, it's just not in order.
Yeah, that was the city solicitors, yeah. Yeah. All right, on this item, on this motion, I correct myself. On this item, all in favor, opposed, that carries. And then the item as amended, all
Recorded
in
vote.
favor.
Recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote.
On the motion to adopt the staff recommendations as amended, those in favor, please. Councillor Carmichael Greb, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Robinson, Councillor... Those opposed? Councillor Lee, Councillor Mamaliti. That carries 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the deputants, all the speakers, city staff for all your time and energy today, and we are now officially adjourned.